Check one. Oh, I gotta can't even see my Christmas. What do I have to stand up? Do I have to stand up? Is this what we're coming to today? It's just hilarious. That's rich. That's rich. Are we recording? We are recording. All right. Classic video recording situation. Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam, as you probably know. So glad you could be with me today because this video is a ginormous video and it's the Christmas special. So Merry Christmas everybody, it's that time of year again. My Christmas gift to you is that you, if you so choose, get to listen to my voice all day on Christmas. If you want to play this like 7 hours of videos on Christmas. What we're doing today in this video, this gigantic video, is I'm putting all of my videos from last year, or most of them, I left out some of the boring ones, or some of the more boring ones, and put them into one gigantic video. So, quite a journey. We've done a lot of stuff this past year. We had a golden GoPro. We went to Flight Fest. We reviewed a laser engraver. We did a whole bunch of other stuff. I hacked up some Fly Sky stuff with the DJI stuff. I made a DJI Mavic Air 2, Mavic Air 2 Sleeper FPV drone. That was a lot of fun. So I hope we've had a lot of fun and learned some things over the past year. And I am looking forward to next year because I'm not going to make any promises, but I really want to have even more videos and more helpful stuff next year. This past year personally has been super crazy. So I haven't been able to make as many videos the way that I want to and blah, 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 and all this stuff. So, well, we'll see what the Lord has in store for next year, but I'm just saying, I think that it's going to be a good one. I think it's going to be a good one. In 2019, I was like, oh, hey, guys, I think 2020 is going to be a crazy year. And I didn't mean it for it to be that crazy. So I'm not going to say that 2024 is going to be a crazy year because I don't want anything too crazy to happen. Anyway, oh, boy. All right. And as you can tell, I have like the sinus stuff again, just like last year. So full circle. But I am thankful. So thankful for everything that has happened this past year, and thankful to you folks that are watching this. And I hope I hope my videos have helped you over the past year and will continue to in the new year. And I'm also thankful to our sponsor for the channel sponsor for some of these videos, PCBWay, because PCBWay, as you probably know, makes custom printed circuit boards, and they have thousands of components to choose from, and circuit board types and all kinds of stuff. And you can send them your design file, and they will actually populate the board and get it all cut and made and put the items on there for you and test it before it even comes to your door, which I think is pretty cool. So if you're into PCB stuff, check that out. And they also offer rapid prototyping services to include sheet metal bending, injection molding, CNC machining, and 3D printing. We do a lot of 3D printing on this channel, so maybe you already have a 3D printer, but maybe you don't, or maybe you don't have a CNC machine. I don't have a CNC machine, so you might want to check that out if that sounds cool to you. I'll have a link to them down in the description of this video. And yes, that was an ad for PCBWay. And I want to say thanks to PCBWay for sponsoring so many of my videos this past year. It has been very helpful in keeping this channel going. So we'll see what 2024 brings. But until then, just enjoy like 7 hours of my amazing, amazing voice. I know some of you will. Let's get started.
Bam. First freestyle flight of 2023. Just want to say Happy New Year, everybody. Hope you're having a great time getting out there, flying something, ripping around, maybe even breaking some stuff. Happy New Year.
We get bars, we get our goggles that show.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam. Bottom line up front. Do you ever get frustrated about trying to figure out which receiver and which transmitter work together with the FlySky radios? That's what I'm going to show you in this video right now. There's a link in the description of this video on YouTube where you can click on that link and it's going to take you right to the thing that I'm talking about, which is basically a chart that tells you which receivers work with which transmitters. So if that's the short version, that's good for you, then click that link and thanks. But I'm going to get into it. I'm going to walk you through how to get there and all that stuff right after I say thanks to our sponsor for today, which is PCBWay. PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards, and that's what PCB stands for. You can send them your design if you're creating a custom circuit board, and they have all kinds of materials to choose from, different thicknesses of circuit boards, flexible ones. It's crazy. You can send them your files. They can actually assemble all the components together as an extra service, so it's ready to rock and roll when it comes to your door. They have like thousands and millions, I don't even know, a ton of components. And they also offer rapid prototyping services, which is very interesting to me because I'm an inventor kind of guy, and so that's what I like. So they offer CNC machining, sheet metal bending, injection molding, and 3D printing in various types of materials. So that way, maybe that you don't have access to certain machining methods or materials, they can certainly help you with that. So if you're interested in that, there's a link down in the description below this video. That's my link. So use that link. I think it's going to give you a little bit of a discount. I'm trying to do what I can for you. So if that's interesting, check out that link. In any case, let's get into this right now. Let's jump onto our FlySky website, which is flysky-cn.com. We're going to come to the website, and what we're looking for is that chart. So we're going to go to products on the top menu. We're going to scroll down. On the left-hand side, there's a menu, and on the very bottom, it says TX-RX form. We're going to click on that. And here we have basically some charts. We have the AF-HDS3 chart. I'm going to explain what those things mean in a second. The ANT compatibility chart, and then what probably most of you are interested in is the AF-HDS2A, AF-HDS2, and AF-HDS compatibility chart. Now, what are those things? The AF-HDS2A, the ANT, and the AF-HDS3. Those are called protocols or radio protocols. The technical meaning behind all that doesn't really matter, but basically that's the method of communication that these radios use to talk to the receiver. And so that matters because they basically, people don't like it when I say it's like a language, because it's not like a language. It's not a good example. It's not a good example, but it's kind of like they got to be speaking the same language. Okay, they got to be using the same protocol. So this chart right here, and you can actually right click, you can open the image in a new tab, save the image as like a file, and you can copy the image. So they have that on the website right there for you. Like, let's say you have the FSI-6 transmitter, and you can see which receivers are compatible with it. So you've got the X14S, X8B, X6B, a whole lot of them. The IA4B, I don't really ever use those. The IA6B, that's a common one. And then the IA10. Now you'll notice that's in red. Any of them in red, they don't make anymore. But they have them on here, so thank you for that, FlySky. That's useful. And you can do that with all of these. So we have the transmitters on the left-hand column, the receivers on the top, on the row, and you can see also the grouping for the AF-HDS2A. That's like the newest in the AF-HDS. Well, no, that's the kind of the newest of the old version because they just came out with the AF-HDS3. But typically you're going to run into AF-HDS, which are like the old ones, and then the AF-HDS2A, which are the newer ones. Now, you'll notice that the FSI-6X can use all of the AF-HDS. Wait, where am I going here? AF-HDS. There's one of those that you can't work with it. Nope, that didn't make any sense. So we'll just leave that alone. That's coming in really bright, isn't it? It sure is. Yes. So there you go. That's basically it. This is going to give you some great information. They also have that for the ANT protocol, which let's talk about that for just a second. ANT versus so the new thing is ANT, and then AFHDS3. What are the different protocols and why do they make it different? Like, what's the difference? I don't really know, to be honest with you. I'm not really sure what the advantage of the ANT system is. And maybe I missed something that Fly Sky said that was, explained why it was different. But to me, if it's that hard to understand why it's different, then maybe it's not that different, or maybe they should do a better job explaining it. So, in the ANT, for example, I just gave away the FSST8 transmitter, and that is one of I think that's their only, or one of their only air, like standard kind of airplane or drone transmitters. The rest of these are for ground uses, and that's usually followed with by the designated that's usually designated by the G in the name. So you've got like FSG4P and so on. So yeah, I'm not really sure. If you know the difference or why ANT protocol is great, or why you would want to use that over, let's say, the newest AFHDS3, let us know down in the comments. So if you want this technicals on the protocol, the two different new protocols, you can click on the protocol option at the top menu. That's going to tell you about the AFHDS3. Basically, it's just all better than AFHDS2A, which was the previous main protocol that they were using. Now, you'll notice in the frequently asked questions on the AFHDS3 protocol, it says, is AFHDS3 protocol compatible with AFHDS2A? The answer is no. However, it is possible to use an AFHDS2A module with some of our radios, such as the PL18, to add AFHDS2A compatibility. So what they're saying, it's okay, module. I just now realized this actually. So what they're saying is they have a module, like a module pack, like an external radio protocol module that attaches to the radio, like a Crossfire pack, like a Ghost, like any of those other external transmitter modules. And they're saying FlySky has one that is for AFHDS2A, and so if you put one of those external module packs on the radio, then you can use it with AFHDS2A. So yeah, the first thing is no, they're not just easily crossover compatible or backwards compatible. I really wish they were. That would be great, FlySky, because there's a lot of old receivers out there and a lot of people using these older products, and it's going to be a bummer. Now, if we go over to the products page here, you can see the first thing they bring up are the different transmitters with the different protocols. So this is also a good way of kind of explaining sort of the different series of radios and their protocols. You've got AFHDS, which is the old version. So that's going to be the FST6, the FST4B, and the FSCT6B. And I think the T4B and the CT6B, I think those are just trainers. I guess you can use them with some things, but I think they're mainly meant to be trainers. And then the FST6, which that is definitely an older one. So you don't want those. Those are old. They use the old protocol. They can't use the newer protocols. The AFHDS2A, that's going to include your I6S, your I6X, and your I4X, and as well as these other ones. And those are going to be your main transmitters. Actually, the I4X, I've never seen one of those. So it's going to be the I6X, the I6, or the I6S. Confusing, right? Yes. So, and then the ANT protocol for the normal style of transmitters, like for aircraft, is going to be your ST8, which we talked about. And then the AFHDS3, the newest protocol, that's going to be your PL18, PL18 Lite, not sure what the Lite is for, and the EL18, which I just now saw the EL18, so that's a brand new one. and that uses what, EdgeTX. So EdgeTX is the operating system. So I don't know. I might like it. I might hate it. I'm not really sure. FlySky, if you want to send me one to see how I like it, I'll do it. But otherwise, I probably won't bother with it. Probably don't really have the time to mess with that. But it does look like a very interesting, unique design. Now, unfortunately, some of the products on the FlySky website do not have manuals, so you can't find out much more information. Talking about receivers specifically, let's go to the receiver page. And here, this could also be helpful to you. It shows all the receivers listed by their protocol. So we have AFHDS, 2A, ANT, and 3. And that way you can quickly figure out which one falls into which category. That's kind of another thing that could help you. Now, if we click on one, like let's say the IA6B, that's a very popular one, and we click specifications, it doesn't really do anything. It's just gonna take us to the same page. We get some basic specifications, not much. We get the power, the voltage, data port, weight, nothing very helpful. So there's no manual for this, unfortunately. But some of them, like this one, like the X6B, that's made for like to go into a flight controller, like on a quadcopter. There is a manual for it, and we can, if we click download, it's going to open it in another window. And this is helpful. This will tell us the different connectors and pads and how to bind it and that sort of thing. So that's more helpful. I like that. But not all of the receivers have manuals, unfortunately. FlySky does say that you can email them if you need more information about specific items, I guess. You probably flysky@flysky.cn.net, I think is their email address you'd want to use. Anyway, that's going to do it for me. Thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate you. I appreciate your support. I hope this was worth your time. Leave me a comment if you have any questions down below, and I will see you again very soon.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
All right, now the big difference between these two drones is real drone pilots are going to fly FPV drones, and stick pushers are going to fly DJI drones. Okay, no, I'm just kidding, kind of. Sort of. I mean, I'm kidding, but also kind of not. I mean, there's a little bit of animosity between these two types of drones, but the fact of the matter is, it's just a different tool for a different job. Here's the bottom line. If you want shots like this, very dynamic, fast, speedy, really cool, you want an FPV drone. They come in all kinds of flavors. We'll get more into that. If you want kind of more standard scenic kind of shots, more smooth, kind of more basic, but still beautiful, you can get that with a normal type of camera drone like the DJI camera drones that I'm sure you've heard of. That's basically it. Those are the two big differences in terms of what you can get out of these two different machines. Now, there's a lot more to go into that, and if you're trying to decide which one you want to get for different purposes, we're going to talk a bit more about that in this video. So by the end of this video, you're going to have a much better understanding of the differences between normal camera drones like the DJI and FPV drones that you can either buy or build yourself. Okay, stay with me. First, I want to say thanks to PCBWay for sponsoring this video. PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards, and that's what PCB stands for. They even have a service where you can upload your files, and they will assemble the entire board for you with all the components and stuff, so it's ready to go when it comes to your door, and they have all kinds of components and board types to choose from. And if you are not into PCBs, they also offer rapid prototyping services. So if you are an inventor and creator like me, you can upload your designs to them and figure out how much it's going to cost, and if they can CNC machine it or sheet metal bend it or injection mold it or 3D print it. And they have various types of materials to choose from. If that sounds interesting to you, there'll be a link in the description below this video. That's my link. It'll give you, I think, $5 off your first purchase, and I think maybe it's good for me if you use the link. So go ahead and use that link if you're interested. What do you want to do with your drone? That's the question. So if you want to fly for fun, for a hobby, recreational use, think of almost like action sports. Okay, if you want an intense, exhilarating time, you want an FPV drone. FPV drones are made for agility and speed and durability. That's what you see racing around. You don't have to use them for racing. They can be really used for anything from cinematic sort of filming, flying. They can be used for exploration. They can be used for racing. They can be used for freestyle, which is really fun. They can even be used for long range cruising and just kind of surfing the mountains. So a lot of versatility there. And we're going to talk about costs and downsides and whatever. If you want to get some, aerial photos, you want to get some, kind of those classic, zoom out, pull back shots, maybe some like straight down type of shots, really more focusing on the photography and the stable video aspect. That's going to be your typical camera drone. Now, there are a lot out there, but basically, I'm going to reference the DJI drones because they are the largest and most popular drones out there, or the drone company out there. This one is the DJI Mavic Air 2, and let's just talk about price real quick. You can get this, I think I got this one on eBay as like a complete set for around $600. An FPV drone, something like this is going to run kind of around the same price, honestly. But you'll notice on the top here, we've got a GoPro action camera. Now, you can put any kind of camera you want on here, and you don't even have to put an action camera on here. But a lot of times people like to film what they see when they're flying. So that's, an added cost that is not associated with the drone itself. So you'll want to keep that in mind. Now, let's just talk about, okay, so you're like, okay, I get it. These are the differences. This is, the purposes for this, but what are the actual differences? Okay, the actual differences between these types of drones is how they're flown and how they are used. And so let's think of a DJI style drone, normal camera drone, as a smart drone, okay? And an FPV stands for first person view, by the way. FPV drone is kind of like a dumb drone in the sense that really the brain of this drone is your brain. So you need to be hands-on piloting this. To use a motor vehicle analogy, you could think of the DJI style camera drones as like a Tesla, okay? An FPV drone is like a dirt bike, all right? You can still get to work using both of them, but it's going to be a way different experience, okay? So it really depends on the experience that you want to have and what you want to get out of them. All right, now let's start with the normal style camera drone because that's probably what you're most familiar with. So this is what it looks like, okay? It's got 4 motors. It's a quadcopter. We're not going to get into like the super specific details. The big difference physically on here is that it's going to have a gimbal on the camera, or the camera will be on a gimbal rather. So this is going to stay very steady and it will not move with the drone unless you change that in the settings. But here's the thing, how do you control this? Okay, you're going to get a proprietary controller, like a remote controller, all right, and it's going to have sticks. Well, this one doesn't have sticks on it, but it's going to have the control sticks, the gimbals, and it's going to have some different buttons that are associated with the different functions, like changing from photo to video and taking pictures and stuff like that. It's going to have like auto land, auto return to home, things of that nature. And you're going to need a smartphone or a tablet to actually see what the drone sees. So that's another added cost if you don't already have a smartphone or a tablet, or if you want to get one that's dedicated for this purpose, you will need to get one of those so you can actually see what this camera sees. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's what an FPV drone is, so that's like the same thing. Well, it's not, because primarily the difference is going to be the transmission system is very different. So there's a lot of lag and delay between what the camera sees and what you actually see on your tablet here. Okay, so that's how you control it. You're going to use a controller with a tablet or a smartphone, and you're going to need to use the DJI app if we're talking DJI stuff. And then you're going to need to like pair the controller with the drone. And you know how technology is. When it works, it's great. When it doesn't work, it really sucks. So that can happen with this whole process where you're like, oh, my app isn't working, or I've got to use, got to update a bunch of junk, and I just want to go fly my drone. And then this thing is going to have GPS location information, altitude information, like all kinds of fancy features in here. Now that can be really good, but it can also be a problem because let's say, for example, it says, hey, you're not allowed to fly in this zone, so I'm just not going to fly. I want to shut this down. But you know that you're outside of a zone. It just thinks, there's like a glitch in the GPS or something, and it thinks you're somewhere where you're not. Well, you're not going to be able to fly because the computer, the tablet and the app and the drone is basically saying, hey, we're smarter than you, so you got to do what we say. Okay, so that's the kind of the standard camera drone, DJI drone. The FPV drone, okay, this is why it's called an FPV drone, first person view. There's a camera in here, and that is the FPV camera. Now that they are getting much better and higher quality and lower latency and all this stuff, and this one happens to be using a DJI digital FPV system. So it's made by DJI, but it's for FPV, so don't confuse that with like a standard kind of camera drone. In any case, that is what you use to actually pilot the drone. So on the back here, there are antennas for your video feed, and this is going to send out a signal to your goggles, which are going to receive it. Now, people see these goggles, and you wear these on your face, and it will give you a live video feed from what this camera sees through the drone. So basically, when you fly this, you are the drone. It's an amazing experience. A lot of people say it's like an out-of-body experience. It's very freeing. It's basically like, if you have a dream where you can fly and you're like a bird, that's what this is, just in a little bit lower quality. But a lot of times people see these goggles and like, oh yeah, VR goggles. Well, no, they're not VR goggles. They're just R goggles. They're just reality goggles. They're not virtual reality goggles. It's just reality, because you're seeing exactly what is in front of this little camera here. So, but sure, they're like VR goggles, fine. So you put these on your face, okay, and then you're like, whoa, I'm in the drone. And then what you do is you control it with this controller right here, okay. And this is just one example. It could be. This one is a Radiomaster TX12. Doesn't really matter for this demonstration. Could be a better one, a worse one, whatever. So just like with the DJI drone, you will use a transmitter or radio or controller, and it does have these sticks, which we call them sticks. They're gimbals that control the pitch, roll, and yaw and throttle for the drone. So that's actually how you control the drone. Now, the big difference in controlling this drone is well, I'm not going to get into technical terms, but basically this thing is completely manual, if you will. The DJI drone is basically meant to be a tripod in the sky, and yes, you can fly it. You can fly it pretty fast. You can do some kind of complex movements, especially with tilting the camera as well. But it's basically made to be very stable and to hover in place, and you can control the altitude. And so the controls are not very precise, which is annoying to me. I'm going to work on fixing that. But it's basically you have less control, but more stability, if you will. So, and that's why, if you're just getting a drone and you just want to put something up in the air, like, yes, this is going to be the best way to do that, because there's really not much of a learning curve to actually fly one of these. And when I say fly, I basically mean get up in the air and direct it around with the sticks, because you could be a terrible pilot and this thing won't crash. I mean, you could definitely crash it, but it won't just like fall out of the sky on its own. However, with the FPV drone, it's flown in what's called acro mode, and so what that means is you are the control system for this. It does have sensors which basically make flight possible, but it's not going to necessarily auto level. It's not going to maintain altitude. Now, if you build your own and you set it up that way and it has sensors, then yes, it will. But generally speaking, this thing is going to be fully manual. So if you tilt it forward, it's going to stay forward just like that, and it's going to fly forward. And you need to be able to control it, to tilt it back, to slow it down, or to hover. And you're constantly, think of it like you're balancing on a basketball, okay? You're constantly basically doing the equivalent of balancing on a basketball with your fingers on the transmitter, on the sticks. So it's very intense. Like, think of it again like riding a dirt bike. Okay, a dirt bike, you don't really have the time and the ability to eat your lunch when you're riding your dirt bike, but it's a lot of fun. With the DJI drone, you can get this thing up in the air, and you could tell it you want to orbit something, or you could tell it to you could basically push the stick one way, and it's just going to fly in that direction until you let go of the stick. You let go of the sticks, it's just going to sit there and hover. You can have a smoke, you can have a lunch break, whatever you want to do, and it's just going to sit there because it has all these sensors, GPS, altitude, to keep it in place and just basically keep it in the air. And when the battery is low, it will automatically return to the takeoff location or whatever point you designate for it to return to. That's the auto return. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, it's more idiot proof, basically. I guess is what I'm saying here. It's more idiot proof. The FPV drone is going to take a lot more skill. It's going to be a lot higher learning curve, but it's going to be, in my opinion, a lot more fun. Just in case I did not make this abundantly clear, the FPV drones, you can do flips, you can do rolls, you can do somersaults, you can do tipsy topsies, all right? You can do whatever you want, whatever you are skilled enough to do with this drone, you can do it. If you get into 3D flying, that is where you actually have motors that will reverse, and you can actually flip upside down and fly upside down. That's very uncommon right now. I want to get into that actually, but that's very uncommon. But the point is just that you can do all kinds of really unique maneuvers that you cannot do with a typical camera photography style drone. With FPV drones, a big emphasis is really on the actual movement of the drone itself. The movement through the air, what the drone can do, and the camera is fixed to the drone, fixed position. You can tilt it, but you pretty much lock it in place and lock in that tilt. And so you really get the sense of what the drone is doing. So you kind of are, flying this camera around in a sense. I mean, you are the drone, and it's like you're holding this camera kind of. Whereas with normal style camera drones, it's really not about the movement of the drone, because you're usually just kind of doing pretty normal stuff. Even if you do some dynamic movements, the point is really not to think about oh wow, who's flying this drone or what's the drone doing. The point is really to capture the subject. And so I've done a freestyle with a normal DJI drone, but it wasn't normal actually, because I actually gutted it and modified it, and there's a video out there of me doing loops and tricks and power loops and stuff with a DJI Mavic Mini. But that's because I gutted it and made it to be able to do that, to basically fly like an FPV drone. So I want to make sure that's very clear. Those are the two biggest differences. That is the biggest difference between these two types of drones. In terms of the construction of these drones, this is a carbon fiber frame on the FPV drones. That's most common. I mean, pretty much across the board. Carbon fiber frame, very durable motors. Everything is built to really take a beating, and that kind of comes from the racing aspect of these drones. The DJI drones, it's made out of a composite material. The arms fold, the propellers, the motors are pretty small. The propellers are quite large. They're fairly fragile. The gimbal itself is very fragile. That's one of the most common issues that I've seen on broken or not working DJI drones is the gimbal breaks. The camera is rather sensitive, so these really are not made to crash. If you crash, it's kind of a big deal. I've crashed mine before and dusted it off and it's worked okay, but it's way less likely, or it's way more likely that you're going to mess something up on your DJI drone if you crash it. Even though they are, fairly durable for what they are, but FPV drones, these things are made to be flung around and really just keep on going. And most likely with FPV drones, if you haven't built it, you're probably going to learn how to repair it at least. And the parts are not proprietary. Most of the parts are not, and a lot of them are interchangeable. So in terms of the cost of repairing this and keeping it up in the air, it's way lower than a DJI drone. If you do crash it with DJI, maybe it's a lower cost if you got their special insurance plan that you have to pay a bunch of money for when you buy the drone. Otherwise, you might have to send it to them, and then it takes it's gone for a long time, and then it costs a bunch of money to get it fixed. I fix my own what I can, unless there's some sort of other huge issue, but that's because I'm skilled and able to do that. not everybody is. So with the FPV drone, it's just a whole different beast. Again, it's like, something goes wrong with your Tesla, you're sending that thing to the shop, and then like they got to run a bunch of, diagnostics and computers and who's its and what's its, and send you a big bill. If your dirt bike goes down, you'll just like throw that thing in the bed of your truck, take it back to your shop, slap some stuff on there, and then you're out riding again. So it's the same kind of concept with this guy. I also want to mention FPV drones come in all shapes and sizes. Here's a small little guy that I have right here. This is the Flywoo Cinerace 20, I think. This is a tiny little drone. It's got little, I think 2-inch propellers, 2.5-inch propellers. Very small, but you'll notice right in the center there, it does have that FPV camera. And on the rear, it has that video transmission antenna. So you can fly this basically just like a larger drone. This is what we call a 5-inch drone because the propellers are 5 inches in diameter. And they will fly pretty much the same. And you can use, in this case, I have it set up so that you can use the DJI digital FPV system. I'm not going to get too in depth into the specifics of the equipment right now, but basically you do have some options. If you go with FPV drones, you can do digital, which is becoming like a bigger thing, digital transmission. For a long time it was not, and you were using analog transmission. Analog looks like you're watching a movie from the 1980s. So it's so it's not very good quality, but the good thing is it's cheap and the latency is very low. So it's very fast to get to your goggles. Racers like it for that purpose. And it is very cheap. It's very lightweight. So if you are getting into FPV and you want to go the cheapest route possible, probably getting something like a micro FPV drone similar to this one here is going to be the best option, and probably analog FPV video. But I'll get more into those specifics in another video. That opens up a whole other can of worms in terms of like, what do you want to get as your first FPV drone? That's like a big difference. Also, in terms of the cost, if you do go with the FPV drones, basically once you get into the FPV stuff and you have the initial cost of the transmitter, goggles, and then maybe the drone itself, the repair costs and everything else is quite cheaper compared to the DJI drones, let's say. For example, you might get another battery for your drone. The batteries, you have to know which ones to get and everything, but these batteries, are going to run probably around like, I don't know, $30 to $40 for a good quality battery. The DJI batteries, these things are going to run around, how much do they cost? Like, I want to say like anywhere from $60 to $80. And this is an older one, so probably a little bit lower. But it's just way more expensive. This one, it has fancy features, so it'll tell the drone how much voltage is left and all kinds of stuff like that. And it'll keep track of how many charges. But so again, it's a smart battery. You're paying for that smartness. So the question is, do you want to just fly for fun like a dirt bike and you control it and you tell it where to go? But there's a learning curve. You got to have skill, and you kind of got to have some dedication, and you got to be okay with crashing and repairing sometimes. Or if you just don't really want to think about it, you really just want some photos from the air, some video, then go with the DJI style normal type of camera drone. Now, I do want to mention DJI does make an FPV drone. In fact, they make 2 FPV drones now. They have the original larger DJI FPV drone, and I believe that's what it's called, FPV drone. Very, very creative, DJI. And that thing is kind of a hybrid. So it's kind of cool because it's sort of a hybrid. It has all the smart features of the DJI drone, but it can be flown like manually, like I said, like in an acro mode. And so you have much more control and ability to get it to do what you want. But you can like press a button, and then it's like the panic button, and it will just sit there and hover and basically lock in place. So that's cool. However, it's really expensive. I think it's around $1,400 because you're paying for the FPV drone side of things and more powerful motors and all that, and you're paying for a really nice camera and gimbal as well. I don't really think that's a great entry point, mostly just because it is very easy to crash it. If you're learning to fly in acro mode, or learning to fly FPV drones in manual mode, which is acro mode, it's very easy to crash it. And do you really want to crash like, $1,000 or $1,400, however much it costs, drone? No, not really, because the arms break. Like, the arms break all the time. That's the most common issue you're going to have with any kind of drone, really. And the arms are going to break. And on the DJI FPV drone, it's just dumb because it's like not easy to replace the arms, as far as I know. I don't actually have one. I've never done that. But from what I've seen, they just snap super easily. And it's really just kind of a big drone. So it would be, to me, it would be very stressful to learn how to fly like that. And it's a big initial investment if you just want to get a taste of FPV drones. Now, DJI does also make the Avata, and that is a newer one that has come out. It's basically like a Cinewhoop, which is what we call FPV drones that are made to fly slowly, made to fly indoors, and have guarded propellers so that you can fly around people. And also, carry a GoPro camera, hence the Cine part, Cinewhoop. Because a whoop is like a small drone, and then the Cine is like filming. So Cinewhoop, small drone for filming, is kind of how that goes. In any case, the Avata is, I don't know, it might be a good one. I believe they have the motion controller with that as well. I don't know. Yeah, so in terms of the Avata, I honestly don't know. I can't really say yay or nay on that in terms of using that to get into FPV. It could be good because, again, it's kind of a hybrid of the DJI drone, like normal camera drone, with the FPV drone. But personally, I would say no. But then again, I don't know. Maybe I'm just old school or something, or maybe I'm just, because that's not how I got into it. But I don't want to be like, oh, that's not how I got into it. You got to do what I did. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. But there's definitely a higher cost for the Avata, and you don't really have the benefit of being able to repair it yourself. Like, you can, but it's going to void the warranty and stuff, and the parts are going to be really expensive. So, okay, I've been talking for a while. Hopefully you're still listening. If you have any questions, I'm sure I missed something, so let me know in the comments down below if you have any questions about the things that I've talked about, or if I missed something, and I will try to get back to you, or maybe somebody else will be able to answer your question. Thanks for watching, everybody. I will see you on the next one, and bye.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Maybe you're asking yourself, should I try and build my own FPV drone to save a couple bucks? And you're like, Adam, tell me the answer. And I'm like, no, the answer is no. You should not try to build your own FPV drone to save a couple bucks, because you won't. So that's all. If that's all you wanted to know, that's you can leave now. But if you love me, you'll leave the video playing, so it'll help my analytics and stuff. But in this video, I want to explain why you would want to build your own drone and why you might not want. I already told you that, but why you want to build your own drone. We're going to get in. There's two main reasons, really. And we're going to get into that right after I tell you that this video is sponsored by none other than PCBWay. PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards. That's what PCB stands for, and they have thousands to choose from. Many different types of board materials, even flexible circuit boards, and thousands of components that you can put on your board. They even have a service where they will put the components on the board for you so it's ready to beep and bop and boop when it comes to your door. If circuit boards aren't your thing, they also offer rapid prototyping services to include sheet metal bending, CNC machining, injection molding, and 3D printing in various types of materials. So if you're working on a project and you need a prototype made up and maybe you don't have the materials or the tools to do that, check out PCBWay.com. I'll have a link to them down in the description of this video. If you're interested, there'll be like, I think, a $5 coupon for you. Check it out. No pressure though, just if you want to. Let's get back to the video. First of all, the reason why you're not going to save money most of the time trying to build your own FPV drone is because FPV drones now are relatively mass produced. I say relatively because it's still a niche market, but for what it is, there are so many models out there and they're just slapping them together and the manufacturers are just throwing them out the door. And in this case, let's say a 5-inch FPV drone. This one doesn't have propellers on it, but the propellers would be 5 inches in diameter. That it's so cheap for them to put all the parts together and put it on a drone and sell it to you already made. So here are the two big reasons why you might want to build your own drone. One is going to be for the experience. So if you like to tinker and you like to build things and build electronics and flying things, then you will enjoy the experience. So the experience of that and the educational aspect of that, of learning how to build your own flying robot, which is pretty cool. And then the other big reason is going to be customization. So if you know exactly what you want, or maybe you don't, but you want to test something out, you can do that. Maybe you got, I don't know, maybe you got a great deal on some motors or something. So you were able to like get some of the parts for cheap, and then you want to just buy the rest of the parts and slap them together. That could be a good reason. And eventually you kind of will need to learn how to build a drone, even if you don't build it from scratch, just in terms of repairing the drone and all of that. So that's a big aspect, as well as if you build it, you can repair it. That's kind of the idea when it comes to FPV drones in this whole, RC FPV community. So those are the two big reasons. I mean, that's pretty much it. Honestly, I build a lot of my own drones, partially for fun, partially for customization, but honestly, a lot of the drones out there, the FPV drones that are pre-built, they would do the job just fine. I mean, I'm actually looking at some different ones. I was thinking about the Sector 5, HGLRC Sector 5. They just came out with that because I had been using one of their frames and I liked it quite a bit. So I might check that out. Usually it's the motors is kind of the biggest factor in terms of like how the quad feels. So not so much in terms of, the flight controller or the ESC stack. The motors and the propellers are going to make the biggest difference. Now, I'm just going to say some ballpark numbers, and I'll put some more concrete numbers up on the screen, screenshots from like Get FPV and places like that. But generally, I mean, you're looking for an FPV freestyle type of drone. And what that means is it has a frame that can carry a GoPro, as opposed to a strictly racing style where you're not going to have a GoPro, because it's very common, very popular to carry an action camera. For this type of drone, you're looking at right around like $300 to $500. So it depends on whether you want to go with like a DJI digital FPV system, which is going to be the most expensive digital system, versus the cheapest FPV system, which is going to be analog, which is very old. It's been around for a long time. I mean, ever since people were doing FPV, it's been around. It's very cheap. It's very lightweight. The quality is not as good. And technically speaking, you do need to have like a ham radio operator's license to use that, technically speaking. But so those are kind of your two options. You can get a 5-inch FPV drone pre-built with analog right around $300 mark, like good, good quality, right around $300, and then it's going to add about $150 to go to that DJI digital FPV system. Now, keep in mind that I'm just talking about the drone here. You would have the goggles to think about. So the FPV goggles, they need to match whatever FPV system you're using. So if you're using DJI digital, you need to have the DJI goggles. If you're using analog, you can use any brand of analog goggles. So that's something to keep in mind in terms of the overall cost of getting into it. And then you're going to have your transmitter, your radio. But that's not, I mean, that's, separate. Like you just buy that once, but in terms of the drone, you're going to buy a receiver for each drone. So that's going to go into factor into building the drone itself. Really what it comes down to is, do you want to build? Do you like to build more than fly, or do you like to fly more than build? I know some people like to build more than they do like to actually fly. But I'll tell you this, if you're getting into FPV for the first time and you're like, oh, I got to build my own FPV drone so that I can, fly my drone and fix it, I would say don't do that. Don't try to build your drone and then fly it if it's your first one, because just the whole building and getting it to fly right, it's like a big process. And then so it might fly weird and you're like, I don't know, is this normal? Or did I mess something up when I was building it? So that's why I would suggest buy a ready-made one. And if it's your very first one, I wouldn't recommend getting a 5-inch FPV drone, like a freestyle FPV drone. I would get a little trainer, like the Emax Tiny Hawk, or the what do they call that? The Tiny Trainer or something, or something like that, a little micro that you could use. And that's a great way to get into FPV, but that's kind of a topic for another video. I hope this was helpful. Thanks for watching. If you have questions, comments about this, about building your own FPV drone, that's what we do here at RC with Adam. So leave them down below. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day, and I will see you again very soon.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Look what we have here. Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam, and in this video, basically I just want to show you what I had PCBWay make for me and show you that process in case you're interested in using their services as well. And in case you didn't guess, this video is sponsored by PCBWay. I did not pay for the process for this thing, and that's why I decided to make it this electroplated gold color, and so it looks like real gold kind of, which is pretty cool. So this model is the Dumb Pro 9. This is made to look and feel, most importantly feel, like a real GoPro on your drone. And so what you can do with it is it's two parts, and so you basically fill it with some weight on the inside, whatever you want to put in there to match the weight of a real GoPro, and then you screw on the bottom, and then you can attach it just like a regular GoPro mount with the two little tabs that fold down. These ones don't fold, these are fixed, but you know, it fits in those kinds of mounts. Or I guess you could just, you know, you could, if you print it yourself, you could just print it without the tabs, or you can just cut the tabs off and fit it into a, you know, non-tab style GoPro mount. So that would work as well. But I just want to show you how this turned out. I think it looks super awesome. It looks really, really neat. And I'm actually going to be giving this one away, so stay tuned for that. But let's get into the process of how to do this on PCBWay's website in case you want to do it as well. Okay, we're on PCBWay.com, and then what we're going to do is head over to CNC and 3D printing. I want to do 3D printing for this one, so I'm going to click on 3D printing right there. And then it's going to take me to this page, and this main box right here is where I can select my CAD files, and you can do STL, OBJ, STEP, or STP files. Mine is going to be STL, and you can also drag and drop, so I'm going to do that now. So I'm going to get, we'll start with the top half of the Dumb Pro. I'm just going to drag it onto the screen there, and you see that shows it right there. It's loaded. It gives me like a 3D image of it. And what I'm going to select, I want resin, and I think for this I'm just going to stick with the standard resin, standard white resin. So we have that selected. Color is just matte white. Process SLA, and the surface finish. And you'll notice there's this discrepancy warning, and they're basically just saying, you know, if we do two different batches of something, the color might not match exactly. So you might want to keep that in mind. But we're going to click on this to select the finish, and I actually want to do electroplating. And I think it'd be really cool to do gold to make it look like, you know, actual gold, like shiny, glossy gold. So I'm going to do vacuum plating, high gloss paint. And it's going to be in this yellow, or they call it a gold color. They also have silver, black, red, green, blue, but let's do gold. And I think, you know, matte would also look cool. It would kind of look like a gold bar maybe, but let's do high gloss, and let's click submit. And then all of this, you know, it updates the price and everything. Oh, actually, first thing, we need to do quantity. We need to do 1. There we go. Now it updates the price. Now I do want to bring to your attention where it says, note the price currently displayed in this system's pre-quotation for reference only, and the official quotation will be generated after manual review by engineer in according to the complexity of the part, structure, and process requirements. So a little bit of grammar there, but basically that's important. And so right here it says 52.52. My piece actually ended up costing $171.21 US dollars. So that's just, you know, take this with a grain of salt, because what you're going to do is you're actually going to submit your request, and then they're going to review it and then give you the actual cost of it, and then you can decide whether you want to go ahead with that order or not. And then technical drawings, we don't have any technical drawings. No inserts are going into this part, and we're not doing any silk screening or laser engraving. Maybe we will in the future. That'd be kind of cool. And parts assembly, no parts assembly required. I don't have any other special requests, and that's basically it.
to get this thing in here. So now below this, we have another spot where we can put in our second file. We're going to do our second piece here, which is the bottom half of the Dumb Pro. That's the part that actually has the GoPro mount and acts as the kind of the closure or the lid. So we want one. Okay, so that would only be $4.98. So if you didn't have the special finishes, this really would not cost that much. So I think I was looking through these different ones. Let's go with Somos Taurus. And then they also have a thing where they'll show you the material description, so you can kind of figure out which material you want. And we're going to do black SLA, and I'm not going to do any surface finish on this one. We'll just kind of keep the cost down. So the cost, we're looking at $12.45 for this one. So that's not too bad. We don't need to do any of these other options as well, and we don't have any more parts. So we can come back up here, and this is giving us our subtotal is $64.67, and then we can submit request, and you can create an account. You can get a $5 welcome bonus, or you can sign in if you already have an account. I already have an account, so I'm going to sign in, and then it's going to show up like this. So then they're saying, these are your parts. This is what you ordered. It's going to give you a product number for your new part. And then the status is being reviewed. So this is how it's going to end up when they're reviewing it. And then you'll get an update probably on here or through email. And they're going to say your order has been approved. And then you come back here and you can actually, put the order in and then pay for it and all that stuff and do the shipping and everything. Now, shipping, I just want to mention that for me, the shipping cost was $57.25, and that is quite a lot of money. That's US dollars. It was DHL, and that's pretty much the best way, but it's coming all the way from China, so that's just kind of how it goes. And now that we have that part taken care of, let's go back out to the field and wrap up this video with some flying around and just having a good old time. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this, and stay tuned for the next video is where I'm going to be doing the giveaway for this product. And do I want to do that? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. All right. I am going to be giving this away in the next video that I put out, and you'll see, I mean, it's going to say like giveaway video. This is what I will be giving away. And so comment over on that video if you want to win that. And I was going to do it in this video, but then I'm like, too many people might comment just about the thing itself and the process and all that stuff. So we'll do that on a separate video. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you're having a great day and getting out there and doing some flying. I know maybe it's crappy weather where you are, and that's no fun, but make the most of it. Maybe you can do some indoor flying or something like that. Just do something to I don't know, what do they say, spark joy or something, in your life, like get out of a rut, and go fly. All right, thanks for watching, everybody. Love you. See you. Bye. Yeah, I'm gonna just blast off of it. Okay.
Really thought I was gonna be able to keep up. Really thought.
Wasn't that high speed, but it felt like it. Oh, it's because I was going into the wind.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
It's always a soft landing with the PCB Way launch and land pillow. Thanks, PCB Way.
Okay, let's try a little hover, shall we? Ah, no. So that is what I wanted to show you to not do. Totally intentional experience for your education purposes. Yeah, yeah, all right, so durability testing. Phase 1 complete. Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. Today we're taking a look at the Potensic Atom SE mini camera drone. Is it any good or is it complete garbage? Find out at the end of this sentence. It is not complete garbage, but it's not as good as what it is trying to look like, which is a DJI mini drone. So, so what do you actually get for your money's worth? Well, you're looking at it right now. You should be seeing the image of what you get out of this camera, the video quality, and you can see how stable it is or is not. And you can determine pretty much from that whether this thing is going to do it for your video quality needs. This does not have a 3-axis stabilized gimbal. It has image stabilization, and that's why in the video you're seeing the bobbles and you're seeing the tilt of the drone, and that's because you don't have a gimbal to stabilize the camera real time in flight. So that's part of how you're saving that $150. So for me personally, my big thing in terms of thinking about this drone, if you're trying to compare it to a DJI quality, both in terms of construction and video image, end result quality, it falls short. It falls very, very short. But the price is also short of that price as well. So this guy right now is going at about $290 US on Amazon.com. But there is a $50 coupon currently also on Amazon.com. I haven't looked at the price anywhere else because a lot of people just buy from Amazon, so that's where I looked. So at $240, I still feel like that's a little high. I'd like to see this thing under $200 personally. But that's basically what you're going to get. And speaking of what you're going to get, what we're going to do with this video, I'm going to give you the bottom line like I am right now. And then I'm going to take you out to the field and give you my impressions, and you'll see like firsthand flying it and kind of how that went. And then I'll go ahead and do the unboxing and show you what comes with this kit that Potensic sent me, because they did send me this, by the way. Full disclosure, thank you, Potensic. We'll be giving this away, by the way. Stay tuned for that video. And then I will do a little disassembly because I decided to disassemble this just to see what was inside, and I'll go ahead and throw that in there, or I might put it in another video. I haven't decided yet. So if I had to sum up this drone in a sentence, I would say it is a very nice toy quality drone. It's higher than toy quality because it does use brushless motors and all that stuff. I'll put the specs up or have links to the specs because I feel like that's the person that is looking for this drone. You're not going to be comparing specs. That's kind of the whole thing. Like this, you would buy this drone if you are more price sensitive and you want to save $100, maybe $150, and get this instead of a DJI Mini 2, or maybe even just the older Mavic Mini. I think those would be potentially better options if you actually want good image quality, and like maybe this is for business or for vlogging, or maybe you want to use it for some real estate stuff. This would not be up to snuff. You would not want this. You would want at least something like the quality that you're going to get out of the DJI Mini or the Mini 2. And I know this video is not really about those drones, but if you're looking at this drone, you might have already seen those other drones, and those are kind of like the gold standard. The DJI drones are like the gold standard. If you look at this drone as almost like a DJI trainer drone, so almost like you like the idea of a DJI drone, but you really just want to have fun. You want to get a drone up in the air and have a camera and be like, oh, wow, cool. Isn't that neat? You can see things from up in the air, but you don't really care about having super smooth video. This actually could be a good option. And not having a gimbal could actually be a benefit in that it is much more durable. No. So that is what I wanted to show you to not do, because if you do that inside with light poles around, there's a good chance that you're going to hit a light pole. So I hope that everybody learned from that experience there. Totally intentional experience for your education purposes. Let's see what we got here. So, the good thing, this is one of the things I was thinking about, what might be the good thing about not having a actual gimbal, is that maybe it's actually more durable. All right, so props are a little bent up, but they're not too bad. I probably should have checked to make sure that they were really tight. So this one leg just kind of bent in. Nothing appears to be broken, because the gimbal is one of the most sensitive breakable parts of a camera drone, basically. And I see those broken all the time for sale on eBay, where everything else works, but the gimbal is broken. That's like the first thing to break when people crash their drone. And yes, when, not if. So yeah, that's actually it. What would seem like a downside of not having an actual gimbal is kind of an upside, depending on how you look at it. However, I will also say the tilt motor on the Atom SE is horrendous, and it's just very choppy. You'll see that when we take it out to the field. Speaking of that, let's head out there right now. I think I summed up everything in the bottom line. Let's go out to the field and show you the experience of this, and then if you're still interested, we will continue on to the unboxing kind of part, and I'll show you what's involved in this and a little bit of the setup to get this thing going. And you will need a smartphone, and you will have to download the Potensic app, and you will have to allow certain permissions like location permissions and things like that through the Potensic app. So whether that's trustworthy or not, I don't know. In here, and I'm using a SanDisk Extreme 32 gigabyte card. I use this for like my GoPros and stuff and the other DJI drones, so it will be plenty capable to handle this guy. All right, that's pretty much it that we need out of the bag itself. I need to get my telephone, stick the phone like that. Let's go ahead and turn this guy on. Turning on the transmitter. Download new firmware. Man, dude, I just downloaded this thing the other day. Download button to download it. For better flight experience, it is recommended to download the latest firmware immediately after connecting to the aircraft into the operation interface to upgrade. Well, all right, since I'm reviewing it, let's go ahead and download it. So let's say download. So I guess it's downloading it to my phone. So fortunately, I have 5G or 4G. So I have a data plan on my phone. If you didn't have a data plan on your phone and you're out in the field and didn't have Wi-Fi, you would not be very happy, because you would have to go back home or wherever you could get Wi-Fi to update stuff, and that's really annoying. But I think we can fly it without updating it, but for testing purposes, I'll just go ahead and update it right here. I mean, I guess at least they keep the firmware up to date, so that's good. So yeah, I had a few little run-ins while testing inside, but everything's okay. The propellers are all right. They're just a little scuffed up, and then I made sure that they were all tightened down with the little screws, that hold the propellers on. Okay, we're gonna power on the drone. We just updated the firmware. Short press and then a long press. Okay, it seems like a pretty fast kind of boot up time. Let's see here. Okay, camera firmware upgrades. Well, I already did the upgrade. I just did the upgrade, so what's the deal? Maybe it wasn't connected before? That's silly. Okay, all right, so I guess I hadn't upgraded because maybe it wasn't connected. All right, so let's let it upgrade now. See how that goes. So it's a camera upgrade apparently, unless they just mean the drone. They might just mean the drone. Okay, it's been about I don't know, maybe 5 minutes or so, and the drone just went doo 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 doo. So it okay. I thought we were connected. Okay, maybe we weren't. Okay, wait, are we? Okay, we are connected now, so I guess you just have to wait a while. All right, drone flight control upgrades. Upgrade information, optimize power on-off experience, optimize safety strategies for OPTI mode, added return to home altitude adjustment option, upgrade conditions, blah, blah, blah. Okay, okay. All right, so now we need to upgrade the flight control, apparently. That's disappointing. But I mean, again, like I said, it's nice that there are upgrades happening, but it's really annoying that it's like, hey, we decided to change something about how the drone works, and you can't fly your drone unless you update it first. So we get to decide if you can fly your drone or not, basically. Don't like that. All right, so let's back up a little bit. So again, camera settings, resolution ratio. That doesn't, you know, help much. I don't like that. Let's turn on that grid. Let's format the SD card just to make sure that, okay, make sure that's the correct one. Okay, so EV is really all that we have to change that. I'm mostly interested in the video, but if we want to switch to photo, we can switch to, let's say we want to do JPEG and RAW just to see what those look like. And all we can change is the EV setting. That's it. All right, so we have, let's see, I'm not sure what the, oh geez, man, I just accidentally tapped a little bit on the screen right there, and then it went back home. That's annoying. It is a little hard to hold the transmitter, I will say. It's a little tricky like this, and then it's also hard to put your thumb somewhere without touching the screen. And your thumbs are a little bit pinched. They have to come in a little bit too much as opposed to being out here. Okay, let's get this show on the road. What does that do? Oh, that's the intelligent mode. We'll play with those later, maybe. But let's just do some filming and see what it looks like. So let's go to our video mode. It sets a 2.7K. I don't want that. I want 4K, baby. That's what we came for, right? Okay, let's start her up. Actually, let's do, let's try the takeoff button. After this text is way too small right here. Pretty sure there's a snake in that grass. So we're gonna be extra careful about where we are. After sliding, confirm takeoff, the drone will take off and hover. Okay, cool. So we're gonna slide this. Oh, geez. That doesn't sound good. That sounds worse than it did earlier back at the office. Okay, so it is fighting the wind a little bit. I think that's why it's sounding like that. But you can see how much it's drifting around. Like it's drifting around a lot. Like a lot. It's kind of circling. It's going in circles. And I feel like it might be going a little bit out of control. Wait, nope, it's okay now. Okay, it calmed down a bit. Pretty sensitive. Okay, so the control mode, let's go on those 3 dots. The speed settings. Wait, beginner mode, aircraft will only fly at restricted speed. Yeah, let's turn that off. So speed settings, let's change it to video. And you can only do it, apparently, through this, menu. Flight fence, flight altitude, yeah, we want that to be like 400 feet. Distance limit, 98 feet. Let's, I don't know, make it a bunch. And then circling flight setting, I find that interesting. Radius, 33. And then that way. We'll try that out. Not quite sure how to get it to circle. Oh, what's on the screen? Condensation on the screen there. Alright, so the controls are supposed to be in video mode, but this thing is very agile, apparently. Not really seeing any difference there. So it won't let me switch to sport mode unless I'm above 8 meters. Alright, let's bring it back down to land if I can. Right back on here.
The controls are very sensitive. Okay, I'm coming into land. I can't control it apparently. I can't control it as it comes down. It just comes like straight down pretty much. So let's take a look at these sensors, make sure they're not blocked or anything. They look okay to me. The camera looks like it has a little smudge on it. That might have been my fault. I'll start recording. Let's go ahead and take it off manually. Okay. So you can see it's quite sensitive. This is supposed to be the video mode, which I would think would be less sensitive. I'm not sure. Goes pretty darn fast. But man, that video is bouncing around a lot. There's a lot of lag. Whole lot of lag on the video screen, that's for sure. I'm not sure if you can see that or not. So, all right. Well, let's see. It's really hard to do really slow movements here. I can kind of do a little bit of an orbit thing. The throttle is actually pretty good. It's actually pretty smooth on the throttle, on the up and down. That's nice. This scroll wheel is way too far down. It's the way that these tiny little things are like for tiny little hands, and this scroll wheel is way too far down. I want the scroll wheel to be like pretty much where this record button is. I'm trying to go upwards and it's like the choppiest thing like ever. So if we just kind of look at the ground, you can see how much the ground is moving. Let's bring it up. So I can tell that like I'm just tilted with the wind here. Maybe I can turn into the wind and that might be a little bit more manageable. Let's fly out over here a little bit. I see I can't even, it's not sensitive enough to try to like, oh gosh. All right, let's get it up real high. I know people give me such a hard time for flying really low. They're like, what are you doing? You're not supposed to fly that low. And I'm like, well, you know, that's where all the action is. Okay. All right, so let's get up here. Okay, we're still bouncing around. It's pointing way down for some reason. And, you know, I'm not like, this is crooked. Like, is this gonna look different once it's recorded? Because it looks crooked right now. It's supposed to have this shake vanish image stabilization or something, but this is more like, I don't know, I can't think of a good line for that, but it's not great. Okay, and there's no indicator of where the gimbal is, what the gimbal is looking at. So if I just push forward, like we're gonna fly in this direction, it is fairly smooth as long as you're not moving anything at all. The camera can kind of compensate, but as soon as you start to move, it doesn't do so well. So, oh gosh, all right, so let's kind of do a pull away shot here. So we're pulling the stick back. We can kind of, oh geez, all right, I was trying to do that nice and slow, but there's no control over the, well, it's not even really a gimbal, but like, or there's no fine control over the camera tilt. So when I tilt the camera, it just tends to be jerky and way too fast. There's like no expo on it, so that's not great. Why don't we bring it over here and try and see, like, what the heck is that, man? That's bad. That's bad. Let me try and orbit this light pole here. Okay. All right, so come down here at an angle. This is hard. This is not great. All right, so let's just try and orbit this light pole. Well, because of the lag and how the controls are, it's super hard to get this right. Okay, that actually looks halfway okay. If I just hold the controls and I don't move anything, we can kind of get an orbit out of it. Okay, but the horizon is not level, so the image is not level. This is looking like how it would be if I was orbiting with a FPV drone. But if I try to make some corrections, it will jump around drastically. So that's not great. Okay. Or if I try to tilt the camera, that looks awful. It's shaking all around. It's just crazy. All right, and then I let go, and this is what it looks like. Let's see if we can kind of get sort of close to this. See if I just make tiny little movements, and I'm having such a jerky motion on the camera. Because then if I try to make movements to correct the motion that I see on the camera, it messes things up even worse because the lag is so bad. All right, so that's cool. Let's take a photo of this. So let's just go. Let's press the camera button. All right, so let's press the video button to stop it, I guess. Okay, and then let's press the camera button to take a picture of that. Let's go ahead and take another one just in case. Oh, there we go. All right, let's take another one. Okay, let's lower the drone and tilt the gimbal up a little bit. Okay, let's take a picture of that. This is silly. It takes a long time to take a picture, man. Let's go ahead and take a picture. A 12 megapixel picture apparently. Let's go ahead and take another one, just in case that one didn't work. Okay, and again, we don't have any options for the shutter speed or anything like that. Okay, so you can see with those lines, the lines on the framing lines on the screen, you can see how off kilter the horizon is. Let's kind of lower, get lower. Low power, please exit the sport mode. Dude, what you say? You say I have like 8 minutes of flight time left. What do you mean low power? What are you talking about? Okay, so let's get out of sport mode then. Oh, it already exited me out. It's like, nah. You don't need to be in sport mode. You're gonna be in normal mode. And I'm like, well, what if I don't want to be in normal mode? All right, let's go back to the video. Got a little glitchy on the feed there. Okay, we're back in the video mode, and let's kind of come right around this tree if we can. Golly, gee, that's jumpy. Okay, let's kind of do a little fly. Okay, that's not smooth at all. Can't really do a smooth flyover thing, but let's fly right over the tree here. Let's kind of see what that looks like. Let's tilt the gimbal up slowly towards the horizon. Majestic reveal of the horizon, which is crooked. Okay, so anything but majestic and everything I just described, at least according to the feed here. So we're gonna go full forward and get real low to see what the video quality looks like there. So I want to see how low I can get. Kind of bring the, oh, that's full up tilt on the gimbal. Honestly, this thing is booking it like pretty darn fast. Like that is one thing that is actually pretty impressive about it. Let's see if I can try to smoothly fly this. I kind of can't. I'm trying to do a nice little turn here. Well, that wasn't so bad. All right, let's do a little flyby. So it's, you know, I mean, it's got some power, honestly. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, it raises up really well. It feels like it wants to be an FPV drone, I'll be honest with you. is kind of more of what this feels like. Like if you put an FPV flight controller, or a acro flight controller in here, which maybe that's what it is, honestly. Like that is kind of how this feels. We'll have to take that apart. I wonder if they basically just got, basically an FPV drone thing and then made it look like a Mavic Mini, which is funny because that's actually what I did. I don't know, maybe they thought, that could be interesting. All right, so yeah. Quite a bit of stopping distance there as well. Interesting, very interesting. Okay. All right, so we've got 4 minutes of flight time left. We should probably set her down. See if we can land it. And just barely could land it.
And now let's move on to the unboxing and setup and show you what you get in the package.
Let's see what's inside, if I would say. All right, let's just tear through this. Let's see what controller. Okay, well, drone itself. Okay, interesting. Band. Okay, oh wow, that's kind of overkill. It feels really cheap. Well, it feels very lightweight, which is easy to associate with being cheap. Okay, so these arms fold directly back. We have this shoulder strap. This is the actual manual. Okay, multi-language user manual. We have, let's see, 1 and 2 batteries. Lithium ion, 2500 milliamp hour, 7.2 volt nominal charge, 8.4 volt max charge, USB-C cable, what appears to be a full spare set of propellers, little tiny screwdriver with the propeller screws, adapter cables to go from USB-C to let's see, USB-C, micro USB, and Apple, what do they call that now, Lightning. So that's it. That's all that comes in there. Nicely padded though, nice, honestly a decently nice bag, not super high quality, but at least, oh, it's even got hard rubber on the bottom. Wow. But, it looks like it will protect it quite nicely. Ooh, that's kind of clever. Look at that. Interesting idea there. Okay. So we've got the typical buttons on here. Yeah, there we go. We have a scroll wheel, like a takeoff and landing button. This thing must have a battery in here. 2200 milliamp hour, 3.7 volt battery. So that's actually pretty nice that you don't have to use like AA's or something. It does have a USB-C port. The phone that I'll be using is a Samsung Galaxy Note 8, and so it's kind of older, and it's fairly long, although phones these days are so huge. Oh, it fits. Look at that. It fits. Okay. All right. We'll be right back. Okay, so we've got USB-C to USB-C. So I'm going to take this QR code, scan it with my phone. That's going to pop up. Let's get the Potensic app. Let's go ahead and download that. I'm going to go to Google. Let's go ahead and tap on that. Okay. Welcome to Potensic Pro. In order to protect your personal information without your consent, we will not obtain or share information provided to you from third parties. Sensitive information such as location will not be turned on by default and will only be turned on when using the function with explicit authorization. That actually sounds like good. That sounds like a good thing, which makes me suspicious of it, but okay, we'll hit agree. All right, so now I don't want to register. What if I don't want to register? Like, can I not register? Could I just not? Please, could I please not register? Okay, select device model.
Atom SC, Dreamer Pro. Okay, so we have the Atom SE, Sierra Echo. Mount the phone on the remote control and connect the OTG tablet, OTG cable. Install the joysticks, press the long power button there, and then pull this out so it fits. Okay, open the Potensic Pro to handle Android AOA interface. So let's say OK. All right, so now they say unfold the drone arms and make sure they are not crossed. Insert the smart battery and make sure the battery buckle is out. Like so. There we go. All right, so the aircraft needs to obtain flight location information to ensure save flight records, store captured. Please allow access to your location information. So I don't really want to, so I'm going to hit cancel. What happens? And we're back. All right, so now it's saying click this thing to preview this required content or something. Okay, so we're going to click that. Now we're going to click that. We have to do the tutorial apparently. So tutorial instructions. Okay. Click to see how to connect the current model. Display the connection status of the drone and okay. So it's connected. Okay. All right, so let's hit enter device. I mean, like, what if I don't want to? Like, what if I don't want that? They're just like, yeah, well, too bad. That's how it's gonna go. All right, so compass calibration. Please stay away from metals. Hold the drone more than 1.5 meters above the ground, and rotate the drone according to the animation instructions. Start calibration. Okay.
Please rotate the drone horizontally.
Horizontally. Okay. Am I going the right way? Okay, now vertically. All right, so you can just do this. You don't actually have to like spin in a circle. It's kind of funny. All right, I can definitely feel the hardware on the drone getting warm just from this.
Calibrated successfully.
All right, calibrated successfully. There I am. Let's put that up against the wall. That actually looks fairly good. We'll see how the lag goes when it gets farther away. No GPS, take off with caution. It's connected. Let's just see if we can start the motors. Whoa! That's always fun. Okay, let's... Oh, they just shut off if they're not doing anything. Interesting. Okay, let's try a little hover, shall we? Ah! No! So that is what I wanted to show you to not do, because if you do that inside with light poles around, there's a good chance that you're going to hit a light pole. So I hope that everybody learned from that experience there. Totally intentional experience for your education purposes. So, don't do that, because I'm a professional, so I can make mistakes. All right. Okay, good. So, yeah. Yeah, all right. So durability testing. Phase 1 complete. Let's see what we got here. So, the good thing, this is one of the things I was thinking about, what might be the good thing about not having a actual gimbal, is that maybe it's actually more durable. All right, so props are a little bent up, but they're not too bad. I probably should have checked to make sure that they were really tight. So this one leg just kind of bent in. Nothing appears to be broken. Camera seems to be okay. All right, that was a pretty soft crash. Good test of the system. All right, and the camera is still working. Now, what I'm going to do is when I take this off again, I'm going to go into at least a much larger room or outside and see what's going on, because maybe there's something weird about the calibration, or maybe it has to have some more room to stabilize. If you leave it on for quite a while, it starts doing those beeps just like an FPV drone. So it says the camera is overheated with this little thing, this little temperature sensor that comes up. That's because it's not flying. So I'm going to go ahead and shut it off. Press and long press. And it should shut off. We'll just let the camera cool. And then we'll take it out like when it's not raining or something. And give it a try. Okay, interesting stuff. And that's going to do it. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope this was helpful to you. If it was, or if you have any questions, leave me a comment down below and maybe I or someone else will be able to help you out. Stay tuned for that giveaway video, and I will see you again very soon.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam, and today in this video we're taking a look at the RCwithAdam P20 Plus laser engraver and cutting machine. So bottom line up front, just like in all of my videos, let me cut to the chase here, because if you're watching this, it means you're wondering if you should buy the RCwithAdam P20 Plus, because otherwise why would you watch a review for a tool that you already have? I mean, I might do that maybe, but anyway, it looks like the biggest competitor compared to this one is going to be the Xtool D1 Pro. Okay, so here's the thing. Should you go between that or this one? Well, I'm going to say you should buy this one. Why? Because this is the one that I have, and this company sent this to me. I'm only kind of kidding. But here's the thing. This really does seem to be like one of the best diode lasers on the market, and that is to differentiate between the CO2 lasers, which tend to be very expensive just to start out with. So let's get the price out of the way, because I know that's a big thing. This we're looking at right under $1,000. If you buy it off of Amazon, it's going to be like $9.99, and then if you buy it from the RCwithAdam website, links in the description, we're looking at $849.99 with Air Assist. So actually that is actually a really good deal. You know, of course they say the kind of the suggested price is $1299.99. So I mean, that's kind of typical of companies. They say it's a lot, but then they actually charge you like a smaller amount, and they say it's like a limited time thing. But anyway, that's actually a good price there. Basically, if you're looking to buy a 20-watt diode laser, I really think this is going to be a good one. And part of why I think that is because of how I've used it and my experience, and also because of what other more experienced people have said. So if you want to see a really great in-depth comparison and also some other good reviews, I'm going to have links in the description of this video. And that brings us to kind of the caveat / disclaimer portion before I begin talking more about this. And that is, first of all, RCwithAdam has sent this to me free of charge to keep for this review. So obviously that creates an inescapable incentive, even if it's subconscious, for me to give this one a good review, because it's like, hey, here's a free thing, do you like it? And it's like, oh, of course I like free things, thank you, this is the best thing ever. So I really try hard to not do that, but that leads us to kind of the second thing, which is that I am actually a laser novice, and so maybe this is a good thing in a good way for this kind of to get this perspective on this laser. I've really only used the Focus FE20, and I have a review up on that. And so that is a cheap, to kind of contrast this, the Focus FE20 is a very cheap laser, and it uses basically kind of like 3D printer frame style parts, you know, aluminum extrusions and that sort of thing, and some, you know, plastic pieces. So it's much cheaper and far less powerful. So just for contrast, that laser, the FE20, was like a 5-watt laser, and it was just, you know, it wasn't a super rigid frame and all this stuff, and I think that was around $200. And this one, the P20 Plus, you know, it's got a 20-watt laser and a very, very rigid aluminum frame, very solid, and a lot of other features. And so that, in case you're wondering, that we're kind of going into the review now, that is the big difference of like, why would you pay this much money for this laser versus a cheaper laser? You know, that's also going to go into longevity. So if you plan on using the laser a lot, that's going to, you know, come into play kind of more of a long run kind of thing. So if you only plan on doing a couple projects, then maybe you wouldn't want to spend this much in a laser. The other thing that you're going to get along with like that more powerful laser is the ability to cut things as opposed to just engrave.
Whoa, look at it blast through that. So cool.
This thing is powerful. I was very surprised actually at how easily it could cut through wood, like the wood samples that they provided. I didn't do super in-depth, like a ton of testing in the cutting department because that's not really what I was trying to do. But like I said, but I did try some of that, and there are some examples of that in the videos that I list in the description below. So anyway, you get a more powerful laser. That's like the big difference. Here are some of the things that I tested out. I tested out metal.
2,000 millimeters per minute at 50% power, and I think that turned out quite nicely. We probably could have gone with a little bit more power. And these are aluminum black painted dog tags, shiny. Bought these off of Amazon as well. Oh wow. Oh wow, look at that. Man, that is so cool. That's why this is like the instant customization machine, man. Like
Wood.
30% power. So I'm probably gonna have to abort this because it's smoking like a lot. Alright, let's test out the emergency stop tool. So the so the air assist is still going there, and that's why it was causing it to smoke like that. Alright, so yeah, we're just super burning through that wood. I mean, just burning it down. So, okay, lesson learned, we don't want to actually go that slow. That's way too much, way too slow to go for this. Because really, you know, you want to be within like a power range, so to speak. So taking a look at the results here. It burned through that really good. Look at that. Wow. Dang, that's actually really impressive. I was not expecting that at all. So no wonder there was so much smoke. Interestingly, this guy at 20% power didn't really, seems to not really have cut through very much. Like just a few layers of this plywood. And this, for reference, this is birch hardwood. There's the item number for you. I got this from Lowe's. I can definitely feel like a lot of engraving, so like it's really actually engraving. It's not just burning, which I find interesting. I'm not sure if that's like, I don't know, I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's kind of cool because it does give like a three-dimensional nature to it. But I think I just need, you know, I think it comes down to playing with the power settings and the image mode and all that stuff to get a really good, you know, photographic image out of this. Next up, we're gonna try a clear glass coaster. I don't think I've tried to engrave on glass before, so let's kind of just see what happens here. This will be our test. We'll put it right about there. Go ahead and drop our focusing thing down. Tighten that down. Put it back, and okay, cool. Now let's hold it. Alright, let's send it home.
6,000 millimeters per minute at 30% power. No air assist. Oh wow, I think it's actually working. I'm very surprised by that. Oh wow. That's crazy. Wait, is it burning to the table? What's going on here? Well, that's so weird. So the backside of it, well, it was clearly engraved onto the table. So the backside is like sticky, I think from the residue of the table. So let me clean this off. For the next experiment, we're going to do the same kind of glass coaster, but I've spray painted the bottom of it black. Now, we'll try both sides and see what difference it makes. So let's try first going through the clear side towards the spray painted black side. 50% power at 1,000 millimeters per minute. And start. Oh wow, yeah, it is definitely making that spray paint like pop. Wow. Okay, so yeah, blast it through once again. This looks like really burnt-y. That looks not great. But that looks good. On that side, it looks... Oh yeah, I can feel that. Oh yeah. Whoa. That looks pretty cool. I'm going to flip it so that we are lasering on the paint side. And again, we're running at the suggested power setting of 1,000 millimeters per minute at 50% power, 50% power. So, we're done with that. We just finished this test. It did not burn through. Wait, no, it might have. I can't really tell. Interestingly enough, I think it's more etched. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's definitely etched, that's for sure. I think that may have etched through to the other side as well, which is not what we want. So it would have been better to go through the clear side, I think. This is now what it looks like, having been cleaned up with acetone, so the paint has been removed from that area. I still can't get the paint out of the tiny, tiny little spots. I don't know if I'd need to soak it or what. Maybe scrub it with a toothbrush. But I think it definitely turned out better going through the glass instead of spray painting on or lasering the spray paint. The next test is going to be kind of the same thing, but now I'm going to use this coaster that's been spray painted with this translucent blue Krylon spray paint. It's supposed to kind of look like sea glass, they call it. So we'll try this out and see how that works. So I'm going to wipe off the glass here and go through the glass and zap the spray paint on the back. And yeah, so this should be not backwards as it is, and I am not using the air assist right now. That looks super cool. Whoa. Wow, that looks crazy. That looks so crazy. How does that look? And oh, whoa, that looks pretty cool actually. Even with the burn marks, look at that. That's pretty neat actually. That's a good look right there. I like that blue. You do still kind of see the black part. So possibly
I don't know if it'd be good to like tape it or what. That's super crazy though. Oh, that looks good though. Look at that. That's cool.
Acrylic.
Whoa, that looks so crazy. Whoa, that's cool. That looks cool. Look at that. Whoa. Now you gotta be careful with that because it just throws light everywhere. Oh my god. Whoa. Is our air assist on? Let's turn it on. Let's get that air assist going. Okay, you know what? Actually. Wow. That was intense. Okay, so it didn't actually cut through it. Like it kind of melted it. It didn't actually cut through it. Interesting. Let's try this little piece of black, some sort of plastic that was provided as a test piece. We're just going to cut a little circle into it. Okay. Dang, that's making a lot of smoke. Yeah, I definitely need to get an enclosure for this one, I would say. Alright. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, that was definitely enough. It melted right through it. That's pretty cool. So you can definitely cut through some plastics, alright. Okay, next up
Tile.
we've got this coaster here, and this is a coaster I purchased from Amazon. It's not coated, so it's made for like to use as a project to turn into something, so it doesn't have a gloss coating on it. So I've sprayed it with that same translucent sea glass spray paint. What I'm really trying to do is just take the paint off. So let's just try it at 1,020%. No, it's okay. It's not amazingly special. It's kind of cool that it's still a blue color. It's actually still blue, and the burn marks seem to wipe right off, or whatever residue kind of powder there is. So that's pretty cool too, actually. 80% power, 1,000 millimeters per minute. Let's do it. Oh yeah, you can hear it sizzling. You can hear it sizzling. Alright, let's take a look at this baby. It looks much better than I thought. I just wiped all the powder residue from the ceramic off of there. And look at that. That's actually really impressive. I think that turned out really nicely. It's not super perfect. You know, the wingtip is just a little not perfect. And there's kind of this dark blue ghost kind of border around it in certain light, but maybe that'll wash off. I'm not sure. It's that's deep in there.
And foam board. The foam board I'm especially excited about because as you may recognize, those cut lines that I tested out are for the BAT, the Backyard Airplane Trainer RC airplane that I designed and have not used in a while. Actually, I haven't flown one or built one in a long time, but I'm gonna bring it back. So if you are interested in getting some laser cut plans or even getting the laser getting those or whatever. Keep bugging me about those because that is on the plan docket thing. Now, let me say something about the foam board here. So even though this is a very powerful diode laser, the problem is with a diode laser, it is called a visible light laser. The laser needs to be able to concentrate into the material. Now, the problem with this white foam core board or foam board is that it's able to cut through the top paper layer just fine because the paper absorbs that energy and blackens, and it just basically cuts through. But the light gets scattered when it hits the white foam core. And so what happens is all that energy kind of gets dispersed, and so it doesn't really cut through very well. What ends up happening is either it doesn't cut and kind of nothing happens, or if you go too slowly and use too much power, you end up burning all the way through it and actually melting the foam. So that's not good either. So what I'm going to do is basically set this up to cut through the first layer of the paper, and then I can just take a razor blade and make the rest of the cuts. And that'll still be a way faster process than having to, measure out the cuts and line up the cuts and then cut them. And this way I can cut out multiple planes super quickly. I think in terms of actually just cutting straight through this foam, like the flight test planes are, that's going to need a more powerful or a CO2 laser to be able to do that. So that's kind of an interesting thing. You'd think it'd be able to cut through, little 6 millimeter foam core. Like, what? Can't it do that? But nope. Turns out the laws of physics and light override that desire, which is a bummer. But that's okay. I'm still going to make it work. All right, folks, that's the review portion for you. If you're still interested in this thing and you're thinking about getting it, well, links down in the description below this video to where you can get that, and I'll put a coupon code in there if I can. Again, thanks to A2Zer for reaching out to me and offering, to provide this to me, because we're going to be able to do some cool stuff with this for the channel. So I hope it was helpful. I don't really like to just get free stuff and then say, oh yeah, it's cool or whatever. I really try hard to give you some value with it. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you have a great time lasering stuff and flying, and hopefully we'll put this to good use. Keep bugging me about the build plans for the bat because I need to update those. Have a fantastic day, everybody. Love you. See ya. Bye.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam. Today we're taking a look at these MEPS or MEPsking motors. And as always, I don't like to waste your time because I know it's important. So I'm going to give you the bottom line up front. Here's the bottom line. These are good motors. These seem to be high quality motors, but I don't see any reason to buy these over other motors that may cost less or be more readily available. Thank you and goodbye. Now clap your hands. Okay, I know. I have to do more than that when I review something. Well, here's the deal. MEPsking sent me these motors to test out. I got the 4 different color options for the 2207 1950 kV motor that handles up to a 6S battery. That's what I tested these on, a 6-cell battery. And I slapped them on a new quad build. Kind of a janky build, I'll be honest with you, because I had to fit the DJI Air unit in there, and also you'll notice you may hear some warbling sounds. That's because I'm having flight controller issues with this particular flight controller. It's a Newbie Drone Infinity all-in-one flight controller, which is a real bummer because I really thought that was going to be good, but that's not what this video is about. This video is about the motors. So the motors, they're good quality motors. I like that the windings, the copper windings, are of a thicker gauge wire. I know there's like scientific data to back up that, but it's kind of a personal preference. I like the thicker windings because I think that they handle the amperage loads better, and they're less likely to be damaged. But maybe that's just kind of personal preference. But like I said, these are good motors. They seem to be well built. They have taken several crashes quite well. I've gotten them a little gritty, but they have kept on trucking. And I have checked the shaft of the shaft of all the motors, and they are not bent as far as I can tell. Just by a visual inspection. So they're good motors, but here's the problem is that right now you can only get them from Mepsking, the Mepsking website, mepsking.com, and I'll have a link to them down in the description below this video. And so to me, that's like an extra thing of having to order from that website and then have it shipped from China and take 1 to 2 weeks to get to you, and then having to pay shipping for that, in addition to whatever else you might need to order for your quad build, from Get FPV or Pyrodrone or Race Day quads. Now, something kind of interesting to note is that, so the Mepsking or Meps, I don't understand because it's Mepsking, but the branding seems to be mostly Meps, like MEPS. I'm not sure what's up with that, but they seem like a newer company. Their website has been more developed since I first was contacted by them about a month ago. So I don't know. Maybe they will be getting more popular in the market. It just so happens that the invoice that they sent me along with the motors has a T-Motor logo on the letterhead. So I don't know if these are just rebranded T-Motor motors. I mean, if they are, that's a good thing because T-Motor makes some good motors. But I'm not sure what's up with that. So and that's kind of the other thing is there are so many motor brands and models and versions out there and they're all so good that it really. I was just kind of thinking why is there another motor manufacturer? What is it that really stands out about these motors, that really makes them different? And I asked the people from MEPS that, and they kind of they said pretty much what they say on the website, that they're using high quality materials, new types of aluminum and stuff like that. And the thing is none of that is really, that's not exactly a feature. That's something that shows over a long period of time. And I feel like they're not doing a very good job of conveying that on their website, or to me as a reviewer who's going to be telling you guys about them. So that's basically, that's what I have to say about that. I'm trying to figure out why I would suggest these motors over other motors, but aside from the design of the motor bell, I can't tell that there's any noticeable benefit of the added steps of ordering your motors separately from a separate company, a separate website. And then the price on these motors, we're looking right about $20 to $25 for these motors. So pretty much, I mean, that's not a cheap motor, but it's also not super expensive. Cheap is going to be, less than 20. Actually, cheap is less than 15. Average or good price is 15 to 20, and then more expensive is 20 to 25, and then 30 is top of the line, 25 to 30. So anyway, so these are kind of they're kind of mid high grade motors, I would say. So yeah, that's all I got to say about them. If you're using these motors, leave a comment down in the description below, and I am just going to leave you with some flight footage here, and I just hope you enjoy that. I hope you have a fantastic day, and I will see you again very soon. Bye.
making sure they're working good, and
we get bars in our goggles that show.
Hey guys, welcome back to RC with Adam. I got this drone off one of the internets, but it don't work too good. It's alright, I guess, but let's say we make it into something real special. Stick around, let's do it. Let's do it, let's go. Ooh, get on it. Yes, turn me into something really special. That is exactly what I want. I want you to turn me into something very special. Alright, little drone, you got it. All right. Take apart the battery. 4 seconds. Oh, it's with the place. Oh, that is perfect. What? This part right here is not good. What's that? Alright guys, while I'm finishing up this build, I want to say thanks to PCBWay for sponsoring this video. PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards, that's what PCB stands for, and they have all kinds of components and all kinds of circuit boards. They even have a service where they'll make the whole thing to your specifications and then test it out for you before they send it to you, so it's ready to rock and roll when it gets to your door. That's pretty cool. But hey, if you don't like PCBways, they got another service called Rapid Prototyping, and I like the rapid part because I tell you what, I like to prototype. Okay, I'm always making stuff like this crazy thing right here, and if you're like me, you might want to check them out because they got the CNC machining, they got the sheet metal bending, they got the injection molding, and the 3D printing, all kinds of materials. You just upload your file and shabam wham, they get it to you. I mean, unless they can't do it, but they probably can. But anyway, it's a pretty good system. I've used them. I like them. You might want to take a look at it. Link down in the description below, PCBWay.com. All right, looks like I'm about done. Let's get back to it.
Probably work on this later. It works. It works. It's kind of shaky, but it works. Ha!
Stop the motor. All right, let's try that again. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam. Today we're at Flight Fest 2022, checking in with Sebastian. He made other stuff at previous Flight Fests, like the Giant Kraken.
What kind of batteries you got on there?
All right, real quick, hold on. We got
Ooh. Doing a go around. Oh!
And other things. This year, he's working on...
I'm building a 200% Bloody Baron.
Will it fly? Will it even take off? Hey, you're not supposed to show them that part yet. Alright, fine. Alright, it will fly. It is amazing. But so stay tuned, because there's going to be some crazy flight footage that I won't show you until... Hey, you're supposed to save it, so they keep watching. Alright, fine, okay. Anyway, check out more amazing flight footage later in the video. While they're putting this together and doing the flight checks, I want to say thanks to PCBWay for sponsoring this video. PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards. That's what PCB stands for. So if you're working on a custom electronics project, you should check out PCBWay, because they've got thousands of types and designs. And I don't know where my accent is going. It's rough today, sorry about that. And they can even assemble it for you and test it before it arrives at your door for an extra fee, which is pretty cool. Not the fee part, but the other thing that I said. But hey, if PCBways aren't your thing, check out the rapid prototyping services, because if you're like me and you like building stuff but you don't have certain tools, you might want to check out PCBWay, because they can sheet metal bend stuff and CNC machine it and injection mold it and even 3D print it in all kinds of materials. If that sounds interesting, take a look at the link down in the description below to PCBWay, and let's get back to this Bloody Baron.
So this is actually the same powertrain that I used in the Giant Kraken build that really dominated combat back in like 2018.
That's right. That was pretty epic.
Yeah, that tore some airplanes apart. So this Bloody Baron has a fiberglass wingtip. It's got a 2x1 spar all the way through, expansion foam.
Oh, wow.
I got a bunch of reinforcements. So
Oh dang! Oh, fiber.
yeah, so the whole thing is
That's like soft.
it's fiberglass.
Very nice.
So I'm gonna try and maiden it before the 2 o'clock combat, and we'll see. It should be stabilized and everything.
Very good, sir.
Yeah.
Continue building.
East Build Center. You can go be a part of that. We're going to be giving some stuff away from them, some tools, and you're not going to want to miss the launch of that product. Unbelievable.
Landing right to left.
Little in the grass, on the field.
Nice job, dude.
I saw the people on the runway, and I was like, I can't do the approach from down there. I don't want to hit
Yeah.
anybody. But
I mean, it
I
looks
don't
good,
think it took
dude.
any damage.
Looks
Because it
fast.
just cut through. Yeah, it is faster with this big prop, and it is way thicker. It's probably going to cut through planes instead of break this time.
All right.
So we're going to charge this battery all the way and take it out.
Do it. Yeah, let's mount my camera on there too.
All right, let's go do
Not
that at
this
the
camera,
table.
different camera.
Yeah.
All right, those of you that need the runway
Ready?
on. Wait for these guys.
Oh my goodness! Holy smokes, that was a close one! Wow, 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 would you look at that? I can't believe that actually happened!
But I think we'll find him because he has a, there he is. He has a super long white streamer that was still attached. And there he is. Over there. Wow. All right, dude.
Yeah. So
How is it?
Well, the motor came off.
Oh, wow. That
Yeah.
definitely, wow.
So I
Of
think
all
what-
the things.
Yeah. So I didn't vibrotype these on the Kraken, and I noticed that on the other motor, but I swapped them because I thought something was wrong with the other motor before this combat, and I guess when I must have hit Peter,
Did it rip the screws out or did it?
it ripped the screws out,
actually-
and this motor actually is like spinning.
Wow,
in
wow,
the
wow, wow,
and I
wow.
ripped out
Dang.
the C wire, but it's okay. I have a spare motor.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Well, that just goes to show you made everything else so strong.
Yeah, so
that-
nothing else broke except for the foam right
Yeah.
here, and everything else is totally fine.
Dang.
The wing is good,
And the
so-
camera's still on there, so
and the camera's still on there.
I'll probably put up like the full flight on YouTube
Yeah,
or something
we can
just
see.
so you
what
can
might
watch
have
it.
happened is when I hit it, this kind of loosened up and got janky.
And it
because
just
this,
started
yeah, also this
shaking.
motor is loose. The prop is
Oh,
loose
the
now,
prop was just, it's not a lock nut, yeah.
so it could have been that.
Dang. Well, it's
So
pretty easy to
things
find
learn
though,
from.
so that's
Make sure
good.
I secure my motor with a lock nut and Vibrotight. the
Yeah,
motor
lock
screws.
nut and vibrate. Is that a brand of Loctite?
Yeah, it's specifically made for high vibration.
Oh, Vibratite.
Yeah,
Never
my
heard
friend
of
at
it.
a lab who used to put, or still does, put bombs on F-16s. They use Vibratite.
Okay.
So I would use Vibratite.
Cool. Cool.
But yeah, the
deal.
rest of it's good. So if I can just repair this section, it's good for another
Cool.
combat.
Nice. That was fun. Well,
return.
if that was the last one, that was a pretty good one.
Yeah, I might just swap the motor and see if it works without this ESC and repair it, because that's a pretty easy thing to do.
Yeah.
If there's a combat tomorrow, I can just chuck it up in there.
All right.
Pretty good. I hit Peter.
Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Stay tuned for more, and I will see you again very soon. Now be like Sebastian and get out there and fly something. And it's turning into an Australian accent, and I apologise for any people groups that I've offended with my accent, except I don't apologise because it's my accent. I'll do better next time. Ah!
Oh.
So we're left with though, but
RF signal critical.
Rattling so much.
from here, I think. Right.
All right. Feel the power.
It's like right overhead.
Just do a nice little landing over here. Taking off. Oh, jeez. Why does the reception get so bad, man? That sucks. Wow. Yeah, it's kind of rough. That's kind of rough in there. All right, let's bring it back over here. Oh, that didn't sound good. That sounded like a snap. What was that? What was that? Oh. Oh. Okay, I think... Oh, the arms are actually okay. Wow. Okay, cool. So the arms are actually all right. This thing, the go-to got messed up, but this got messed up right here. Okay, so the bottom snapped out. That's what that snap was. You'd think it wouldn't snap because it would hit and not snap, but apparently it snapped. So, all right, well, that was the last flight for this guy right now. Thanks for watching, everybody. Go out there, build something, fly something, crash well, and I will see you again very soon.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. What you're looking at right now is called the Mini Hawk. It's a 3-motor VTOL aircraft, and this one is 3D printed, it's 3D printable, and actually open source as well. We're going to take a look at this aircraft and chase it around, and we're going to get some backstory from its designer, Steve Carlson. We're going to do all that right after I say thanks to PCBWay for sponsoring this video. In case you don't know, PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards, that's what PCB stands for, and they have thousands of components to choose from and can even assemble all those components per your specifications and put it on the board and test it before it even arrives at your door to make sure it's working. If PCBs aren't your thing though, they also offer rapid prototyping services to include sheet metal bending, CNC machining, 3D printing, and injection molding, and in various materials to suit your project needs. If that sounds interesting, I'll have a link to them down in the description below this video, and you can check them out. And I believe there's a $5 new person coupon if you use my link. If that sounds at all interesting, check them out in the description below this video. Now, let's get back to the Mini Hawk.
I've been designing RC airplanes my entire life, from when I was just in, grade school, drawing airplanes on the back of my homework assignments, all the way through model rockets and designing my own RC airplanes and going to the International Science and Engineering Fair as a high school student with my own UAV designs. Suffice it to say, I've been doing this for a while, and when you and I first met there in DC, you saw me carrying around the very first prototype of the Mini Hawk. The Mini Hawk was my second generation VTOL design. Some years prior, I'd made a VTOL using multi-wii, which was the great-great-granddaddy of Betaflight. And that VTOL flew pretty well, and I'd written a paper about that in my college years. So I had, at that point, been in Boston for 2.5 years, and I still had my Autodesk Inventor license, educational versions. I'd gotten a 3D printer, and I wanted to make a mostly open access, anyone can print, minimal viable VTOL. I designed this most of the way by the time it was, March and April of 2020. And when I showed up to do grad school here, I was elated and surprised that, hey, my advisor's like, would you like to keep going with this? So I've continued to develop this, and I have thus far successfully finished, or at least converged the design to a very viable design. So what you see here is a VTOL, which is in the tricopter tilt rotor configuration. So we have two rotors right here that can tilt. So each of those goes forward independently. And then we have a rear rotor that is only for lifting. So that rear rotor here only produces lift when it's in hover mode. And when it goes into forward flight, if you use these gym fan folding props, they'll just fold back in the airflow, and it's the least amount of drag you can do. I like the tricopter configuration because it is the simplest and the cheapest way to do a VTOL. It doesn't require like a quad plane where you have to have 4 rotors plus a puller, and there are other variants where they only do 4 rotors, where you have the front 2 rotors that tilt forward, but you still have at least 2 propellers that are just dead weight and drag. Even if you try to clean it up, having the props rotate and align themselves with the flow, it still is complicated. You only need 1 dead propeller, 1 dead weight motor in the back for the tricopter configuration, and then you're wildly overpowered when you have this twin motor design here. And there is a mild compromise, though. You have the mechanical complexity of having 2 servos. A lot of designers don't like that, and larger VTOLs, and especially those separate lift plus thrust configurations like a quad plane, they don't want to have the added mechanical complexity of having tilting mechanisms. But in my case, I like the tilting mechanism. It just feels cleaner, and I just like it. It's a tradition, I suppose, from my past experience of the last decade doing VTOL. But the other compromise is that now your front rotors have to double as a forward flight propulsion system, but they also have to have sufficiently low disk loading and proper control authority for when you're in hover. So we do have a mildly complicated optimization problem trying to get these front rotors to go in the Goldilocks zone. Not too much thrust, not too little thrust. Last October, September-October, we did a demonstration with this where it actually did the migratory mission. It actually went in the desert, and technically multi-day mission. It was really 24 hours since we didn't want to camp out for multiple days in the desert. It was hard enough doing one day. But this guy here, actually, we set him down in the desert, and for 3.5 hops, basically, it took off, flew to a site and landed, charged itself, took off, flew to another site, landed there, charged itself, took off, flew itself back to the home base and landed, and that was the end of the day after 24 hours. On the bottom, I'll show you the bottom of this vehicle, we have multiple cameras. We have something called the Intel T265 tracking camera. It actually uses 2 cameras here in stereo vision, to do something called visual SLAM, simultaneous localization and mapping. What this is technically called is a visual inertial odometry sensor. So this guy doesn't exactly return a structured map of the environment. There are other cameras that do that, though, from the same family. What this one does specifically, though, is it looks straight down at the ground and it provides very, very accurate movement information. It's essentially what you have in most DJI drones and commercial level drones. We just wanted to have it here in our research grade vehicle. So that way, even though GPS gets us to about 20 centimeters of spatial resolution, the T265 gets us to about 2 centimeters of accuracy. The other camera is a standard USB camera that we can put on different lenses. That USB camera allows us to take high resolution imagery, and in this thing's case, we use it for stuff like landing on top of Spot. Would you like to see the robot dog?
Yes.
This is the Boston Dynamics Spot. Costs a pretty penny. We're probably one of the only labs in the state that has one. There might be other labs we don't know about.
It's just like videos. Oh my gosh. Whoa. That's like super cool and also terrifying. Like it's
Yes, we have a landing pad for Spot. I'm going to show you. It's on the back of Spot, just about like this. Let's see how these with endearing names. So this one is called Nosy Nicky the Orange. It used to be called Nosy Nicky the Gray, and then it died, sort of, like Gandalf, and now it came back as Nosy Nicky the Orange with an orange body instead of a gray body. So Nosy Nicky the Orange, this guy has a few wires on landing legs. I mentioned the solar-powered airplane there. It has 5 to 10 watts that can charge itself on. That takes about 4 hours, 3.5 hours on a sunny day to charge. But what if we wanted to have this vehicle charge a little bit faster, but we still want to have it be mostly autonomous? That's why we have these cables here, and those are going to connect to, if you zoom in on the middle finger here, we have electrical contacts. So we've got an electrical contact there, and another, if you want to go to this side, another electrical contact.
Ah, okay.
So these fingers rotate, so it will capture, as soon as it lands, it will capture the Mini-Hawk. So we would have the fingers just like that, and then the Mini-Hawk is pretty well captured at that point.
And then it makes contact and it charges?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Wow.
And then when those claws engage, Spot can try to shake like a dog shaking water, and the robot won't fall off. This is the most beat up of the Mini-Hawks. This is the one that I keep for personal use because there's no reason to have this in the lab, because it's like the very ugly stepdaughter that we keep hidden from the other beautiful ones in the lab.
Wow.
But it gets to have all the fun anyway. The other ones are like prima donnas. They just sort of stay in the lab and look pretty, and they get to do their flights, but this one gets to have all the fun in the real world.
To the side so that when you start, it won't blow dust in my face. It won't blow dust in my face. All right, and ready, arming.
Meters away. I'm about to head over. 3, 2, 1. I'm over us. Straight over us, heading towards the sun. I'm now going to the edge of the park.
Oh, I see you, just barely.
Yeah. Now I'm cruising around.
Just barely.
Come get me. I'm opposite us now. Other side of the
Working on
park,
it.
south fence. And I'm about to ride up along the east fence now.
Yep, I see you.
East fence, 20 meters. And I'm coming straight up the lot
Okay.
now.
Yep, that's a good speed if you can kind of hold that speed.
Yeah, that's as slow as I can go. I'm about
And that's into the
16
wind,
meters a
too, yeah.
second. And I just saw you go ahead of me, I think.
Yeah, I kind of went under you.
Okay, you ready? I'm going to go into full manual mode.
Okay.
No more training wheels. So this is me
on your
completely
tail.
free.
Kind of on your tail.
Tell me when you're on my tail and I'm going to do a loop or a pirouette or something.
Okay, I'm on your tail.
Whee! Okay. And a loop. And I just lost you.
I see you. I almost hit you.
So I'm in full manual mode right now, completely off the training wheels. Most of my flying has been on the training wheels, but here I'm completely off of them.
Well,
Just having fun, buzzing around. Although my feed is a little bit glitchy. Okay. That must be you.
I'm right behind you.
I'm just going around with no respect whatsoever where you're at, so you just will have to find me. So I'm just dive bombing us. And I'm gonna do a full loop. And whatever I feel like doing.
This is fun.
I'm almost all the way through my battery though, sadly. I'm trying to be conservative, but I have to have it at half throttle just barely to stay aloft.
Alright, are you, tell me what you're going to do.
Okay, I'm going back to training wheels mode.
Okay.
Okay, and now that I'm back in training wheels mode, I'm setting up for landing. So get ready to follow me as I come to land. I'm gonna go through the VTOL sequence. So if you know airplanes, I'm on downwind. Downwind opposite us on the south fence.
Right on your tail.
Okay, I'm turning down base wind, or base. Now I'm on final,
Okay, I'm a little ways behind you.
short final.
Are you VTOL landing?
Yeah, I'm VTOL landing right in the parking lot. I can only see it straight down my nose, so sorry if I land on you or something. Okay, I'm in the middle of the lot, so. And there we go.
Alright. Boom. Finally happened, man. That's actually pretty cool. So this is actually pretty cool because we met at Washington DC NPRM protest rally thing, and he had like a prototype of that. I don't think he'd even flown it.
No, it hadn't even flown.
And then now I'm here in Reno chasing him around. What? That's pretty cool. That's
Thanks for
pretty
coming
cool.
out.
Thank
Much
you.
appreciated.
Thank you.
And no broken airplanes. Any day you walk away from the flying field without pieces, it's a great day.
That's right. And
We flew,
slightly less fun, but
Oh, no. It's always fun building airplanes, but it's always better flying them and not crashing them.
then crashing them. All right, thanks for watching, everybody. Stay tuned, and I will see you again very soon.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
2, 1! I guess agility training has done me some good. 750 failed attempts.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam. This is Flight Fest 2022, and I met 3 of my biggest fans. I mean, I guess they kind of heard of me, but those were the 3 biggest fans that I knew of that were actually at the event. So I gave them some stickers and stuff that they could put on their planes, and actually they asked me for stickers, so just so like they asked me for stickers. I didn't even need to be like, hey, I have a YouTube channel. You want a sticker to put on your plane? They're like, no, I think I saw your funny face on a video. And I said, you're darn right you did. Anyway, these kids had a bunch of crazy ideas, and they were being really creative. And it was really cool because they were building all this stuff right next to me. And I don't think any of them knew each other before they'd come to Flight Fest. And they just became friends and were building stuff together. And I think that's super cool. And also I think it's super cool that their dads were there with them. And, you know, kind of just letting them learn and build things and fail at things and just kind of supporting them through that. So shout out to the dads. Yesterday was Father's Day, actually. So late Father's Day shout out to all you dads out there taking your kids to Flight Fest. Good on you. Just good, clean, family, fun time at Flight Fest. And Flight Fest is actually coming up, and I'm excited about that. So enjoy this video of 3 kids learning the meaning of Flight Fest, which is teamwork and friendship and crashing things.
I'll put some of the RC with Adam stickers on our plane that we're making.
Oh, very nice. I like it.
Do you have more stickers?
I have a couple more stickers.
Can we put them on the SU-27 dropping one? I'm gonna use this prop, okay? We're gonna put this on there and it's gonna be dropped.
Oh, you're gonna do a little piggyback?
And then we have bomb drops and we have snappers we're gonna drop. That's why it's a two-person plane. No, I'm joking. It's the only FSX FSX. This is the only, what is it again? Alright, thank you. Where should I put it? Thanks. On the underbelly, maybe?
Maybe like on the wing there?
One of the wings? I could do like this, one of these there, and then I could do like a flight test one on the other side. Try that. That looks good. Oh, wait, you can get the light too. I don't have the lights on, but they have green lights. The cool thing is in combat, I can tell when my battery's dying because they'll start to flash.
Oh, that's nice.
Even if I did fly my prop, there's a big old tractor. What if you put like the...
You guys ready for this?
Let's hope this thing flies.
Hey, bye.
Put it down. Yet again, another prop. Again?
This is teamwork right here. 2 days of teamwork.
And about 750 failed attempts. Oh, not joking. Every single time we got something to work, it would break.
750. You guys work fast.
Oh, wait. Hold on. We only had 2 days to work. Look at how movable the...
Does it have a name? Do you call it anything?
Yeah, what was it?
Freedom Bomber.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was
Bomb.
Dad's. Dad's money.
That's what he got.
All right, you ready to launch?
Not quite as sketchy.
Okay, just throw it like
Watch
that.
out for the tail.
Okay, launching straight
Wait,
out.
move the plane around for a minute. So, I gotta see if I hear AS3X.
Oh, here we can step up here. We can step up
Oh, yeah.
right to I think right about here. Yeah,
All
right
right,
there.
good.
You're good.
AS3X is off. Off? All right, you ready? Look out for the fin. You got 3, 2, 1. Oh, whoa. That was
Good
tail
duck.
heavy.
I got it on
Nice
tape.
duck,
Tail heavy,
yeah.
tail heavy. How was that tail heavy? The CG on the other one was all the way at the back.
Yeah, but that was
the
a
motor
fine-
pod. Motor pod. Can you unplug my glue gun and run here? I'll change CG. We can fly. Well, the other one had CG like all the way over here, but I don't think I accounted for the fact that the ailerons also take up space. So it moved the CG forward. So I'll just put the battery. How that looked really nose heavy. I mean, really tail heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say you put it.
Where should
like,
we throw
up
it?
To like here.
Here, or should we go like all the way here?
Let's go all the way
Probably,
here.
Yeah.
Nose heavy plane flies bad, but
But the thing is this gonna be really nose
That's
heavy though?
right.
Because nose heavy is better than tail heavy, but is that gonna be too nose heavy?
I don't think so. Let's see. It
I'm
should be
gonna
about
guess
2/3.
CG should be like right here though. I don't know. We'll try it again.
Yeah. Let's
But I think next time we should do it over there, so if we crash, we don't break anything else.
Well,
Do you guys want to be on my YouTube channel? Are you okay with
Oh yeah, I don't care.
that? Okay.
Make me famous. Make
Yeah.
me famous. People will unsubscribe if they see me though. So.
Oh, thank
My
you.
name's Justin.
We're gonna,
Did you? Just send it to me.
Yeah, this one's a lot hotter. I didn't have to set mine to full
And
heat.
then we need to
Give it a little small beat.
make
That
sure
would
the
be great.
kids have all their contact information. They're gonna make a
Nice launch though.
219.
Yeah, that was a good launch.
thanks.
Oh shoot, it's really hot, Blue.
I guess agility training has done me some good.
This might like literally glue straight through the plane. It's so hot.
yeah, it might like melt it.
Here, hold it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do something. Now that's unplugged. Wait, how about we wait a little bit until this thing's a little bit cooler? It's already glued. True. We'll add a little bit more glue.
That servo came unhooked.
Oh, never mind.
It also came unhooked by the modem pod.
Cool.
That's good.
And this also
Yeah, no,
came
we
unhooked.
have one iPad that all the kids share.
I went and noticed that.
Yep.
No problem.
Let's check all the. Let's check. It's falling away to mine.
Oh, this servo's not connected. There's another disconnected servo on the tail. Right here.
It unplugged. All right, good. That's better to have just it unplugged. Here, leave the tape down. I'll put that. Might need more tape.
Let's see where this.
Wait, we need more tape.
Here, I'll just test the CG.
Take a guess at CG.
That
might be a little heavy. You might want to
No,
try
because the CG is still in the middle of the
Every
wing.
6 months I see another step that he's
Is
making.
it tail heavy or nose heavy?
Wrap some tape all
the way around
On a general plane, it would be tail heavy,
you wanna
but
move
the
forward?
glider, I don't think so. We moved it forward a lot.
But it also pitched up a lot.
I know.
Did you even have any elevator? I had no elevator. I was full down that entire flight. Oh my god. pull that entire.
We were lucky though, because I was really
That
thinking
entire
we'll just keep going full
that
throttle.
entire-
but everything-
This seems pretty good. It's a little. I forgot to account.
I want a little nose heaviness though.
I think it's good. It's about 2/3 when you include the flaperons, I think.
All right, are we ready? Watch the tail. Tell me when.
Launching straight out.
3, 2, 1.
Nice landing.
On the field.
On the field.
Well, that was a pretty soft landing.
That usually means the motor desynced or the prop is moved.
Yeah, my prop might be a little softer. Which way did it spin?
It spun like that.
So this one slowed down, but the prop's really tight. Like I can't move that.
Hold on. I think it might
be
be
a
the motor because that one started slow again, but it felt the same after a little bit. Yeah,
You know, wait, I realized something, guys. Guys, look. This motor's a lot more forward than that one. All right, I'll fix it later.
All right. Okay, go ahead and unplug that battery though, so we don't chop anybody's fingers off.
I want to fly my other phone. Well, good launches.
But yeah, that was, good launches.
Nice launches.
Nice effort, guys.
Hey, can somebody else get the glue gun?
Yeah.
I'm gonna fly the way. I'll get the tape.
Yeah, I can get both.
Thanks for watching, everybody. I will see you again very soon. And thanks for watching, everybody. I will see you again very soon, and maybe I'll even see you at Flight Fest. Bye-bye.
I mean, we get bars in our goggles that show.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam. I am super stoked because Flight Fest is about to happen once again. It's 2023 this year, but it might be another year that you're watching this, but that's okay. Most of this will still be relevant. I did a video previously showing things that were helpful for beginners to know, first-timers at Flight Fest, and I want to update that right now, and I'm going to make it a little bit shorter for you as well. There's going to be links in the description of this video to the Flight Fest website and to the map and the schedule and all that stuff. That's pretty much all the information, or the basic information, but what I'm going to do is actually go through a checklist of items to remember to bring, and then we're going to hear from people at Flight Fest what they said that beginners should bring and know about Flight Fest, what to expect if this is your first Flight Fest. Also, I want to say thanks to PCBWay for sponsoring this video. In case you don't know, PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards, but not only do they make the actual circuit board itself, they also can add all of your specific components to the circuit board, and they have thousands to choose from, and they can test it for you so it's ready to rock and roll when it comes to your door. Also, they offer rapid prototyping services if PCBs aren't your thing. They offer injection sheet, what the heck am I saying? But if PCBs aren't your thing, they also offer rapid prototyping services to include sheet metal bending, injection molding, CNC machining, and 3D printing, and in all kinds of materials. So if you're working on a project that may be interesting to you, I'll have a link to them down in the description of this video. Okay, let's kick things off at the Flight Fest website. Go to flightfest.com, link in the description, and this is going to have all your information, your register, sign waiver, schedule, map, and all that sort of thing. So real quickly, let's go over the schedule. This is the schedule, and it's usually a tentative schedule, it kind of changes. So registration, the earliest you can get there is Wednesday, June 21st at 5 p.m. Don't come before then. That's rude. Like showing up 2 days early to a party. People don't like it. 22nd, that's Thursday. That's probably when most people are going to be showing up, I would guess. That's probably when I'm going to be there. But you see, they have some of these scheduled things: volunteer meeting, Blue Angels Fly, Bloody Baron build, combat. And these are just kind of like things that you can do. Everything else will be going on at the same time pretty much. So there's all kinds of stuff. What I like the most are the combats, and they usually have I think 3 or so per day, like official combats where that's the only thing that's happening, on the flying field. They got a 3D fly. They got the STEM tent, all kinds of different stuff. So a lot of different kind of specific activities if you want to do that, all the way through June 25th, which is Sunday, and that's the final combat at 2 p.m. And so that's the last day there. So all that stuff happens through there. It's like a really long weekend. Let's go over to the map. Let's check this out. So here's the map. There's 2 maps, but they don't have all the detail in one of the maps. So To give you a basic idea, this gray box at the top is the flying field. Maybe I'll throw in some footage, actual footage so you can see what I'm talking about. There's the flying field. The flight line is what they call it, and they have like a runway that they roll out, and then it's just like a big cornfield. And then they've got RV camping on the left side as we're looking at the map, and then the tent camping and a little bit of RV camping on the right-hand side. And it's actually nice because the tent camping is much closer to all of the stuff that's going on. And all the stuff that's going on is we've got the stage in the center where they, talk about stuff from and have a band. We've got a build tent flanking either side of the center. And then the store is kind of like this barn type of building in the middle. And then we've got the STEM field. That's new for this year, I think. And so that should be cool. I think that's where they're going to have, first-time builders or first-time pilots and stuff fly right out here. And I think that's a great idea. We'll see how that goes. Here's another view of the map just to give you an idea. So you're going to come in pretty much if there's a road on either side of this map, essentially, and you're going to come in on either side there. In fact, there was an update that Flight Fest put out saying that there's some road closures and traffic. I'm going to put up a graphic of that probably right now, of the stuff that they were saying, just so I cover my bases and you're aware of that. And so they're showing here, it looks like we've got build tent 1 and 2 on either side, and then in the center we have the store, tables and chairs out front. These 2 big tents, I'm not sure what those are. Those might just be kind of like common area tents, or possibly the family area tents where they have games and stuff. They got a vendor area, and I'm not sure if that's food vendor or like other. It might be both. I don't know. Or no, that's probably like RC parts vendors in those areas, and then probably food is usually what they do along there. I think so. And then what does that say? That says workshops. Okay, workshops right there, and then STEM tent on the right hand side, and then it looks like they got some showers there in the corners, and we'll touch on showers and things like that in a little bit. So that's what we got going on. And again, we've got the flight line at the top of this map right there. Okay, let's jump over to my checklist, and I'm gonna spew all this out real fast to basically make you remember things that you might have forgotten or think of things that you had not thought of. So for camping, whatever you usually bring, car camping is pretty much what you're going to want to bring. Some of those things would include extra tarps, bungee cords and takedowns, stakes, a hammer or a mallet. I don't know why I could have said hammer, because like who uses a mallet? I guess a mallet would be like for tent stakes. Anyway, pop up or a shade tent. Sun reflectors for your vehicle, because it's just going to be baking in the July sun or June sun, I guess. Fan to cool yourself and your tent. Small generator or battery bank to power some things. Folding table to work on things while in camp, like making food or building stuff. Paper towels, trash bags, first aid kit. There will be medics on site, but it is easy to injure yourself, and the medics aren't like always where you are. Consider bringing a bicycle, one wheel, or other wheeled vehicle to make traversing the grounds easier. That would be nice, but I probably won't, because I won't have room for a bicycle or anything. And a bicycle, it's kind of hard to use. I guess like a big off-road scooter would be the most ideal, or a one wheel or something. Headlamp, it's very useful in the build tents at night, and then of course, at nighttime in the camp. But the sun usually goes down actually at 9 or maybe 9:30. Like it stays light for a long time. Earplugs and headphones. This is a big one I just added to this list for sleeping, because even during the quiet hours, it can still be kind of loud, and that's really helpful for me to have that, less noise. Big deal. Hygiene, just your basic stuff, toothbrush, toothpaste, deodorant. The spray kind is good because you can just kind of spray it on stuff and you don't smell like, sweat. Beach or bath towel for drying, moist towel wipe things to substitute a shower. And there may be showers on site, but I really don't like the showers on site. So you may want to look at other options, but that's possible. Sunscreen for your face and any other parts of your body. Toilet paper, hand sanitizer. You want to keep things sanitized. They do have hand washing stations, but again, Sometimes they run out of water or soap and stuff like that. Food and water. Bring lots of water. Expect to drink about a gallon a day is kind of what you should expect because it's so hot and all that. So plan for like a gallon a day. 16-ounce water bottles are handy. Get one of those big 36 or more packs and keep a few 2-gallon jugs in camp. You can leave, of course, and get more supplies, but it's going to be a lot easier if you just bring a lot of stuff in with you. A cooler with lots of ice if you have any perishable foods. Your regular cooking stuff, stove, fuel, pots, utensils, etc. Maybe a cleaning sponge. Money to buy food from the trucks and vendors, which, is in typical vendor fashion. It is going to be pretty expensive. Some of the vendors are pretty good, though. Like, it's pretty good food. And sometimes, well, actually, a lot of times it so happens that they'll have a combat or something right around dinner time. And it's like, you don't want to walk all the way back to your campsite and then cook dinner and then walk all the way back, and then you got to keep your stuff somewhere, and so that can be kind of a pain. So sometimes you might just want to buy from the food vendors. And also, a tip is your food will get super hot or melt if it's left in the vehicle, so consider keeping it in a plastic tub outside in the shade or in your tent. But your tent gets really hot too, honestly, so you might just want to keep it in like a sealed plastic container so that no ants or bugs get in it, and then just keep it in the shade next to your car or something. I like to stretch a tarp across my van and my tent, and then it keeps everything kind of in the shade and keeps the sun off of it. All right, next we have clothing. Expect rain and mud. Now, sometimes it's a really beautiful time and you don't have that, and then usually if it's dry, then you have a bunch of dust, so there's that. So you might even want to have some sort of something like to wear over your face, maybe a mask, or just like a one of those neck gaiter things that you can get wet. That can help sometimes. It's when it's not raining, you'll be standing out in a field where you're flying, so protect yourself from the sun and the heat. That's for sure. So rain jacket, poncho, rain boots, or sandals and Crocs, but your feet will get wet and nasty if you have sandals and Crocs, but your boots, if you have rain boots, your feet will mostly stay dry except for like sweat and stuff, but they definitely will stay more clean. Get a hat with a brim, otherwise your ears will fry. Lightweight, loose-fitting clothing is really what you want. I prefer long sleeves or pants because it's very easy to get cooked way too much, especially if it's your first day and you're so excited and you're like, oh, I don't know, I'll just be out here for a little bit, and then you're out in the sun for hours and it's really hot, and then you get heat stroke or sunburn or both, and then it's no fun the rest of the time. So take care of yourself. Sunglasses, it's bright out there, so you'll be staring at the sky most of the time. And sunglasses, maybe take a second pair so you can double up, or in case you forget some. Definitely polarized lenses are really nice as well. Maybe a neck fan thingy. I've seen people wear those and they seem to be nice. And a bandana or cloth to wet and keep around your neck. That's also going to help a whole lot. All right, let's get on to the fun stuff. The RC gear. Whatever you're going to bring for a day out flying is, pretty much what you can bring here. Building supplies. There's build tents, build tables, but supplies is not really provided. Now, there are a ton of other people there, and everybody's super generous and nice. So if you need some kind of supplies, you can pretty much just ask somebody, and somebody will have it, which is really cool. But you don't want to be helpless. So foam board, packing tape, hot glue gun and sticks, razor blades, motor mounts, rubber bands, soldering iron and solder, super glue, zip ties, electrical tape, etc. Those might be some of the things that you will need if you're going to build an airplane for your first time. But if it's your first time, don't freak out. Like, people will help you, or you could even do it in like the STEM tent, I think, and they have all the supplies there. Bring a power strip, a surge protector thing so you can charge multiple devices at once. Be sure to put your name on it so it doesn't get lost. Short extension cords are great. Sometimes the power outlets are just a little too far away. Spare electronics for when you crash, or if you get the urge to build something else. You can get them from vendors or from the FT store. The FT store is really expensive. Like, that's the thing that, like, it's cool because it's FT stuff, but it's cheaper to bring your own stuff is what I'm saying. But there are some RC vendors who will have kind of like generic motors and servos and things like that for a lot less money. Just depends on what kind of quality you need, really. Bring a cart or a wagon to haul your planes and gear, or maybe children, to and from the build tents. And it is seriously a game changer, because trying to carry everything is not fun at all. It's awful. And you know, most of the time things don't get stolen. Like, I've maybe heard of like a couple times of things go missing, and I don't even know if that's stolen necessarily. Mostly everybody is very respectful, and you can pretty much leave something and it's not going to walk away on you. Bring some tarp or plastic painter's sheet to cover your airplane or your gear overnight, because even if it doesn't rain, dew will soak everything. It really will. So be sure to do that. I always forget to do that, but I think I will remember this time. Put a beeper or a finder on your aircraft, or maybe a GPS finder or something. If the field has crops growing, you will lose your aircraft very easily, because it's a big field and there's a lot of, you know, other planes there, and definitely do that. Do that for sure. Most of all, be ready to have fun, make friends, and crash some airplanes, because that is what Flight Fest is all about. All right, without further ado, let's go back to Flight Fest past year and ask everybody what some of their important things are to know and what to expect if it's your first time at Flight Fest.
If you're gonna get into the hobby, do it here, because there's so many people here that are willing to help and that can help you.
Make friends.
Yeah, come and talk to people, take in the experiences of others, right? I mean, that's what this is all about, is community and coming together.
Yeah, expect mud. Boy, bring mud boots. I did not bring mud boots.
Our first year we came, it had torrential downpours and it was wet all weekend, so now every year before we come, we throw in a pair of boots.
Yeah. Get those $6 rubber boots from Walmart and actually bring them. I have them and I didn't bring them. So don't be like me. Definitely be prepared for mud.
Lots of water. Bring a power strip, because there's electricity in the tents, but there's not near enough plug-ins in the tent. So a power strip.
Expect to have fun, first of all, yeah. And then just try and like get out there and meet as many people as you can. I think that's the best part of Flight Fest.
My first 2 years, I brought a ton of planes. I think the best plan of attack is plan planes you want to build. Maybe get in touch with friends that you're going to come with, and get ready to build some stuff here instead of bringing it all, because it just makes the packing a lot easier and it's a lot more fun you have here. Because if you bring planes, they'll all be gone in the first day.
Bring a lot of planes too, because you're going to be losing them.
You know, you say bring a lot, and then you just said bring none.
Or bring a couple that you don't mind losing, but don't bring any that you like.
Yeah. So expect to go home with
less planes than you came.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's good.
Or more parts.
Extra hot glue to share, bring bamboo. And somewhat depends on, do you intend to fly or do you intend to build? If you intend to build, then you need to build all your buildings, bring enough building materials and supplies. If you intend to fly, then whatever you need to do for repairs. So
Organization tools, right? You know, the more you can put things together in a single spot, the better off you're going to be.
Have extra tarps if you set up, easy up. Extra tarps, extra bungees, extra stakes. Have a nice mallet to pound those stakes in, because we were running around like crazy when the storm hit and the wind was coming to rip our stuff away, trying to get everything down and secured, and I was glad I had extra stakes and bungees.
I'm kind of at a loss right now because I just lost all my planes the other day and they're kind of beyond repair, and I'm having receiver issues, but I'm having a super fun time here with all these great people, and it's really fun. You can't go wrong here, even if you don't have anything to fly. Tons of fun.
Spend some time teaching somebody under the age of 30 something. The under 20-year-old element is magical here. This is unlike any other model aviation event.
But not everybody camps. So if you're not a camper, if you have extra parts, if you have an old plane laying around that you busted up, rip the motor and the ESC and maybe some servos out of there. Bring spare parts, because you'll be walking around looking at people building stuff and you might want to throw something together.
When I was building like my first plane, I was doing it at home watching the build videos, which are nice, but if there's a specific issue that you have and it's not covered in the build video, like if you mess something up and you don't know what to do, that's what everybody's here for. That's why the people and the volunteers, like even just people next to you might be able to know something or have a tool that would help you. Like, this is the best place to start. into the hobby.
Stop and have a solid conversation with every person that passes you because they're all interested in exactly the same things you are.
This is a really good place to be inspired by other people's weird stuff, and you might have an idea. The weirder, the cooler.
If you can put your mind set to not knowing you're gonna crash and accepting it, just like you with the bat, just like being super happy when you see it go down, like that's the best mentality to be in. Awesome. Nailed it.
Thanks for watching, everybody, and I will see you again very soon, and hopefully at Flight Fest.
My name is Nick Ream. You can find me on YouTube. This is, I call it like the Cyclone drone. So it takes off like a tricopter. It can also spin like a helicopter, and it's actually like 3 times more efficient when it's flying like this. And then you go back and you can fly it in forward flight on its wing, like an airplane. So it's a triple mode VTOL.
So, like, real quickly, how does it work? Like, do you have like some sort of gyro stabilization thing? Like,
yeah, so there's a flight controller buried under the hood here. It's my open source flight controller, DreamFlight.
Okay.
And anybody can download that, upload it to an Arduino-like board, and code up kind of crazy configurations. So, you know, non-conventional quadcopter, tricopter. It supports that, but you can also do stuff like this.
Okay, cool. And you got mini quad motors on there?
Yeah, pretty cheapest ones I can find.
Nice,
actually.
nice. And it looks like some lights. Do you do this at night as well?
Yeah, so when it's spinning, it's really hard to tell what the front is.
Yeah.
So I have the lights pulsing around the rotation. So you can see what the front is, and then you actually have roll and pitch control.
That's cool.
So you can't really see the lights in the day, but I'll fly it later tonight.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. I'll definitely be there for that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's take a look at it.
Let's fly it. All right. All right. So all of them are tied to one servo.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's so quiet. Oh, dude. It's like something out of Star Wars.
Right, yeah, like a TIE fighter or something
Yeah.
like that. Let me bring it back. And then I actually have a LiDAR on here that helps me hold altitude.
Okay.
I'll spin it. I won't keep it spinning because I can't tell during the day.
Gotcha.
But I'll just pop it right back out as spinning. So if it was nighttime, I'd be able to see what the front was, and I'd be able to control it and move it around laterally.
Oh, wow. So, like, as it spins?
Exactly.
So it, like, stays spinning, and then you just control, like, the spinning disc?
Exactly. It feels like a big helicopter. I'll spin it again for you. See if I can get it. It got caught in the wind, so I couldn't really correct for it. All right.
Okay.
Gonna spin.
That's cool, man. Like, that's definitely something I've thought about building, but, like, never really had any idea how to do it.
I'll do a low pass for you.
Okay. So quiet.
That one sounds scary.
What kind of battery you got on there?
This is a just a 1500 4S.
Okay.
I can get like about 8 minutes just cruising around like this. between like the regular hover and forward flight, but then if I do like exclusively that spinning hover, you need about 20 minutes.
Wow.
It's extremely efficient. The power of momentum theory, large rotors.
Okay, I was just informed here in just a little bit, on the right end of the flight line, we have a great big massive sketchy build that's going to be just doing a taxi test. So when that point of time happens, I'm just going to have you guys step back to the yellow rope just for safety, and most likely that airplane is going to fly tonight in the Monster Plane Parade. And the Blue Angels are going to go up as well.
I'll bring it in.
Okay.
Probably got some juice left in the battery, just don't want to punish my pack.
All right.
Good flight.
Yeah. Nice.
Let me pop the hood for you. So, it's a mess of wires. Everything's actually just kind of like taped to the servo.
Oh wow!
There's one big servo that actuates all three of these.
Oh yeah, you get like a strap around it.
And then all the electronics are just kind of, you know, wherever they fit around the servo.
That's nuts.
And then there's a little LiDAR right here on the front. That's downward facing, so I can flip that on, and I have a little bit of altitude assist. Just normally I use that when I'm flying in the spinny mode.
Okay. That's awesome. What do you call this again? Or do you have a name for this build? Or?
Call it like the tri-mode VTOL because it's got vertical takeoff, forward flight, and then the spinny mode. So
if you get into trouble or
one of a kind.
anything of that nature, he lets go of the button automatically.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
I'll try to eat the top of the corn a little bit with it. If you're
do it. Yeah, trim the corn.
If you're going in, make sure it's really good.
Yeah.
He might be interested in help designing too.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I'm just curious. I've always been interested in helicopters, but kind of terrified by them.
Well, hopefully this is a little bit smaller one and less terrifying.
Oh my god. It's so small. I'm not sure if I can get it.
Well, if I don't crash it, I'll bring it a little closer.
Okay. Yeah, you can get warmed up. Woo! Whoa!
Do they allow helicopters in combat?
Some places. Just get everybody to agree with it.
Yeah, 'cause that thing would be cool in combat.
Yeah, it would probably be pretty spectacular because I don't know how you couldn't chop up a bunch of stuff with it.
Nicely done. Very nice.
Fun toy.
Yeah. Man, how long did it take you to learn how to do that?
I don't know. A couple years.
Yeah.
Couple, 3.
Looks like a lot of fun. Thanks for showing me that.
Yeah, you bet.
Look.
Wow. Crash your airplane.
Oh, it's going down.
He's got one elevator. Oh!
Hello. Oh my goodness. Let's go after him right now. This time, that's amazing.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. We're back at Flight Fest 2023. Here's what I did. I condensed all of the best footage from the Flight Fest combats that I took while I was there, and I even got some aerial footage for you guys. So I hope you enjoy it. It's gonna be like you're there, but you don't have to be out in the heat and the rain and the glaring sunshine and all of that stuff. But hopefully for the next like 20 minutes or so, it's gonna be like you're at combat. So let me know what you think. Let me know if you saw your plane. Leave a comment down below, and we're gonna get started right after I say thanks to PCBWay for sponsoring this video. In case you don't know, PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards. That's what PCB stands for, and they have thousands of components and circuit board types to choose from. Also, if you're working on a project and you want them to actually build the whole thing for you, they can do that too, and they'll test it at the factory to make sure it works. So send them your design files and they can do that for you. Also, they offer rapid prototyping services in case you are working on a non-PCB project. They can do sheet metal bending, injection molding, CNC machining, and 3D printing in various types of materials. So that may be something you want to check out. If that sounds interesting, there's a link to PCBWay down in the description below this video. Now let's get back to Combat Flight Fest 2023. Here we go! Fly away to the combat zone!
Look at this. This is a beautiful sight to see. Remember, if you do crash your airplane, you're going to come back here and sit with me.
Oh, it's going down.
It looks like Bixler. Oh, Bixler just listen, you guys didn't hear this because I was just talking to Josh. He saw the plane with his face on it, and he's like, I don't know if you see my face with my plane, the plane with my face on it, but he's mocking me. And as he said that, no joke, curse to the commentator, boom, you came out of the sky and you're dead. That was unbelievable, Jeff. Dart. Oh, lawn darted it. It's so good. Right on the forehead. right on the noggin. Literally on the noggin. What a great time. Oh yeah, this is where it's at, guys. This is where it's at. Thank you so much for building these things and being just willing to literally take your airplane and bash it to bits. That is that shows a ton about your guys' heart. If you take out the banner Sportster, you're also getting a prize. Can we swarm them? Is that a thing? Yes. Can we swarm? Oh no! 2 pieces. The banner's gone. But he's still up, right? Yeah, he is. There he is. Oh my goodness gracious. Fan-freaking-tastic. Well done. Thank you for the formation flying. No, we haven't had that in a while in combat. Oh! Pepe Le Pew! Oh, he's down! Got the frog. Ribbit. See you later. Back to the water you go. So you see this giant, we're talking giant cub right here. He's about to come right past the logos. There he is. Oh my goodness.
And you say hit and bounce.
If you take out that cub, you're getting a prize. You're getting a prize. I know that's a nice plane. But hey, it's all fair. When you submit combat, everything's fair game. Oh, they're on there. They're on his 6, dude. But he just lost half of his left elevator. He's got 1 elevator. Oh no! The drone got stuck. The drone is finding his footage, and now the drone is not taking any footage. He got a little bit too close. The Cub is taking names right now. Lucas, you're still there. Look at this. His battery's just hanging. What a great. That's upside down flight. That was great.
That was an inverted landing.
Everybody swarm the Cub. Can we get a swarm going? I feel good about that. Oh! Dang, that's a fantastic. Look at these pilots. Can we get some of these pilots a round of applause right now for just the flying skills that we got going on right now?
We have a lot of great pilots here, I'll tell you what. Dude, the Cub is taking names. He's just kind of like there. He's just like, you can come and hang out, but if you do... Oh!
I told you it was going to be a small plane.
Dude, every time I've said something, it's been bad. Well played, y'all. Oh my goodness. Come and see me. You know who you are. First one to hit the feather flag. You are going to be my winner. Oh, the wing!
There it is.
White wing. Well played, sirs. One. Oh, man. 2, 1, and go. Oh, do not go grab your airplane.
Yes, stay back.
Do not grab your airplane. And if you have crashed your airplane, you're going to come back here and stand and leave. If you are already dead in the water or in the corn, if the corn has reached you, come back and stand here with me. Hello.
Oh my goodness. Let's go after him right now.
Yeah, hey, listen, I know we're going to have this for a couple seconds, but man, if you can take the smoke bomber out while the smoke is still smoking, you're going to win a prize. Also, we got some, I need a fire extinguisher out to the right. Need a fire extinguisher out to, oh my goodness gracious. I need a fire extinguisher out to the right.
No, it's a smoke bomb, I believe.
Oh, it's a smoke bomb.
That's what they're telling me down here.
Okay, never mind, we're good. Fire there, there's 2. There's 2. Keep helping me, Dave. 2, that's 2. I've seen 2 so far. Come see us. FD Flyers. Oh, and paper airplane. 4, that's 4. Come see Mike in the pinkish salmon shirt. Right here next to me and Dave. Grab your awesome blue nom-noms. And oh, man! There's the other 2. Take them out, you get a prize. He told me very much so that he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it anymore. He said he's going.
Nice flat spin. Definitely nice flat spin.
That was a real nice flat spin there. Join the fam. Oh man, that arrow is in 2 pieces. What I'm going to try to do, we've never done this. This is from a community member that mentioned something this morning.
Oh, you lost?
I'd like to take the east side, and when I say go, then we're going to do a giant dash. You guys are going to go from the right to left, and you all are going to go from the left to the right. Okay? I don't know how it's going to work. Okay? Go! High speed one, we go straight down! Yes! Come on! Anybody? Nice! What is this? Oh! Come on! Oh! The anticipation is killing me. Oh man. Alright. We'll do another time. 3, 2, 1, and go!
Come on.
Somebody. Oh my goodness. I might have to do it earlier next time. More plays in it. Slide is still up. Yep.
Yeah, we need to get this one left. Oh! Mustang is down.
Mustang down! Whoever hit him, come see me. Oh! 2, 3. No, that's good. Sister, over here on the left side. Cut your throttle. Oh!
Big wing down.
Look at this guy. They're watching.
It's a lot of effort for him not to win.
Here it comes. We tried that yesterday. He would have gotten the prize. Oh,
Come on, Tenet.
All right. Tenet flight.
Tenet can do it. Come on.
It depends. He's coming in hot. What if he hits him out of the air? Oh, he just had no more juice.
There it is. He's got to cut that tail in half. There it is. There it is.
Come see me, man. All right, go grab your airplanes. We keep you grounded. Well done, everybody. Fantastic. Still up. If you take out the banner Sportster, you're also getting a prize. Can we swarm them? Is that a thing?
Yes.
Can we swarm? Oh!
Oh no!
2 pieces
The
of the
banner's
banner.
gone. But he's still up, right? Yeah, he is. There
Yes,
he
he
is.
is.
Oh my goodness gracious. Fan-freaking-tastic.
Dad,
All right, here we go. Come on, baby.
Here it comes. And it's up. Keep an eye on it.
What if it crashes? Take down that thing!
Somebody plug in a quad. We do not need a quad. No quads needed. We have our quad going up. We will not have any other quads. Thank you very much. All right. Somehow it's up there. All right, everybody. Once Jason gets his quad in there, everybody's going to walk out there. Take your time, Jason. No worries. 2, 1, and big bill's on. Big bill's on.
We need a medic in the front line.
First aid tent back in the back. First aid tent back in the back.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. There you go. Up. I don't know yet.
Okay. Can I get your lunch again?
Yeah, you can go get it. Look, it's right. See the white thing? Yeah. Wow. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh wow!
All right, you get one more try, one more launch. Good. There you go. There you go, yeah.
Go. Up. There you go. Oh, that's all right, buddy. You did it, look.
God.
Wow. Well, the good thing is, I'm pretty sure it didn't get destroyed.
We go to Darius, black and yellow. Coming to the road, central, right here, right on the plate. Tim and Hot Wild Phone talk about right now. Right now.
Oh, wow.
If you take the giant, big old plane, honestly, the second, see the biggest or the second biggest airplane up there, the gray one. Who's floating in the middle, doing a little hope it up. Wing over. Let's push it out, get it out there, push it out.
You know what to do right now.
Go do a little scenario out here on the right. Everybody to the left, the center flag. You guys do a little pattern to your left, and we're going to do our joust again. Okay, we're going to try a couple different things with this joust. If this one doesn't work, if this one doesn't work, we're going to do a couple swirly bird jousts in the middle as well. All right, you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1, and attack the airplane.
Get him. Come on. Somebody's got to hit somebody.
With the dangler. Oh, yeah!
That actually fire turned into a helicopter.
Who got you? I don't know. Whoever got Hot Wire Phone Factory, come see them. That big old plane's like, all right, so. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to separate you guys again, but we're going to actually have you guys attack.
And the wonder's still.
Great work there. Jason, whoever just took out the best. So, this is what I want you guys to do. I want you to get as close to the flight test feather flag as possible. You guys ready? Go. Just make it like a tornado around the flight test feather flag. You know, some of you guys do. Oh, dang, that wind is big. One time.
That's actually
Lucas' brother. That's Lucas' brother?
Yeah,
Nice. What's up, Lucas? Oh!
Disintegration.
Who did that? That's amazing.
I think I unplugged it.
Do full throttle down. Okay? Oh, he almost got the target. Oh, he did. Hey, well done, sir. You, my friend, you get a prize. Well played, sir. And down, full throttle.
Full throttle. Stick.
1,
Oh,
2, 3. Yes, that's fantastic. Well done. Come see me. He's so stoked right now. Let's go. Once your plane goes back moving, you're gonna hang out with us, just so we keep everybody on the up and up. There's a lot of people. Okay. Just want to make. I have not made known to this. 2, 1. That was a big smash move. All right. Also,
Everybody push it out. We got people in the field. Push it out there. Get way out there.
Go ahead and keep it high. Go ahead and keep it high for me.
Hey, I launched it. It went good on the launch.
So the RB12 kit's still up there, right? Yes, it is. There it is.
The black and yellow hop.
It's way
How
out.
are your cut?
Second fire here. Let's just make sure we're up. Okay, same one. Got it. Let's stay a little coming for y'all pilots. Less of a gift and more of a crazy shenanigans. Oh, look at that sun coming out. All right, we got the RB12 here. Anybody trying to hit that, you gotta protect them. You gotta keep them from hitting that guy. Ooh, almost got cooked himself. Da-da-da-da. Little formation thing. Someone's got to take that RB12 out so you can take an RB12 home. You take my drift. Oh! Yeah! Boom, baby!
It's moving up to the corner right now.
Yeah, it's moving up to the corner. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
I don't know.
All I know is that Jake...
Oh, butterfly down.
Butterfly? Oh, man, I was really rooting for you. You just look so cute and cuddly. Oh! Oh! Not today, sir! Listen, I don't know if you've ever met Josh Bixler, but he's a very resilient man. Very resilient. Something's happened. Something. Oh! No! Try again. Oh, wait. No, he's good. You know, I like the double motor for redundancy. You know? Yes. We're going to give you another minute to punch the face. Ooh. Oh, this time. Oh, man. Oh! Yes! Yeah! Well done, good sir.
That wonder took out 3 airplanes.
That was phenomenal.
In one shot.
Done. Bang, bang, bang. Wow, that was amazing. That one right
Yes.
there? This is the plan, Steven. Oh! What in the world is that made of?
That was just cut in half.
Yeah. Would you feel that with anti-venom? What's the stuff in X-Men? Anti-venom or whatever it's called? The metal in his arms? Adamantium, that's what it is. One.
Psych.
And.
He's to your left. He's high speed.
Oh. All right, it's all up to you.
One more pass for that nutball.
It's all up to the nut. Let's give this guy a round of applause. Get the nutball.
Come on, nutball.
Nutball.
Come on. Just shave it a little bit.
I just need to see a little shear.
We'll shave.
Or land on it, either way. Just land, maybe just land on it.
Just hit it. Oh. Nice job, everybody.
Well, the Baron, you clicked it earlier. Come see me.
Again, congratulations to Tyler Walsh.
Well done, everybody. Great work, Tyler. Great work, everybody. That was awesome. Absolutely crushed it.
Oh, wow.
Go find your stuff. We're going to keep everybody grounded per usual till everybody gets out back from the field. Absolutely fantastic. Lee, that was great. Fantastic.
I know what you're thinking. What is this man doing to these drones again? Why can't he just leave them alone? Well, you're about to find out right now. Let's see what we've got going on in RC with Adam's DJI Chop Shop. In case you ever wanted to use 8-bladed props on your Mini 2, don't. At least not with this propeller adapter, I'll tell you that much. Oh boy.
They should work. Now they're really wobbly, but the idea is that they will straighten out as they start flying. There we go. Okay, here we go. 8-bladed props taking off. Oh, it just whoop, off the edge. Dang, man. I really thought that was gonna work.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam's DJI Chop Shop. Taking things that are good and making them different. That's what we're doing today. I want to bring you along on a little experiment that I'm doing. I'm taking this 3D printable propeller adapter that I designed for the Mavic Mini back when I was making the Mavic Mini Sleeper FPV project, and I decided to dust off this design file, send it over to PCBWay, and have them print these for me in resin, the clear ones, and also titanium. But titanium turned out to be way too hard and stiff for this job because I needed the little centerpiece spring thingies to be more springy, and it turns out they were just really stiff and also quite heavy. So those didn't really work out. They sound nice though, don't they? That's pretty cool. And we're gonna put these on the Mini 2 and see if we can put some 8-bladed propellers on this thing and have it fly. What's it gonna do? Is it gonna work super well? Is it gonna be terrible? Find out right now. It's gonna be terrible.
They should be on properly. They are really wobbly, but hopefully that will take care of itself.
This video is sponsored by PCBWay. If you're interested in getting some 3D prints or other items rapidly prototyped for you, I'll show you what the process was for ordering these parts at the end of the video.
I really thought this was gonna work. Here we go. You ready for this?
It turns out that it actually is very hard for this thing to take off with these propellers and all the weirdness that's going on with the adapters and the balance issues. I think it's causing some issues with the ESC, like the motor timing, and also the flight controller is probably just confused as all get out.
There we go. Okay, here we go. 8-bladed props taking off. Oh. It just whoop, off the edge. Dang, man. I really thought that was gonna work. Bummer.
I kind of had to rotate the propeller or rotate the motors to kind of get it in just the right position so that they would all start up at once. And eventually, it worked.
Raising the throttle. Oh, it's working. It's working. Whoa. Whoa. What? Look at that. Look at that. I feel like they could like fly off at any second though. Handling the wind okay. Feel like they're actually working. gonna go into sport mode and do a full forward. Oh wow, this is actually going. Hop up. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Full. And we'll stop and we'll come back. Oh wow, our flap kind of came up. A little battery hatch popped up. But this is actually working. Like, that's very surprising. Up, full forward. Alright, and just bring it back. And just kind of test the... Well, hey, that was pretty cool. So this kind of works, sort of. It worked enough to get it to fly, which was a cool experiment. And stay tuned, we're gonna put these, oh, that doesn't sound good, hear that? Oh, listen to that. I have probably destroyed most of the motors. Or something. Something is wrong here. So that's pretty cool. That's okay, I'll swap them out or something. But the lesson here is sometimes even your crazy ideas can work really well. So thanks for watching, everybody. Stay tuned. We're probably going to put these on another special Mavic Mini. Thanks for watching, everybody. Questions, comments down below, and I will see you again very soon. Now get out there and fly something. And now I'm going to show you what the process was like for ordering these parts from PCBWay. We're going to hop on PCBWay.com right here, and we're going to go to the CNC and 3D printing page. And in this case, I want to do 3D printing, so let's go to 3D printing. But they do have all these other services that you can check out. So now we just need to upload the file that we want to 3D print, which is typically going to be an STL file, just like with your 3D printer. And so we're going to grab this Mavic Mini Propeller Adapter Test #2 STL file, just drag and drop right in there. And there we go. For the quantity, we want, actually in this case, I think I want, let's see, it's because there's going to be at least one per motor. I'm going to need at least 8 so I have spares. So let's say 8. Or can I do 8? All right, let's say 10. Okay, and then we have all these different options for how we want these to be. Now, it would be cool to make these out of aluminum. However, with the way that I've designed it, the parts need to, oh, that'd be cool to make some out of aluminum. All right, let's do this. Here's an idea. Let's do 5 out of aluminum, because I think that would be really cool. Or what if I did it titanium? Could I do that? Is that possible? Is that possible? I don't know. It's really expensive though, that's for sure. All right, so we're gonna do, titanium would be really cool, just to say that we did. All right, let's do titanium. Surface finishes are not an option. We don't need any of these other things. That's really it. So for titanium, we don't have any other options. So let's scroll down to the bottom. We're gonna select that same file, and I'm going to drag it and drop it in here. And this is gonna be our second order. We're gonna do a quantity of 5, and let's do a different material. Let's do something like maybe nylon. Wait, nylon, polycarbonate. Polycarbonate. So what I like about how they have this set up is down here it'll show you the material, and you can click on the description, and it will show you a closer up view, and it will tell you kind of the special features of that material. So accuracy, durability, stability, creating strong parts that withstand functional testing. Polycarbonate. So, you know, what about nylon? What's nylon's thing? Nylon is a variety of materials that can meet requirements. The parts have excellent impact resistance, can be used repeatedly for a long time, have excellent heat resistance, and do not deform. That sounds pretty good too, honestly. That does sound pretty good. And then we have different options. So PA12, that's a different material of that nylon. High strength, impact resistant, most common 3D printing material. Okay, pipes, housings, complex assemblies. All right, that sounds pretty good actually. Let's do this. Let's try this last option here. Mixed with 35% glass fiber, this material has higher strength and higher heat resistance than nylon. It's very suitable for testing functional parts. You can use this material to make movable chains or spring items. That sounds like what we want. That sounds good. So
For this one, we're going to go with nylon material, and then specifically glass fiber nylon PA12 plus 35% GF. And can we do dark black with dyeing? Let's try dark black. Maybe that'll give us kind of a better finish there. And actually, what do we want to do for the finish? Dyeing? Oh, I see. Okay, so that's dyeing it to dyeing. Oh, interesting. Is that even an option? Dyeing sounds better because I think a finish will probably wear off, and that could change the structural application there. So we could do black, but let's make it interesting with a color. Okay, let's do what's that color? It looks kind of weird. Let's do like a blue color. I like blue. Blue's pretty cool. Yeah, I like blue. Let's go with that blue. Okay, so so it says dark black, the dyeing process, and then for the dyeing process, it's blue, or process blue. Okay, so yeah, we'll give that a try. Okay, that's all we need for this one as well. We don't need any of the other options. And let's see, wall thickness risk taken. What's this one? I haven't seen this one. I guess we'll check it. I guess that way then they'll say like, okay, well, we're just going to print it. Even if it seems like it might not work, we'll give it a try. I guess that's what that means. All right, I decided to make a little change here. So we're going to do the Mavic Mini propeller adapter. This one, we're going to do resin printing. And let's actually do the transparent clear material, because I think that's going to look really cool. All right, so let's scroll back up to the top here. And here we have the subtotal, kind of the quote is $253.29. Wowzers. So 59 for the first 5 of those, 12.45 for the second, that's funny, it costs a lot less, and then $181 for those guys, for the glass fiber nylon. That's quite a specialty thing, isn't it? So that's it. That's all we've got. So now we're going to click, and this is a pre-quotation for reference only. So it may be more or less once they actually take a look at the order. So let's hit submit request. And in my case, I'm going to sign in. But if you are new, you can sign in here and get a $5 welcome bonus. And that's all there is to it. Now the status is being reviewed, so we're just going to have to wait a little bit, probably a couple hours, I think, or maybe less, to see whether or not they think that they can actually print these and get a more accurate price. If this sounds interesting to you, go check out PCBWay.com. I'll have a link down in the description below this video.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam. Here we have a DJI Mavic Mini little camera drone, and it's got a little fracture right here. So we're going to have to do some amputation and fix this guy. Fortunately, we can just swap out the arm and the motor, and in this case, this is our front right arm. It's going to be a little more involved because we have an antenna right down there which is part of the extension, the little like landing gear thingy. So that's an antenna right there. So if you are shopping for a replacement arm, just know that they're not all the same. This one is going to be the front right arm, front right, as we're looking at it from like down from this view. I got this one off of another drone that had been broken, and we have 3 motor wires and the antenna right there. Very small antenna. It's going to be a little bit more involved, but I'm going to walk you through the whole process right now. Also, I want to say thanks to PCBWay for sponsoring this video. In case you don't know, PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards, but not only do they make the actual circuit board itself, they also can add all of your specific components to the circuit board, and they have thousands to choose from, and they can test it for you so it's ready to rock and roll when it comes to your door. Also, they offer rapid prototyping services if PCBs aren't your thing. They offer injection sheet what the heck am I saying? But if PCBs aren't your thing, they also offer rapid prototyping services to include sheet metal bending, injection molding, CNC machining, and 3D printing, and in all kinds of materials. So if you're working on a project that may be interesting to you, I'll have a link to them down in the description of this video. First thing we're gonna do, take out the battery. So no battery, that's good. All right, so we're gonna need to remove the screws that hold on the top and bottom shells. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 screws that we need to remove. These screws are really small, so be careful to not strip them out, and they can be a little tricky to reach. Okay, I'm just gonna take the screws out, set them aside. So we have the bottom 4 screws removed. Now there's 2 sneaky screws down here, and we will get to those once we remove the top plate. As you can see, this one has been previously removed, and sometimes the little edges will crack or chip as you try to pop them off. There are these little plastic clips on the inside, and they can be very difficult to take off sometimes. Typically, I'll get like a razor blade or maybe some sort of thin pry tool and just kind of pry them off. This one's a little bit easier because it has been taken off previously, and honestly some of those clips might just be broken. But we're gonna just pop it off carefully, one little piece at a time. Yeah, and these clips, honestly, I don't know how to undo this without kind of breaking some of those clips. So yours may come off a little bit harder if it's never been off before. All right, so that's the top shell. What does that say? Repaired. Oh yeah, so I had repaired this one previously. All right, that's the top shell. Now with the top shell removed, we can remove these 2 screws. And I believe all these screws are the same length, and they are like the kind of coarse thread plastic type, coarse thread screws to go into plastic. With that removed, we can kind of pop off the bottom shell. And again, we just have clips. Just be careful to not snap it entirely. But it can be kind of tricky. I'm just using these pliers to lift up the sides. I'm not actually snipping anything with them. And also, these aren't pliers. These are flush cut snips. There we go. There we go. All right, so just pop that off. You can see there are these little clips on the edges, and sometimes they break, and it's pretty much fine if they do. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal. The heat sink on here is a little bit dirty. We'll clean that off, and then we're going to need to take off this heat sink. So at this point, we've removed everything that we need to. Let's take a look at what we're actually going to need to get a hold of. So here is our broken arm, and the motor wires come through here, and they attach right here. So we're going to unsolder these wires, and then we're going to put the new wires in the same spots, matching up red, black, white, left to right. You'll also notice we have this gray wire coming down here that actually goes to the underside, and it's going to be underneath this black heatsink cover right there. So we're going to take that off as well. Let's do that right now. Okay, there's only 3 screws we need to get to. 1, 2, and then 3. And this third one is probably going to be covered with a little sticker that's like a quality check sticker. And I think it's also to let you know, or to let them know if somebody has tried to remove the board. You can see these screws are going to be a little bit shorter than the screws used for the top and bottom covers. So we'll set those aside in a different spot. All right, at this point, we can just lift this aluminum piece off of here, like so. It's going to be a little stuck on there because of the... Oh, that one's actually stuck for a different reason. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Okay. All right, so that's good, though. That's a good thing to take note of. So there's going to be some thermal compound. It's kind of sticking this on. Now, if you'll notice, when I took this off, so we'll just set that aside with the compound facing up so it doesn't stick to anything else. You'll notice this guy right here came undone. This little connector right here. Not a big deal. We just need to get that back in place. So, because it's just like this connector over here, we need to line this up and press that in place. That could have happened during a crash. Not sure what the deal was with that. I don't know if it had anything to do with the last time I took this apart or what. So that should be connected properly. We may want to do a function check before we reassemble everything, just to make sure that that's on there really nice. I'm going to take a little bit of this electronic grade silicone and apply it to this connector to hold it in place. I believe it's on there properly. We're just going to put a little dab on either side. You could also use hot glue as well. That would probably be the faster, easier method. And I'll just let that dry while I'm working on this other stuff. Now you'll notice if we follow this gray antenna wire, it comes up through the body, or I guess down through the body, and then in between these two plates, and then it connects to the bottom, as we're looking at it here, the bottom antenna port. So what I'm going to do is just take some tweezers and gently lift that off of there, just like that. We can pull that off, and you know, this one doesn't really matter because this is the old one. So we'll get that out of the way, and then we'll slide it back up through here. And we'll just kind of pull that through this little slot in the body. There we go. All right. Now we can unsolder these guys. I'm going to get my soldering iron heated up here. I'm going to be using this TS100, but you can use whatever, pretty much whatever kind of soldering iron you need. So you will need some rudimentary soldering skills for this job. It doesn't matter the order that we remove them or put them in place, just the order that they are when they're soldered in place. Okay, get those guys out of the way. And the last one. There we go. Okay, at this point, all of our wires are disconnected, and we can remove the actual arm part as it connects to the body. So to do that, that's pretty simple as well. Also, if you happen to have like a gimbal cover, you may be able to keep that in place. I'm not sure, but just be mindful that your camera is going to be here jiggling around, so be cautious around it. So we're just going to remove these two screws right here. These just hold this folding mechanism in place. You can see they're short black screws with a large like pan head on them. So they're going to be different from any of the other screws, so you won't mix them up. And we're going to flip this over, and then we're going to press this pin with our screwdriver, and that'll punch that out. And then, you know, get some kind of a thin blade or a little prying tool or something, and then just come under here and just pop that out. Okay. There we go. Now this is like a spring twist mechanism. So we'll set that aside. Okay, at this point we can just remove the old arm. You'll see we have a little bit of glue right here that's kind of holding this in place. We're just going to take a tool and just kind of pop that glue loose. Let's see. If we nick the wires, it's not a big deal. All right, I just pulled that glue off of there. That's some really strong glue too. That's not like any soft kind of glue. We're just going to pull these guys through and out. Okay, and we can kind of inspect for any other kind of damage. It looks like the rest of the frame is in good shape. Okay, so we've got this old arm. We can just get rid of this guy. Or don't get rid of it. I mean, you could save it for spare parts, but we're going to set this aside. We don't need it anymore. We are going to take the propellers off of there, but that'll be later. Here's our new arm, and you can see we have the same setup. We have the 3 motor wires, red, white, and black, and the antenna. So what we're going to do is basically the reverse process. So if you're an extra smart person, you can probably figure all this out, but I'm going to go ahead and just show you the installation. And we're going to put that through there. I want to make sure that we're pointing up. All right, now that we have the arm in place here, we're just going to put that pin back in here. And it's helpful if you get some pliers. So what I'm going to do is get my pliers and grip this pin because it's like spring loaded. And then I'm going to rotate the little tab part to where, so you see it wants to go like do a full 180. It wants to be in either this position, or if we try to rotate it, there's a lot of resistance until it goes all the way back the other way. But this part is kind of tricky, but what we want to do is actually have this in the middle position. If we can get it there, you can get it to stay in the middle position. That's what we want. Might be a little tricky. So now it's basically under tension. And what we're going to do is line up the armhole and have it so that the curved side is facing in towards the drone. And we're going to drop it in place like this. Oh, jeez. All right, so the spring tension came off. You can see that it can be a little tricky. Then we're going to line the slot in the drone arm so that we have that square, the square part of the arm right in that hole. And then set it in place and press it in before it slips the other way. Now, we're going to have, there we go. Yeah, okay, that's the way to do it. So now it will be spring-loaded open and spring-loaded shut. So it's a little tricky, and maybe there's a better way of doing it. I don't know, but that way works. So you might try that. And we can go ahead and put these little screws in here, and just to make sure that that is attached and won't fall out. So let's screw this back into place. All right, not crazy tight. These are little screws. As far as the mechanical stuff that's in place, let's take our antenna wire and run that down through the slot in the body. It should go right down with a little bit of jiggling. You might have to align the connector so that it's flat. There we go. All right, and there's our antenna. Let's pull that through. Okay. There we go. And we can route this. We can route this under the little clips and stuff between the plates. Okay, and to the little teeny tiny connector right there. I'm just gonna line that up carefully. I know my finger is kind of covering everything, but it's so small. There we go. And it's just gonna snap in place. There should be a little. Let's go ahead and put our little heatsink back on here. We'll just line it up so that the cutouts are correct. And just press it down. Make sure we have a good connection with that thermal compound. Now, like I said, you could, if you have a connector that comes loose and then you reconnect it, you may want to test everything before you put it back together. I'm pretty confident it's going to be fine. I will test everything once it's all back together, but I feel like taking a risk and taking the risk of having to take it all back apart. I feel pretty confident it's going to work well. All right, just going to put these 3 screws back in place, just like that. Okay, cool. Heatsink is back in place. Let's flip her back over. We got the antenna. Now we just need to put our wires back in here. So just like we were talking about, we're going to do red, black, white, left to right. And it's also labeled R, B, and W. So super nice of DJI to do that. Thanks, DJI. We're going to get our soldering iron here. And I'm going to go ahead and tin these wires, which is to say just add new solder to them so that everything's nice and fresh. And we're going to have a good connection and all that stuff. So I'm going to put a little bit of solder right on the ends. See, it's nice and shiny, nice and bright. That's what we want. I'm going to do the same to those. There we go. Okay. And we will connect them right now. Woo. Okay, all right. Okay, we'll go ahead and get our tweezers here. Let's go ahead and do these left to right since I'm right-handed. Alright, you do need to be careful to not keep the soldering iron on the wires for too long because this is pretty cheap wire, cheap quality wire. It's not nice silicone. I think these are like PVC coated or something like that, which is unfortunate. Let's check and make sure this folds properly. Yeah, that looks good. We have a good amount of relief. Nothing is being pulled too tightly. It all looks really good. This could even be that antenna. I think that antenna is just going to be kind of curved like that. That's not going to be a problem. Okay, so at this point, everything is back on here. And really, you're pretty much done. So we just need to put our covers back on, the bottom and the top. And then we'll test fly it. You could test fly it like this, honestly. So this one, again, we're just going to align the clips on the sides and press. Just clips into place. Oh, this guy right here. These ones kind of need to go. Yeah, there we go. They go under like that. That's clipped into place. Bottom screws, or the screws that go into the bottom plate, as well as I believe that heat sink as well. So we'll go ahead and put this top plate on here. Let's go put the top plate on. Most of it just snaps in place. Just make sure to line everything up. Snap, snap, snap. There we go. There, there's two big snaps right behind the front arms. That's going to get most of it snapped down. And then we've got these four screws. Four screws, just like we started with. Put it back in. All right, cool. And then just in case you don't know, I'm just going to show you how to swap out the propellers as well. Each propeller is screwed on with this little screw. Oh boy. Okay, so apparently I lost that screw. I'm going to go get another backup screw. There we go. So be careful to not lose your screws. Now we can just put this guy in the spare parts bin. Let's go ahead and screw these propellers back on. And just a quick side note, if you are looking to get more propellers for your original DJI Mavic Mini, or maybe the Mini SE, I'm not sure, but you're going to want to make sure that you get the right ones, because the Mini 2 uses slightly different propeller screw threads. And the propeller is a little different, so keep that in mind. All right, putting this guy back on, so we should be good to go. Look at that, just like new. Hot dog. All right, cool. I am going to fire it up and test it out and make sure everything works well, as you should too, before you go out and do a full flight with it. Hopefully this was helpful. If you have any questions or comments, leave them down below this video. Maybe I or someone else will be able to help you. Good luck on repairing your drone. Bye.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam. So here I'm just flying the DJI Mavic Mini, and whoa! It's not supposed to fly like that! What? How is this possible? Well, oh, that's right. I did completely remove all the DJI guts except for the motors, and I put in high-performance FPV drone electronics to make it fly like a racing drone. But what if I told you that what really makes it fly like this is this little part right here? This tiny part is called a propeller lock, and it's supposed to keep the stock folding propeller blades from folding. You see, because the higher voltage batteries, 3-cell instead of 2-cell, and racing drone electronics and firmware that I'm using, the motors are spinning much faster than they were ever designed to in this configuration. And since the blades are allowed to rotate freely, this causes the propeller blades to lag behind the motor when the flight computer tells them to speed up or slow down. Basically, this confuses the flight computer and results in the drone being very unstable. And this is where the propeller lock comes in. All this really is a little piece of plastic that gets wedged between the two propeller blade hubs. It adds enough friction to keep the blades from moving freely, and the half moon shape creates a hard stop to keep the blade movement to a minimum. However, to maintain balance, the propellers are just loose enough to allow the centrifugal force of the spinning motor to align the blades naturally. I have the STL files available on RCwithAdam.com for you to 3D print yourself, but the blue ones you see here came from our sponsor for this video, PCBWay. You probably know PCBWay for their custom printed circuit boards, that's what PCB stands for, but they also offer rapid prototyping services to include CNC machining, sheet metal bending, injection molding, and what I use for this project, 3D printing. Honestly, it is super easy process to order 3D prints from PCBWay. Basically, you just go to PCBWay.com, go to rapid prototyping and 3D printing, drag and drop your model design file, usually an STL for 3D printing, then select the quantity, material, paint, dyes, or finishes, if applicable, and any other special technical details if you have a more complex model. In this case, I didn't need any of the extra stuff. Side note, I printed this in a glass fiber nylon, and it turned out to be too stiff and brittle for this job. I probably should have chosen a PETG or something with a little bit more flex and resilience. Then hit Submit Request. It will give you an estimated price, and once an engineer has actually reviewed your order to make sure it can be done as requested, you'll get an update with the actual price. PCBWay usually ships via DHL and takes 2 to 3 weeks to get to me in the USA, which I think is pretty good, all things considered. If you think this would help you with your next project, I'll have a link to PCBWay down in the description below this video. Now, just to give you an idea of the actual difference that this little propeller lock makes, I'm going to give you a side-by-side comparison, a little hover test that I did. Now, granted, this does have the camera, the third-person view camera mount that I put on there, which is super not ideal for flying this. Actually, it's really quite awful. But we'll kind of you should be able to see the difference. I think it's much more controllable with the propeller locks, and was actually able to fly decently, whereas it was really kind of all over the place and uncontrollable without them. And you see, I know that this is the difference between this thing being able to fly as an FPV drone with these stock motors and everything, because when I was originally doing this project a couple years back, that was the main problem. Got it working, it was flying, but what I noticed was if you made sudden changes to the motors, it would start making this weird like clacking sound.
Oh yeah. It really doesn't like going fast and then slow.
At first I thought that the clacking sound was the propellers for some reason hitting the frame, but then I started thinking, just designed a super simple little thing right here by basically making the two circles for where the props were. So I measured, the distance between the props and then printed it on the Ender 3. And that's pretty much all I needed to do. So there you have it, folks. That's the secret behind the DJI Mini FPV sleeper drone that I built. If you want to see how I actually built that drone and the results of that, you can go check out a couple videos. I'll have links down in the description to those. I made a couple different ones. One was how I built it, and then the other one was just kind of showing the super fast version of how I built the whole thing. Thanks for watching, everybody. Get out there and fly something. Be creative. Go try building something and probably crash it. And I'm going to leave you with some flight footage. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Oh, hello there. This is me. You're probably wondering why I'm plummeting to my death in slow motion. I too am wondering the same thing. To answer that question, we need to go back in time when it all started with a vision to have the most amazing 360 orbiting camera mount ever seen before. This camera mount would not be like a 360 camera. It would rotate around the drone 360 degrees, holding a GoPro or possibly a smaller Insta360 Go2 camera. But in this case, I went with the GoPro and probably shouldn't have. More about that in a moment. Now, this is version 1, so it's fraught with problems, and obviously that's why I smashed into the ground. Now, let's make a long story somewhat shorter. Part of my vision for this camera mount includes 3 pieces. 2 of them are 3D printed. First, I jumped on Fusion 360 and designed the orbiting mechanism that attaches to the drone. After a few attempts of other designs, I decided to go with one that would strap onto the drone so that you could put it anywhere you wanted to using 2 battery straps, and it attaches to the orbiting portion, which has a screw and a bearing of some size going through it. The part that rotates has a square hole which carbon fiber tubing goes through. Thanks to Windcatcher RC for providing the carbon fiber tubing. Go check them out if you need any RC parts like carbon fiber and foam. Fantastic place to go. Go check them out right now. Go do it. Anyway, on the end of the carbon fiber tube, we would have another 3D printed piece, and that would hold the camera. Now, the key is the carbon fiber tube has to be long enough to go all the way outside of the propeller arc, all the way around the drone. Okay, that's fine. But the problem is cameras are not weightless. They weigh a certain amount, and I didn't think that it would be a huge deal to have it unbalanced, but it is a huge deal to have it unbalanced, especially with a GoPro that weighs I think 160 grams or something like that. It's a lot. So I took an old 4-cell battery and strapped it to the other side of the carbon fiber tube. Unfortunately, it was not far enough away, opposite of the GoPro from the pivot point, so it really wasn't perfectly balanced. It was a little bit better balanced, but not very much better balanced. So that was a problem. But another issue, if we look at the design of the rotating piece that I 3D printed, you'll see that I made a critical error. For one, it's not large enough. Number 2, I printed it such that the layer lines are in line. How do I explain this? I printed it such that the layer lines are the only thing that's actually holding the carbon fiber tube to the rest of the mount. So even though the screws could tighten down and supposedly clamp the mount in place and hold it in place, that whole portion would just fall off, and that is what happened. So that was a critical error that we will not be repeating in the next version. Also, shout out to Bamboo Labs for sending me their 3D printer to test out, and they actually did not even ask me to mention that. That was not part of the deal. They just wanted me to try it out and give them feedback. But thank you to them for doing that. And I'm using their high temperature glass nylon 3D filament to print this. And it's very, very strong. In fact, it's so strong that it actually broke the GoPro tabs, the little mounting tabs, instead of breaking the 3D print. So very impressive, Bamboo Labs. Good job. Also, side note for the 3D printing aspect, I did try printing this mount using the support material, but unfortunately it takes an absurdly long amount of time to use both the support material and the other filament and switch between them. So the idea of doing multi-filament prints is great in theory, but it takes such a long time. It takes like 5 hours as opposed to like 1 hour or something to print this part otherwise. So for what I do, I would probably just be printing in one color most of the time. Now, probably more could be said about the 3D printed design and whatnot. And speaking of 3D printing, if you don't have a 3D printer of your own, or if you don't have one sent to you from Bamboo Labs, you can check out the sponsor for today's video, PCBWay, because PCBWay not only makes thousands of custom printed circuit boards, that's what PCB stands for, but they also offer rapid prototyping services to include 3D printing, CNC machining, injection molding, and sheet metal bending if you're into that sort of thing. And you can get thousands of types of materials for 3D printing for whatever you need for your project. So if that sounds interesting to you, check them out, link in the description below this video. Now, of course, this mount wouldn't be any good if I didn't actually put it on a drone and fly around with it. Well, we didn't actually do much flying, but I built this drone using a Falcon 7 frame and parts from T-Motor. So thank you to T-Motor for providing these electronics. What you are about to see is not going to be exactly great advertising for T-Motor, but I don't think T-Motor is to blame for the issues that we are having. More on that in a moment. The motors are Velox 2808 1300 kV motors. These are 7-inch propellers, a 7-inch setup, and I'm using their 4-in-1 ESC and their flight controller. Both are the Velox variety. Or Velo. Is it Velo? I don't know. Maybe it's Velo. I'm not really sure. Anywho, finally, we get out to the field. We're going to test this out. But here's the critical flaw of that is mine doing. This is really the reason why we had this failure that we had. I did not exactly do a test flight before flying this. So this was the actually the initial flight. So for some reason, this was definitely not tuned properly for 7-inch, and we had some serious wobbling back and forth issues. I think some D-term oscillations possibly. And that's why it's wobbling back and forth. Also, it is horribly unbalanced, so that is my fault there. I don't think there's anything wrong with the electronics. And I did waterproof them. I did put silicone coating on there to waterproof them, so that could have had an effect, but I don't think so. I think it was just that it was unbalanced and the flight controller was not properly tuned for this whatsoever. So yeah, so we had some wobbling back and forth. Now I think what happened, if you look at the footage here, what happened I think is that it was sort of bobbling back and forth, and then something happened and it shut off and it reset. I didn't hit any switches. The battery didn't become unplugged. It just shut down, strangely enough.
It's crazy. All right, I'm gonna stick cam. Okay. All right, and goggles. Okay, goggles down. All right, goggles down. We are oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. Oh my God. Can you believe that? Can you believe that right now? Oh, dude. What happened? What happened? Oh, well, I'm really glad I didn't put the nicer GoPro on there, but
So yeah, so that happened. So, and you know, that's how it goes sometimes, folks. Sometimes you have an idea and it crashes and it burns, and you know that's what this channel is all about, is being able to crash things and crash well. And when I say crash well, I mean you crash something and then you're able to go, hey, what did we learn from this? And yes, I'm very sad, but you know, those things happen sometimes, and I'm not going to have a bad attitude and be a little baby about it. I'm going to pick myself up from the ashes, get all my pieces together, and build something again. So, that is what we will be doing. I will be figuring out how to tune this 7-inch properly, which I don't know why 7-inch quads have to be so hard to tune. It's very silly. And then I'm going to 3D print a new design that's stronger and more durable, and I will properly counterbalance the camera, and then we will fly it, and it will be amazing. Fortunately, the quad does fly after that crash. In case you were wondering, it actually flies. The camera, the O3 camera, was fine. All in all, it wasn't too bad. It was just very violent. The camera, the mount did break. The carbon fiber tube did not break, surprisingly. And the GoPro was fine. I think the front of the quad frame got bent a little bit, but it was really not too bad, especially for how it bounced. Like, look at how it bounced. Like, there was a ditch, and it bounced all the way on the other side of the ditch, which was nice. Unfortunately, I did smash a 6-cell 2800 milliamp hour battery, and those are not cheap. So that's kind of a bummer. So I'm gonna have to ditch that battery, probably, or possibly take it apart and make other smaller batteries from it, because it's really not safe to use when it's smashed like that. So, oh boy, what a project. So stay tuned for version 2. It's going to be amazing. We are going to get those most epic 360 orbiting shots you've ever seen before in your life. Stay tuned. Again, thanks to the sponsor for today, PCBWay, and for T-Motor for the parts, and for Bamboo Labs for the 3D printing, and for Windcatcher RC for the carbon fiber tube. Fantastic, fantastic people. Thank you all so very much, and good night. Thanks for watching, and I will see you again very soon. But hopefully, under better pretenses. Bye-bye.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Whoop-bam! Bottom line up front. And there you go, folks. That's all the information that you need from this video, but we're going to get into this test, what it is and why it's important, right after I say thanks to PCBWay for sponsoring this video. PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards. That's what PCB stands for. And if you're into that, that's fantastic. They have tons of different kinds of components, different kinds of boards. You can actually design your own board, send it to them. Then they have a service where they will actually manufacture your board and test it before they send it to you, so it's ready to rock and roll when it gets to your door. But if PCBs aren't your thing, they also offer rapid prototyping services to include sheet metal bending, injection molding, 3D printing, and CNC machining. So if you're working on a project where maybe you don't have the materials or the manufacturing capabilities for it, check that out, because you can actually just send them your design files to create the thing that you want to create, and they will make it for you, and then they will send it to you. It could be a lot less expensive than investing in like a whole CNC machine or something like that. So if that sounds interesting, check them out. Link in the description below this video. Thanks again to them for sponsoring this video. Helps very much. Okay, the DJI O3 Air unit, all right? This is the latest and greatest for the digital FPV system. This is currently the latest one from DJI for FPV drones, and it's the new hotness, right? Well, the problem is it's a little too hot, and it actually tends to get very hot and actually overheat to where it will stop recording the high quality video. That's part of the point of why this thing is so cool and so expensive, because you can record up to 4K video, I think at like 120 frames per second or something crazy. Or if it gets too hot, it will actually just shut down. And so you could potentially be flying and then just get a blank screen and it says, sorry dude, we're too hot, we're shutting down. And that's not acceptable in my book. Now you might be thinking, hey Adam, you're an idiot, because your propellers are going to be spinning, all right, on your drone, and you're going to have airflow, and so it's not going to overheat when you're in the air. And I'm like, well, I know that, but the problem is that I want to get these particular shots. For example, what I want to have is somebody holding on to the drone, carrying it around like it's a regular camera. Okay, so we're recording for a few minutes. Maybe you have to wait for the right time. Maybe you're doing multiple takes, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, at least like 5 minutes, I want to be able to record and then arm the drone safely, of course, and take it off. And then people are like, what? I thought this was just a normal camera they were carrying around. This is crazy. And that would be super cool. And I tried this shot, but it didn't work out because the air unit overheated. And so I missed the shot of them going and running. Super bummer and super not cool. And I had underestimated how quickly this would happen. I don't know, maybe a minute or a couple minutes. And so I was left feeling very frustrated and stupid. Okay, let's not let that happen again. And angry at DJI, which is how I feel pretty often at DJI. I mean, you know, they make great stuff, but you know, you kind of love to hate them. Anyway, that's the setup. That's the premise of why we would even want this information anyway. If you're watching this video, you probably already know that, and you probably thought the same thing. And so the bottom line, which is what I gave you up front of this video, this thing is gonna overheat very quickly on its own. So don't just leave it on somewhere. That's a terrible idea. Something to note is you will get a processor overheat warning, and what that means is it's going to shut down the recording, the onboard recording. You can still record on your goggles and get that DVR, but it's going to shut down the onboard recording. The next best thing you can do is to add basically more metal to it to distribute the heat and get it out of there. So in this case, we're talking aluminum cooling fins. The next best thing you can do is a fan, even just a little tiny fan. Like I used a 25 millimeter by 10 millimeter thick 5-volt fan. And that actually kept it cool quite a bit better. And you know, that's just the airflow. That's like the airflow you'd be getting with your propellers. Now, the best thing you can do is actually combine both of those, and then you're adding more cooling area and a fan, and that is what will actually keep it cool for long enough to be able to record for about 5 minutes, 4K, 60 frames per second. That's what I tested it as. And so the good thing is that if you add that, it adds a little bit of weight, and if you do add the fan, it adds some complexity, but you don't have to worry about it ever shutting down because it gets too hot. And that would be awful. And especially also, maybe you're using a Cinewoop or something that flies very slowly, and maybe if the propellers aren't placed you know, right so that the airflow is going over the air unit, you could have this problem even while you're flying around. I mean, theoretically, I haven't actually had that happen, but theoretically that could be a concern. Maybe you're flying in the sun, in the heat, you know, and you just have not ideal conditions for cooling. That's my case. I live in North Carolina. It's very hot, very humid, and a lot of times there's not a lot of airflow. There's not a lot of wind and stuff to kind of help in the cooling process. Given the results of this test, I've decided to use heat sinks or cooling fins and a cooling fan, and I'm going to install those on my little micro drone, the little Axis Flying Cineon 20, I believe it is. So I'm going to install, or I have installed that, and I may show that in another video. And it works out pretty great because the fan turns on whenever the drone is on, but then it turns off when it's armed, is how I have it set up. So I think that's going to work really well. And of course, it does add a little bit of extra weight, and you are using a little bit of extra battery power to power that fan. But again, it's like, okay, well, would you rather have like maybe 30 seconds less flight time total, or just have the thing overheat and then you can't even cool it down in time to get the shot? And that's what really drove me crazy when this thing failed on me when I was trying to get that shot, because it overheated and I'm like, dang it. So I start blowing on this thing like I'm playing the harmonica, you know, on this drone. It still didn't cool it down enough. So that was like super duper disappointing. And I was like, never again. And so that's what we're gonna do. Thanks for watching, folks. Hopefully this was helpful for you. If it was, let me know. And if you have questions about this, or maybe I missed something, let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, everybody. Keep flying, and I will see you again very soon.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam. Here's the deal. Speedy B a company you probably all know and love, perhaps, came out with an updated version of their F405 stack. It's the V4. Last version was the V3. This is the V4. And of course, when I say stack, we're talking about a 4-in-1 ESC board stacked underneath a flight controller board. Both of these are 30 by 30 hole spacing. So bottom line is they sent this to me to check out, and I don't have actually time to check it out. So what I'm going to do is actually just pay it forward and pass it on to you guys. But this is a pretty sweet stack, and I would actually love to keep this. But that's what we do here at RC with Adam. We pass the savings on to you. So that's what we're going to do. Check the full check the description of this video for the full giveaway details, but basically leave one comment only, because if you leave two, just go ahead and delete it, because I'm going to filter you out if you leave more than one comment on this video. And then in about, let's say 2 weeks time, I'll have the date in the description of this video. I'm going to randomly pick a winner, and I'm going to publish that video of announcing who the winner is. So you got to come back for the video. That's kind of the catch, is I'm going to get you to comment on this video and get some views and some comments and buzz going, and then I'm going to make a video saying who won, and then I'm going to get you to tune in to that as well. So that's kind of the trade-off. It takes a little bit of your time, but you're going to get a completely free stack. And the price on this is right at $70, $69.99 US dollars. And I'm going to go ahead and pay for shipping, because I think that's the best way to do a giveaway, because then it's like, it really is, you just enter your name, and then you like get a thing if you win, and it's really cool, and you don't have to like pay for shipping, and I don't have to get your information, and you send me money or blah blah blah. So that's something that I would like to do to hopefully bless somebody out there. Somebody out there needs this stack, is what I'm thinking. Also, that somebody had better be in the United States, because this is going to be a continental United States only, and that just simplifies things, and then I don't have to think about much, and the shipping won't cost a lot of money. Giveaway stuff out of the way, let's get into this stack. I just thought basically the best thing that I could do is kind of, I don't know, walk you through this, some of the features, and we'll take a look at these together. As you can see, it looks great, fantastic looking stack, way to go Speedy B. And what they're really pushing here is that it's just like super budget, feature rich. Like, I honestly, I don't know, I'm not sure why you would go with a different stack unless you wanted like even higher quality or something, because the features that they're supposing here are just crazy. And so a couple things to note that I want to point out is that I love that Speedy B went ahead and labeled like everything. Like there's so much writing on this stack. I was like, is this a book or a flight controller? And spoiler, it's a flight controller, but there's a lot of writing on there, and they label pretty much I think every single pad, and it's very helpful, because then you don't have to like constantly look at a reference chart like Flywoo does that a lot, and maybe some other companies, where they just have pads and you're like, what the heck is this pad? And it's like, I don't even know. So that's fantastic. Also, I really like that they put in a longer cable to connect from the flight controller to the ESC board, because that is a situation that I run into a lot, and I almost feel like they heard me the last time when I reviewed the previous version of this stack. Because I was having trouble fitting it into the frame, and it's kind of tricky, because you want to usually you put your video transmitter in the back of the drone, but then you have the XT60 coming out the back, the battery connection lead, and then that can run into your video transmitter, which becomes a problem, obviously. So the one solution to that is you just flip your stack around, or your 4-in-1 ESC, and you basically rotate it so that the battery leads are pointing forward, and then that could potentially help it fit better into certain frames and setups and stuff like that. So they have that longer cable so that you can actually connect it in that fashion. I think that's really, really thoughtful. And they have a connector for DJI, so a plug-and-play connector for DJI stuff, and then everything else is just solder pads. And this does work for an X8 setup, or basically the flight controller will control 8 motors, but you're going to need to get another ESC board for that, because this ESC board is just for 4 motors. So this is a 55 amp, they call it a real 55 amp. That's a lot of amps, and then the burst rating I think is a lot higher. So in case you're wondering, hey, what's the difference between this new stack, the V4 and the V3? Well, I'll tell you, the V3 is old and dumb because it's old, and the V4 is amazing because it's new. And I'm just kidding, but it's here's a little chart here that Speedy B sent me. I'm going to show you guys. I have not confirmed any of this information, just so you know, like, that they're sending me. I'm just kind of passing it along because I don't have the time or the inclination to actually do that. But it looks like basically they kind of beefed it up. They kind of put in a few better components, some better chippy chips, and then especially like for the ESC board, it's heavier copper in the ESC, and they added that big heat sink there. Which, honestly, I kind of wonder about the heatsink, because, on the one hand, that's definitely good, but on the other hand, it doesn't have a bunch of fins cut into it, and so I would think that you would really want a lot of cooling fins to increase that surface area. But I suppose a big chunk of aluminum with a few little ridge things cut in there is still probably better than nothing at all. So it does increase the weight, by a few grams. Let's see. Yeah, it says heatsink weight. Yeah, so it basically adds 4.3 grams just with the heatsink, and then the weight of the heatsink, or the weight of the boards. The old board was 13.8 grams. The new board is 23.5 grams. So that's like a lot heavier, but I think it's probably worth the weight when you're talking about increasing the amperage of availability and performance and all that kind of stuff. So that's basically what you're looking at. big, I would say pretty noticeable improvement on the ESC stack as well. And then here's a chart comparing this stack with other brands of stacks, which I think is pretty cool, but it is a nice comparison. And you know, this stack really, it's so crazy how good all the stacks are and how cheap they all are compared to, you know, just a few years ago. But so this one, you know, we're looking at some of the features it has. So one of the big things actually that this one has is built-in Bluetooth, and combine that with the SpeedyBee flight configurator app. That's actually super duper useful. Now sometimes Bluetooth can be finicky, as any wireless connection can, but then again, the wired connections aren't always that much better. And so I find it super helpful to be able to use that the Bluetooth capability, especially if I've added a waterproof coating to the flight controller, and it may be very difficult to get to the USB port. And this is a USB-C port, by the way, which I much prefer the USB-C ports. Or maybe it's a really tight build and you don't want to take things apart to get to it. That can be super duper 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 helpful. So there's a comparison there of it with different stacks. Let's switch over. Oh, let's go ahead and show the dimensions in case you just wanted to see what this would fit into. I really like that they left quite a bit of space for cooling. Space for this picture that I'm looking at on the dimension sheet. Well, I don't know what happened there. The dimension sheet is it doesn't make much sense because it's the grommets are like not sticking out far enough. But it appeared to me that the grommets would stick out far enough. Probably shouldn't even mention that, but that's okay. Here's our wiring diagram. Wiring diagram. You can basically just hook up anything to this thing. I mean, they've thought of like everything. And you know, so one thing to keep in mind is, and they say this in here somewhere. They say it somewhere is that if you are going to use the DJI connectors with a different receiver, like I would, because I use Crossfire primarily, then you're going to want to disconnect the S-bus wire, the S-bus signal wire from that wiring, like the kind of the ribbon cable from the connector cable from the DJI VTX. And I think they're saying possibly the same thing as well with ELRS receivers. And I'm not super familiar with that. I haven't gotten into that. And again, documentation wise, good job, SpeedyBee. Like very, 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 very impressed. Like they have this diagram here showing the layout. And everything's like, you know, kind of color coded. They tell you what's what and where the stuff is. I think that's super duper useful. I still wish that they would include like a little paper manual. But to be honest, since all the pads are labeled, if you kind of know what you're doing, you really shouldn't have a problem soldering things up without even looking at the manual. But again, other manufacturers sometimes don't label the board at all, which is awful. And then they've got showing the underside as well. So they've got a big SD card, or not big SD, but an SD card slot that can fit, I believe, up to 4 gigabyte SD card, which is nothing by today's standards. But for black box logging, which is where you basically record the flight data from the flight controller, that will actually hold quite a lot, because usually if it's an onboard data storage, it's measured in megabytes and not gigabytes. So that is really cool. They also have the 4 LED strips on the corners, which I really like that as well. And I think that's very handy because you could, you know, easily get to those solder points to get to those pads. And then also, and I haven't tested this out, but the fact that you can just press, you press the boot button and then it will turn on the LEDs, and then you don't have to like mess, or I think you don't have to mess with Betaflight and hooking up like, you know, making those LEDs work and then making a switch on your radio, turn on the LEDs and blah, blah, blah. Because maybe it's just like getting dark and you're like, oh, let's turn on the LEDs, and you just want them on all the time. So I think that's really cool. That's very thoughtful. Let's see here. And then of course, just your standard, you know, four motor outputs on the ESC. Really nothing going on there very much. They do also bother to show the MCU BB21 and the MCU BB21 as well, I guess. Those are, I don't know what those are, to be honest with you. Then they have the TVS diode, which we all know what that is. Just kidding, I don't really know what that is. But and then it comes with the accessories. And they show the accessories here, and that's great. And it comes with an extra grommet for each stack, and yes, and then the 2 lengths of the cables and the DJI connector, which is great. And then the stack screws, which those may or may not fit your frame depending on what frame you're putting this into. So that was like the specifications. The main features probably should have started with this, I guess, to be honest with you. But that's okay, because with the magic of editing, I already put it at the beginning. They also have this LiPo checker thing on the flight controller. I'm curious if anybody actually uses that. I have not. I think that was on the V3, and I just totally forgot about it. I don't use it at all. And I think the reason for that is because if I'm going to check the battery voltage, I'll probably have the goggles turned on, and then I'll probably just look at the OSD. And then apparently there was an SD card compatibility issue, and that's now been fixed, which I was not aware of this, but that's nice of them to, you know, go ahead and fix that. So change motor directions wirelessly. I'm trying to remember if that was a thing that I could do. Yes, you can do this. Yes. Sometimes it's a little finicky, I found, with the app. But yes, you can change the motor directions wirelessly, which is amazing compared to how it used to be. But here's the thing. I still don't think you can update the ESCs wirelessly. I'm not sure. I would think that they would integrate that, but I don't know if you can do that through the SpeedyBee app. And then they have the TVS diode surge protection, which is great. And they got a TDK 35V MLCC filter and energy capacitor, which is pretty cool. And then, of course, they have that gigantic capacitor, which is typical on drone drone stacks. And then apparently they have cutouts for your FPV camera, which, yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I've never had that tight of a build where that is actually like useful. And they do have the 5 volt 3 amp BEC and 9 volt 3 amp BEC, and that's important because the 9 volt like those 9 volt pads, those are going to power your DJI air unit, unless you just use the connector, which that would just be part of the connector as well. So I think that covers it. We've talked about the price, which is $70. We've talked about some of the specs I've shown you right here. It's 30 by 30 hole spacing, which is actually, hey, let's just point this out. This is actually 30.5 by 30.5 hole spacing. So just so everybody knows, because I forget this myself as well, it's 30.5, like center to center on the hole spacing for some reason. But we call them 30 by 30 stacks, which is confusing because we don't want to say 30.5 by 30.5 stacks. So that's just a thing to keep in mind. It doesn't really matter because everything that is built to fit this is going to fit the 30.5 millimeter, but we just call them 30 by 30, which is so silly. In any case, there we go. We looked at all the differences between the old version and the new version and some of the competitor version stacks and all that kind of stuff. All right, that's going to do it. Thanks for watching, everybody. Remember to leave a comment on this video and blah, 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 blah. Check the description below this video for the full giveaway details. Thanks again to SpeedyB for sending this to me. Maybe I'll keep the next one, but this one is going to go to one of you lucky viewers out there. Thanks for watching, everybody. Keep on flying, keep on creating, all right? Don't get down in the dumps, get up in the air. And that's a saying that I just said. All right, have a good day, everybody. And I will see you again very soon. Probably soon-ish, but that doesn't sound as good as just I will see you again very soon. Bye-bye.
We get bars in our goggles.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam, as you may have guessed. In this video, we're taking a look at the brand new FlyKit mini drone. We interrupt our regularly scheduled program to bring you this news flash from FlyKit. Apparently, FlyKit has updated their product page on Indiegogo, and they are now offering a flash sale package for just $39. $39, so right about $40, and you can get this little guy, which I think that's quite reasonable. In this video, you will hear me referencing the $49 price, because that's what it was when I made the video. But right now, if you check the link in the description, you can probably get it for $39. Thank you, and now we return you to your regular scheduled program. If you look at the box, it says Deformed Light Drone. That's kind of a weird name. They may want to work on that. In any case, as always, let's do the bottom line up front, and then we'll go into more detail in the other stuff. So, first of all, full disclosure, FlyKit is paying me to make this review. Now, they're not paying me to like say whatever they want me to say, but they are compensating me for my time making the review, so I just want you to be aware of that. But as always, I plan to give you an honest and fair review of this product. This is a pre-production model that you see in this video, and it may differ from their production version. Honestly, this is essentially a common toy micro drone, but it has a unique special feature, and that is a lighted ring spins around the drone as it flies to create a sphere of light effect, which is actually super cool and has a lot of wow factor. And I haven't seen any other drones with this gimmick. There are different light modes to create different patterns, such as solid or chasing or kind of a flowing effect. It's pretty cool. It does seem very durable, having survived many good crashes with only a propeller coming off one time. However, oftentimes the battery door will pop open on impact. Flight time. You get about 4 minutes with the light ring rotating, and I think that seems pretty good because it's a pretty big ring that needs to rotate. Now, it is very easy to fly with the attitude hold working well most of the time and the 3 speed or sensitivity settings. Personally, I don't care for the headless or the one key return modes, as I have never found them to be very useful or effective on any drone, this one included. Note that the flight controls do feel a bit different when the ring is spinning due to the laws of physics and stuff, and it will try to fly forward on its own, which requires that you put in a little bit of backward trim using that back arrow trim button. In the box, it comes with the drone, the controller, which uses 3 AAA batteries, not included, 2 flight batteries, USB charger, spare set of propellers, and the manual. And finally, the price. I know you're all asking what the price is. The price, the MSRP is $99. And currently you can back it on Indiegogo, essentially placing a pre-production order for as low as $49 per unit. You know, so it depends on what your budget is. I could see $50. To be honest with you, I could see $50 since this is kind of a specialty thing, but $100, I'm not going to say what you should do with your money. and I'm in the position that I don't want to steer people away unnecessarily. But what I would say is I don't know that that little special feature is worth that extra price to me of $99 per unit. $50, I could see that. I could see that. Bottom line over, let's get more into let's talk about my experience with it and just show you some cool footage. FlyKit, they reached out to me a while ago and they said, hey, we got this new product. Do you want to check it out? And to be honest with you, I've been cutting back on my reviews and stuff because I find they just take way too much of my time and they're not super enjoyable and stuff. And you know, people think that you get products for free when you do reviews, but you really don't. You get products in exchange for your time and effort in making a video and all that stuff. And sometimes, you know, they want you to say good things just because they're giving you free stuff. But in any case, so I haven't been doing many reviews, but I saw this one and I said, hey, that's actually kind of cool. Because, like, look, I've seen a lot of drones. I get a lot of different companies and they're like, hey, try out our, you know, random Amazon drone. It's super amazing. And I'm like, man, it's not amazing. Like, most of the drones on Amazon are the same and they're pretty awful, and the marketing is ridiculous. I'm getting off on a tangent. Anyway, so I saw this one and I said, hey, that actually might be worth reviewing because that's pretty neat. I haven't seen that before. So I got it. You know, they sent it to me. I got it. And then when I turned that thing on, I don't think I have it on video of my first experience with it, but I was like, whoa, that's so cool. And that's because it is really cool. It's actually very, very cool to see it lighting up, and you can change the light modes and you can start the ring spinning, and then you can also just have the ring like vertical, and it's kind of cool. It looks like some kind of ship from Star Wars. Getting it set up and started, super simple. You turn on the drone, you turn on the transmitter, you go all the way up on the throttle, all the way down on the throttle, and then you're bound. And then this has altitude hold, so it's going to mostly maintain its height to what you set it at above the ground. But sometimes that can get thrown off over like certain surfaces if it's really bright or if it's really dark. Now, it doesn't really have position hold, so it won't really stay in place, but it will mostly stay at the same height. Now, when you are flying this and you do start spinning the ring, it will want to sort of lurch forward because you have this motor that's trying to spin the ring, and so it causes the drone to want to fly forward a lot. And so you may need to put in some backwards trim. So that's going to be that little back arrow button next to the right stick. But do keep in mind, when you stop the spinning, the drone will lurch forward again because of how it has to compensate for the spinning mass of the ring. It can be a little tricky in, you know, really tight spaces and stuff, and you might crash it some. And speaking of crashing, we crashed it quite a bit. I had my son fly it and crash it a good bit, and it was all right. I thought for sure the ring was going to break or something like that, but it actually seems to protect it pretty well. I actually crashed it into my the 3-inch Cinewoop because I was trying to do some air-to-air flying with it and crashed into it. But it seemed to be okay. And then, of course, you're going to get, you know, the same kind of issues with any micro drone flying in the house. You know, hair gets tangled around the propellers and stuff like that, and you may need to swap out the propellers. But otherwise, it seems okay. I did notice a little bit of twitching on the light ring some of the time, usually when the drone was on the ground, but nothing that interfered with the flight. Now, the flight time, they claim about 7 minutes of flight time, but my guess is they're just saying maximum fly time. But I find you'll get probably closer to 3 or 4 minutes with the spinning light ring, and that's kind of the whole point of this drone. So I think that makes more sense to consider the flight time when you're actually getting all the features of the drone. And like I said about the headless and the return to home modes, or the one key return, I find those just don't work very well because, first of all, it's not like it has GPS or something. So there's nothing to tell it where it is in space and put it back where it was supposed to be, like for the return to home. But it's basically like it's supposed to fly to the same distance from the transmitter or something like that. But I just find it just half the time it'll just fly off in a different direction. And that's with any micro drone. So I don't even know why. Well, I do know why. I know why they put those features on there so that they can say, hey, look at all these features that we have. But they're kind of more of a I don't know, maybe fun to play around with feature, but don't actually expect it to come back to you every time. And then headless mode. Headless mode means that it doesn't matter which way the drone is facing. If you tell it to go forward, it should go forward, as in like away from you, or if you pull it back, it should come back, and left and right as you are facing the drone. But I find that a lot of times that does not actually work very well, and I'm not sure why, but that just seems to be something that doesn't really work well with any of these cheap little micro drones. And I really just want to emphasize that the whole light show thing is actually super cool. It is really very cool. It looks super neat. I will say this model that I have, it seems like it's not very happy when the ring is spinning. It seems like the drone is really having trouble staying stable. It kind of wobbles around a lot. It could be maybe tuned a little bit better.
Run for your lives, the beach ball's attacking us.
Okay, you can move it around. Just try to. Whoa. So it's super cool. It's a fun toy drone, you know, and it has those limitations of being a toy drone. You know, some of the features are just kind of more gimmick than anything else. But here's the real kicker, okay? And it's the price. It always comes down to price. You know what I mean? With these things, because it's got to be worth it to you. All right. Now the thing is, I don't want to tell you what to buy or not buy or how much to spend, but what I will say is that the price that FlyKit is suggesting of $99, that seems very high to me. And I would imagine that once this actually gets into production, that would not actually be the retail price. I just don't see it. Maybe in like, I don't know, you could probably see this in like Sharper Image Catalog or some sort of high-end place that doesn't really sell drones. They sell like tech gadgets. $50, I could see that. Again, that's a little bit on the high side, but I could, you know, there's probably like $30 is what I would expect for this type of drone without the special light ring feature. So then you figure, okay, well, that's like $20 more for this cool like light ring feature. Well, is it worth it to you? Now, also, I want to note, right now, FlyKit has launched their Indiegogo campaign for this product, and so that's probably why you're watching this video. So I just want to make you aware that the whole thing with Indiegogo is that it is crowdfunding. You're basically placing a pre-production order. So you are trusting that the company, in this case FlyKit, is going to carry through with your money and get you that product. So I have no reason to believe that FlyKit won't do that, but I just want you to be aware of that, as I would with any crowdfunding type of situation. All right, I think that does it. Thanks for watching, everybody. If you have questions about this, leave a comment down below, and I will try to answer them, or maybe FlyKit can jump in here. I don't know if they're like on YouTube or not. And if you have one of these yourself, leave a comment and let us know what you think of it, or if you would recommend it to somebody else. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a fantastic day. Get out there and fly something, and I will see you again very soon.
We get bars.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam, and today we're taking a look at the Hisenji Stargazer FPV drone tech toy. Here's the bottom line up front, because I don't like wasting your time. It's a super duper cool FPV tech toy, but if you really just want to get into the FPV hobby, this is not a good place to start because it's locked down and you can't, it's not like open source and stuff. It's basically like a game kind of thing and it's all locked down and stuff. But we're going to get into all that. Most importantly, I want you to know that it's not that this is a bad product. This is actually a really good product, but it is a specific kind of product, and I want to make sure that you know what you're getting and that you don't think that it's going to be something that it's not. Okay? Let's get into it. Full disclosure, Hisenji sent this to me, and they reached out and they said, hey, Adam, we see you do the blah, 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 blah. You want to try this thing? And I said, sure do, because guess what? I think that this would be perfect for my son. That's what I said to myself. I said, I think this would be perfect for my son. He's just getting into the FPV stuff, and this seems like a great way to get him into it as well. And it turns out that it is. So there you go. There's your bottom line. We're going to get more into this. I got a whole pros and cons list that we're going to go through if I haven't already put it up on the screen. But first I want to say thanks to our sponsor for today, PCBWay. PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards. That's what PCB stands for. And they have thousands of components and different types of boards and circuitry things to choose from. And they actually have a service where you can design your own board and then send that design to them, and then they'll actually create the board and populate the board with the components of your choosing on the board, and they'll test it so that it's ready to go before it gets to your door, which is pretty cool. But I'm not so much of a PCB guy, but I love their rapid prototyping service that they offer. So if you like the cool projects that I do, like 3D printing and different stuff like that, but you don't have a 3D printer and you're like, man, I wish I could make something somehow, but I just don't know, I don't have the machining and stuff, you might want to check out PCBWay, because you can create the 3D model, create your file, and then send it to them, and then they can actually create it using a CNC machine, or sheet metal bending techniques, or injection molding, or 3D printing, or of course whatever is appropriate for the product that you want to make. And they have a lot of different materials to choose from. So if that sounds interesting to you, go check out PCBWay. I'll have a link down in the description below this video. I think you can get like $5 off your first time or something like that. Let's get the important stuff out of the way. How much does this thing cost? It's going to set you back about $350. Looks like maybe $400 is kind of like their MSRP, but it looks like $350 right now on GetFPV. What comes in the box? This is what you get. You get your transmitter, you get your FPV goggles, and you get your FPV drone, as well as batteries. And oh, you don't get that. You don't get the charging block, which is what I wish they had put in there. But you get batteries. You actually get 4 batteries, and we're gonna go more in depth in all of these items. And you get a couple other like odds and ends and stuff. You get some spare propellers, things like that. Pretty typical for an FPV drone, and this would be considered like a Cinewhoop class. So in case you're not familiar with that, that basically just means a little micro drone that's primarily meant for indoor flying. So what makes it different? What actually is this? What's the whole deal with the Stargazer thing? Well, the deal is Hisenji has created a kind of an ecosystem that revolves around the app that they have, that you have to download from their website onto your phone or tablet. And they've basically taken the FPV drone kind of process and sort of gamified it. So with the app, you're supposed to connect via Bluetooth to the drone, and then it is able to basically upload its logs, its flight logs, sort of. So they have it so that you can see how many minutes you've been flying, or how many crashes you have. And they have like a gazillion sort of like awards or like achievements that you can not really unlock, but like you get achievements and you get like points when you get achievements. So like you'll be like, oh, hey, congratulations, you flew around for a minute, or like you crashed 5 times, good job. And it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. But anyway, that's the whole thing. That's kind of how that works. You have to have the app, you have to have a smartphone or a tablet. And here's the thing, more importantly, if you're buying this for your child, then that means your child has to have that, or or they have to have access to that, to a smartphone, as part of playing with this whole thing. So that's the part that I really don't like. So that's, and really any kind of products where it like connects to an app and you like have to use your smartphone, I'm just not a big fan of. So it's not really anything personal against Hisenji. It's just that whole thing of like being on the phone and making the phone integrated with everything that we do. I don't like that, because yes, while flying FPV drones is, very technical, it's very kind of computery oriented, you're looking through a screen and that sort of thing. It's not the same. It's not the same as like having to be on the phone. And in particular, the Hisenji app is it's very, they want you to be on the app. So they have like daily achievement things that you can unlock when you like check the app every day. The more you fly, the more like achievements you get and the more points you get, and then you're able to unlock like more performance features. So you can like take those points and like apply them to like different areas of performance for the drone. Now, eventually you just get to the point where there's nothing else to unlock, or at least right now. I assume that they're going to be continuing to develop the app and making more things that you can unlock and that sort of thing. But the bottom line is I feel like it's unnecessary. Like it's kind of cool, it's gamified, it's gamification, but like isn't flying FPV like already fun? Like, isn't that kind of like a game? Because it's like the more you fly, the better you get, and the more like stuff you're able to do. So I don't know. To be honest, maybe I'm just old and jaded. Another important thing to know is that this drone, you can't just plug this into your computer and access Betaflight like you might be able to, or like you would be able to with other like little beginner drones. Maybe something from Emacs or Beta FPV or whatever, like a typical open source FPV drone. You can't do that with this thing. So you're stuck in their ecosystem, and that's why I say it's not really something that you can fully grow with and kind of advance into the hobby. So if you're looking for something where you just want to get into the hobby and you want like an entry-level kit, don't get this. However, if you are giving this as a gift to somebody who isn't into FPV at all and they don't even know about it, but you're like trying to get them into it, or or you just think that somebody would enjoy just kind of flying around, but they don't really like want to get into like the whole hobby thing, or maybe this would spark something in that, then it's cool, it's fun. One important note: as you're taking it out of the box, make sure you don't throw away the literature that it comes with, the pieces of paper, like these guys right here, these cards that have this QR code, like this one for the transmitter, because what you're supposed to do is scan your transmitter and your goggles and your drone and all that stuff. First thing, like you basically the whole, what they expect you to do is like get the box and then get the Hisenji app and download it, and then like set up an account and everything, so then you can scan these items in there, because if you don't scan your drone in there, it won't log the flight data, and that's what happened to me. So I didn't realize we were supposed to scan these, but I couldn't even like access the settings until I had scanned the card for this guy. And there is a QR code on here. Maybe that's the same. Maybe that's the QR code for the drone. I'm not sure. Let's talk about flight performance. This thing, the normal mode for this is auto level with altitude hold, or kind of altitude assist. It holds its altitude pretty well. So what that means is if you take your fingers off the sticks, it is going to stay at roughly the same height that like where you left it. But it will drift a little bit because it doesn't have position hold, okay? So you need to have stick inputs. You need to put some, basically it's your job to control the thing still. But it should keep its height above the ground, or above the whatever surface it is over. So keep that in mind, because it might hop up all of a sudden if you go over like a different surface. But it's not too bad, really. So that's its typical flight mode. It really is very docile, especially when you first take it out of the box. You're not going to be able to fly this outside with any kind of wind. So it's pretty much indoor only. And what you'll need to do is you'll need to register like your drone with the Hisenji app by scanning the QR code. And then you need to log like flight time and get achievements and unlock stuff, so that way you can like put the points towards increasing the performance, basically. And then you can make it fly faster, or I guess more agile, kind of like the pitch and the roll is kind of separate and stuff like that. So that's what you need to do if you really want to get it to where you can fly it outdoors. But it flies very well. It's really very smooth. It is on the throttle stick. It is centering. So it's centered on both sticks, and that's because of that altitude hold. But I find that the gimbals are actually very good, and they're very smooth, and it's very easy to go up and down in the throttle without like hitting like that dead spot in the middle. and really, really feeling it. I think they did a great job on that. So it flies very well. It's very easy for a beginner to fly. My son has had a little bit of FPV drone flying, like on the simulator and stuff, but not a whole lot. And he really improved a lot. Like, I don't think I have DVR from all the different flights as he progressed, and we'll talk about that in a second. But he really got so much better. And of course, we crashed it a lot. So let's talk about durability. It's very durable. It's very durable. I do see now the rear struts are like a little bit, well, they're snapped. The rear struts are, but it's not really like structural exactly. And I don't see that that's affecting anything. We've, lost a couple propellers, maybe broken some propellers. I can see some areas where the propellers kind of sliced into the frame just because of things must have bent around and stuff. But otherwise, I have not noticed any breakage. I have had times where the entire top portion of the frame will just come right off, and it's pretty easy to take off, I think. As well as it'll rip off the FPV camera. So I had that just happen to me just today, actually. So you just pop off the top canopy, and it tells you how to do all this in the manual and stuff. And you'll see the FPV camera is actually the only thing attached to the top frame, and then you have the bottom frame with the motors and everything else attached to that. So that's kind of cool, and I think they do sort of advertise like a modular design. They may have other parts out now. I'm not totally sure, to be honest with you, because the camera is set so far back, and kind of because of how the ducts or the propeller guards are kind of shaped. I find that a lot of times I'll think that I can clear an obstacle, and then I end up hitting the propeller guard, and since it has kind of this sharp angle, it tends to catch it, and then like it spins me, and then the drone it'll shut off when it detects a crash. And you can change that in the settings as well so that it won't shut off as easily, like if you just bump into something. And I would say definitely if it's your first time flying this drone, leave it on the original settings so that it will shut off. The only issue with that sometimes is if you are flying up a little bit higher and then it shuts off, you're actually more likely to damage your drone because it shut off and then fell on the ground. But we've had some good crashes with this, and it really has still kept up very well. It does have brushless motors. I'm not sure what kind of brushless motors. It doesn't say the size or anything on there. And the propellers are something like a 2-inch propeller. I don't think even a 2-inch propeller. They're very, very small. This is rather heavy for its weight, for its size. I don't know how heavy it is, but it is quite heavy, especially with this quite large battery, and everything has like extra plastic to make it more durable and stuff. But even with that, it does fly very well, and you're going to get probably about 3.5 minutes, probably 3 minutes if you're flying it really hard, maybe 4 if you're really stretching it. But you're going to get about 3.5 minutes of flight time. And that kind of brings us to the batteries. I really like that they have 4 batteries. That's very, very, it's like, thank you, Hisenji, for doing that, because it's really dumb when they give you like 1 battery and then 1 spare battery, and then you just find it just doesn't last long enough. And then they're like, hey, you can buy more batteries. And you're like, man, I just bought this whole kit. It's supposed to be like a whole kit, and I'm ready to go. And then so that's why there should be 4 batteries. I'm glad about that. However, they don't provide a charging block, like a USB block to plug into the wall. So I had to get my own, and it does say in the manual that I found out later, you do want this to be able to do, I think they said 5 volt at 3 amps, and that is what this can do. So that's, otherwise it's going to take forever for these to charge, or they may not charge properly. And also, I really wish that they would have just provided a 3-way USB-C cable, because then you could charge your drone and your goggles, your drone, your transmitter, and your goggles at the same time. That'd be really cool. But to be fair, the transmitter and the goggles, the battery is much bigger, and it lasts a lot longer. And that is really nice that that is included as well. Thank goodness. These are 18650 batteries, and those are lithium-ion batteries for the goggles and the transmitter. just talking about the transmitter again, it feels really good. Like, feels really great in the hand. The buttons are a little weird to get used to, but they're okay, and really great design. I really like the design. I like the color scheme. They did a good job there. And the transmitter, one of the buttons, does do flip over after crash. So that if you crash and you are upside down, you can, I believe it was the purple button, one of the buttons, you press it, and then you press the start engine button, and then it will, put it in basically what we call turtle mode. For us FPV pilots in beta flight and stuff, we call that turtle mode. And then you can, move the stick, and then it will reverse the propellers is really what it's doing, so that way it'll flip you back over. So that's a really cool feature. You just got to remember that, like, if you are on carpet or something, you probably don't want to do that. Or if you're in a tight spot, you probably don't want to do that. And also, now I want to just take a moment to say, hey, if you do have this and you are a beginner, maybe you're a youngster out there getting into FPV with this, and I think that's great, but you got to be careful about not just where you fly this, but you got to be careful about what's around your drone while you're flying, because you don't want to fly like into somebody's face because you're flying backwards. So you always want to be able to see in the camera kind of like where you're going. And you got to be careful also, if you are going to do that flip over after crash, make sure that people know that you are going to flip the drone over, so that way nobody's trying to grab the drone to flip you over and then it goes wow, because that can be kind of scary. Or it could get caught in somebody's hair. Ask me how I know. Don't ask me how I know. I'm not going to tell you. But it did get caught in somebody's hair. But it did shut off successfully, and that was great. And not a bad situation overall. Let's talk about the goggles and the DVR. So these are, as far as I can tell, basically just regular FPV analog box goggles. And again, these are powered with an 18650. You plug them into USB-C, which is super cool. And so it has this port on the side here, and this is supposed to be for basically their proprietary DVR module, so that you can record your flights, and and it has a Wi-Fi component so that you can upload it to the app, I think is what they're saying. Which again, I have a problem with, because it's like, you're uploading it to the app, which and so you have to have well, first of all, you have to buy another thing. And then secondly, it's Wi-Fi, and then Wi-Fi, just that's another thing that you have to connect, and you've got this, radio signal blasting everywhere, and then you upload it to the app, but then it's like, where does it go from there? Like, who's collecting the information? And that is kind of a concern for me. We'll talk about that in a moment. But so the DVR module is non-existent as you get it in the box. The other thing that I noticed with this is when I would try to get my other regular analog FPV goggles on the same channel as this so that I could record DVR on that, you can get the image, but it is in black and white for some reason. And I did that on I have two different sets of goggles. One's a really old, like Eachine Goggles 2 or something, and then the other one is Fat Shark Scout. And so both of them, I was getting black and white feed. So pretty much all the DVR that you see in this video here, that's why it's going to be in black and white and not look great. I noticed on the OSD in these goggles, it shows kind of like two different channel signals is what it looks like, or channel numbers. It feels like they did something to lock down the channels so that you can't just use any FPV goggles with this, which I feel like, I just feel like that's kind of a bummer. Like, that's kind of, I don't like it. I don't like it. You know what I mean? Especially because I'm coming from the FPV drone open source type stuff where everything is kind of supposed to be compatible with everything else. Of course, I mean, not DJI, of course, but most people, it's like the FPV goggles can pick up any FPV signal if they're analog, So I'm confused about that. Maybe that's not what they did. Maybe they weren't jerks and locked it down or something. So Haisenji, let me know in the comments or something like that. I'm assuming that would be the case so that you buy another headset so that somebody else can watch you, or that you can, or so somebody else can fly as well, and you have to use their headsets. That's just, I'm assuming that that's what that is. So then the question is, if you do get that Wi-Fi DVR module and then you upload your video to the app, where is it going on the app? And as of right now, I wasn't able to find the privacy policy on the app. And to be honest, maybe it is on the website. I have not looked, but on the app itself, it'll even say like, hey, check out the privacy policy, but it doesn't actually show you the privacy policy. It like talks about the privacy policy and use of information and stuff like that, but it doesn't actually like show you what it is. So, it's nothing personal, Haisenji. I am just skeptical of any kind of app that wants any kind of information, because they're probably using my information and trying to make money off of me. That's why the app is free, and that's why they want you to be on the app and all this stuff. So that's kind of a sore spot. I don't like that. And then also, I'm not sure. Now, I'm not familiar with app development and how all that stuff works, so maybe there's a good reason for this, but it makes me wonder, why isn't the app available on Google Play or the Apple App Store? Why is it only on the Haisenji website? So that seems kind of fishy, where it's like you have to go to their website to get their app. Of course, well, that's how it is with DJI if you're on an Android. So I don't know, just something to think about, maybe something to think about. It depends on how sensitive you are about people using your data and stuff like that. I'll just go ahead and mention, when I tried to do the update, the OTA or over-the-air update for the drone, it took a really long time. It shouldn't have taken that long because I was using my tablet. It was on Wi-Fi. It said like it would take about 4 minutes. It took about 45 minutes. So super long time to update stuff. And then updating the app, I think, took a while also. So I don't know. Maybe my internet was just super slow. But that's... If that happened to you, leave a comment or something. And if you're wondering about what age is this for, maybe you're getting it for your son or your daughter or something like that. Maybe for Christmas, who knows what. I have an 11-year-old. Your job is to see if you can figure out how to make all this work and start flying FPV. But he is like a super genius, so I don't really, I could be biased there. I don't know, but I would say probably like 10, 11. I mean, it kind of depends on like how much you have them do. I mean, you could have somebody learn how to fly, have a child learn how to fly pretty easily, but in terms of like getting it all out of the box and set up, that, I don't know, that might be the hardest part, to be honest with you. But anyway, my 11-year-old had no problems with it. The first thing he did, though, is he opened the box, and then the thing where it says, watch this video, he's like, no!
Ta-da!
So that's going to be the
Step
test.
1, please watch this video. No. Okay, little monkey person. Journey starts here. This is an ad.
But so that was the only thing there. He did have a little trouble reading the instructions, and you do have to read the instructions a little bit and kind of think about what you're doing a little bit. But then he was able to get in the air pretty much without any help from me. So he did a good job. And so I would say definitely, I don't know, 10 and up. You should be definitely fine flying with this thing. But it is also big. It's temperament as well. That's the big thing. Is like, are they somebody who can work with technical stuff and like kind of think through problem solving and things like that?
It's not bad. 15 minutes and you got in the air.
And I think that's going to do it, everybody. Thanks for watching. I hope this was helpful to you. If you still have questions, or maybe I forgot something, maybe I left something out, leave me a comment down below this video, and I will try to get to you. And also, if you have this and you'd like to share your thoughts about it, or if you'd recommend it or not recommend it, please leave a comment down below. Thanks again to Haisenji for sending this to me. I am going to be keeping this one because this is actually my son's drone set up right now, which is pretty cool because now he can just like fly this thing and then I can fly my thing. And so now we can like do it together instead of it. Because, sometimes drones, like you're flying and like it's kind of boring for the other people because they're, like you're really into it and you're like, whoa, this is so cool. It's like very, you're focused, but then the other people are like, I don't know, there's just like this crazy thing making noise, flying around everywhere. But in any case, yes, and thanks to PCBWay for sponsoring this video again. I think that's going to do it this time. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a good day. Get out there and fly something, and I will see you again very soon.
We get bars in our goggles.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam. In this video, I'm going to bring you along on a little project that I did. This is my favorite, definitely most prettiest 3D printed project so far. I needed some lights to go over the dining room table, and I didn't want to, well, to be honest, it's not so much that I didn't want to buy lights. I just always think of how I could make something myself. And I had this vision of these 3D printed lamp shade pendant lights. And so that's what I did. So I'm going to walk you through this whole process. Maybe you want to make some like these for yourself. But if you can't make these yourself, maybe you don't have a 3D printer. One possible solution for that would be to go check out the sponsor for today's video, PCBWay. Because PCBWay, not only do they make custom printed circuit boards, that's what PCB stands for, and they have thousands of different types of components to choose from and board materials, and you can even send them your design files of your board, and they will actually create the board for you and populate the board with the components and test it before they send it to your door to make sure that it works. And that's pretty cool. Not only do they have that, they also offer rapid prototyping services, which includes CNC machining, sheet metal bending, injection molding, and yes, 3D printing. So if you have a project that you want to do, maybe 3D printed or something like that, and they have all different types of materials to choose from for 3D printing. If that sounds interesting, check the link in the description below this video to PCBWay. Now, the filament that I used for this is from Protopasta. It's called iron infused PLA, and it's very cool. It's actually magnetic, but that doesn't really come into play here, or I should say magnets will stick to it, but I didn't really need it for that in this case. But it has a really beautiful rough texture, and it turned out fantastic. Printing in Vos mode on the Bamboo Lab X1 Carbon, or Carbon X1, and I love it. I love it so much. And as you can see, the geometric shapes were great. So I knew that I wanted some sort of a geometric kind of design, and I love the look of the low poly vases and stuff that I've seen. So I went online, looked at some different vase options, and then basically just kind of printed a vase and then kind of turned it upside down and poked a hole in it. I mean, that's basically it, to be honest with you. So it started out life as this little tiny vase, and then I put the model in Bamboo Lab Studio, which is the slicer for the Bamboo 3D printer, and I just enlarged it to a scale that I thought was pretty good. And of course, I made sure it was large enough to actually fit the light bulb and everything inside of it and not have the light bulb showing. And once that was done printing, I think it turned out super fantastic. I mean, just look at that. I love how that looks. It may cause some strange lines on the video, but in reality, you can barely see the layer lines at all. It turned out, it has this like very kind of like concrete kind of look to it, which I love. And it looks like light would not shine through it, but it actually does because it's just one layer of filament.
Pretty cool stuff, yeah? Yeah, super cool stuff. Okay, here we go.
To make the initial hole, I just got a little drill bit and drilled a hole in the very center of the bottom. And then I used a lighter to heat up around that hole, and then a pair of pliers that were about the right size to push that hole in and enlarge it. And that way we have a nice smooth opening, and we don't have like jagged edges, and we didn't have to drill that large of a hole, because I think if we drilled a really large hole, it'd be very easy for the drill bit to get caught on the filament and just tear the whole thing apart. Next, we're going to get this rope coated wire And I'm going to have links to all these parts in the description of this video in case you're wondering what they are. And what we're going to do is thread that through the lamp. And if you forget, that's okay, because the other end of the wire should not be connected to anything. I'm going to get the light socket here. And this one, you know, there's a lot of different kinds you can choose from, but this is just the one that I happen to choose right here. So you take that apart, and then what we're going to do is get our wire. First, we need to cut away the rope around the wire, because you can kind of bunch up the rope, but not a whole lot, and then it gets hard to kind of have enough room. So we're going to cut about 2.5 inches of rope off of the wire. And then we're going to strip the wire so that we have the bare copper ends to work with. That's about, I don't know, 3/4 of an inch. And then remember to run the wire through the top part of the light socket housing. And then I'm going to make little loops so that way I can run the screws through the little loops of wire. And then we're going to screw that into the light socket there. And just, you know, do your best to make sure that all the wires stay under the screw head, and of course don't touch the other side. And I'm going to add a little bit of hot glue to cover all the wires to secure it and keep any kind of shorts from happening. And then once that's done, we'll just put it all back in and screw it back together. And I would say that little collar that screws down to clamp the wires in place, that does not need to be too tight, because if you get it too tight, it's going to be really hard to actually unscrew everything later if you ever need to. Okay, with that done, we're just about done basically. We're going to get the light bulb. These are the ones that I got. I went with some really warm, these ones say 2200 Kelvin lights, and they're not very bright because the lampshade is, you know, so opaque, but they do give off a nice glow. So I like these ones. But you could try some, you know, experiment with some different ones. The nice thing though is that I would definitely recommend just using LED lights, because they're going to will not be as hot as incandescent lights. It's possible that a really hot incandescent light could get hot enough and close enough to the filament to start to cause it to deform. And you're ready to hang it up. Good job. All right, now I hung these. I made 3 of them, and for now, I just basically put little hooks in the ceiling, and then have the rope coming down, or the cord coming down over the hooks, holds them in place nicely. I think that's, you know, it's pretty good for now. I pretty much just kind of shoved them up there to see how they would look, but I'm pretty darn happy with this setup how it is right now. One thing I might want to do is actually braid the 3 cords, or somehow make them look a little nicer, and get a cover for the actual electrical outlet, and shorten all the wires so that we don't have that big bundle of excess cordage. We don't need that. Otherwise, I'd say not too bad for a DIY job. It's kind of a more modern, minimalist look. And I think it looks pretty cool. You can let me know what you think. I love it. Maybe you like it as well and you want to get some for yourself. And hopefully this video was helpful. If you have questions about this, let me know in the comments down below, and I'll try to answer those to help you out so you can have some beautiful lights in your home. Thanks for watching, everybody. Stay something, and I will see you again very soon.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Tree flight, another canopy flight, I like to call them, with the Cineon C20, the Axis Flying C20. 2-inch Avon Blur propellers on here. A 3-cell battery on here. I find this flies so much better with a 3-cell. It's so much smoother. And then we're testing out the new Radiomaster Pocket transmitter. I want to love it because it is so compact, but we'll see if it actually works for my hands.
the previous flight we did, everything was pretty smooth, but it just takes quite a bit of getting used to. And I have a new method of arming where I have to press this button. That's my pre-arm button, and then these two buttons. Really, it could just be one, but I have both of them so that they'll be armed, and then I have to press both of them to disarm. So that way, in case I press one during flight, that won't work. So I have to press both of them. It doesn't have to be at the same time, but both of them. We're set to 4K 120, which is pretty insane to think that this thing can do that. But let's give this a try. And we've got crossfire on here. We'll go ahead and arm. So that way we'll start recording automatically. Okay, we have no ND filter, so some of the time it's going to get blown out. And we're set to, let's see, let me get these goggles straightened out on me. All right. Okay, so armed, taken off, and we are in acro mode, air mode. I'm curious, what does happen if you press the flip over after crash? Okay, nothing. Okay, good. So really, these three position switches, they won't really they're not going to make you fall out of the air. The one on my right changes the flight modes. So not a huge deal there. But anyway, we are recording. Let's just fly along here. Let's just fly along this tree line, eh? The image quality is pretty good, but it's not like super duper amazing right now for some reason. It could be the lighting. And then let's be here. Whoa, look at that. Look at the way the light comes through here. Oh, that's beautiful. Whoa, let's kind of climb up a little bit. Get through there, turn around a little bit. We're not even that far on the canopy. It's a little dark on my screen because I have the shutter locked for the 4K, for the 120 frames per second. Oh, we hit a spider web. Whoa, this is so crazy. So yeah, I really wish that the FPV system would make it so that you can set your settings and see what it looks like, but then change it so that you can just fly and have the screen look differently and be able to see stuff and have the camera pick up things differently for the actual flying portion. And also I wish it was faster to get to those settings. But still potentially an upgrade. Definitely an upgrade from, let's say, having to put on a Insta 360 Go 2 or Go 3 or whatever. That's pretty cool. Because you can access it remotely at least, even if it is a little harder to do that. So we've got to be a little careful going directly up if I can't really see what's above me. Whoa, that was a close one. Alright. So this is 4K 120, so I might show what it looks like slowed down as well. If I am just going to show the flight like this. And it says we're already down to 3.5 volts, which, wait, we've been on for 4 minutes? Oh, wow. Whoa. Alright, so I got to start bringing her down. We're bringing her back. Look at that. Beautiful. It's so much fun flying in the canopy. I love it. Alright, so yeah. That's a lot of fun. Whee! Alright, thanks for joining me, everybody. I will see you again very soon. In the meantime, go out and enjoy the fall colors. Whee! Oh, no. Disarm. Disarm. Okay, that's a little tricky thing right there. Getting used to that disarm quickly. And then now that I think about it, because I can't see what the transmitter looks like, I won't know whether these switches are actually in the up or down position. I can kind of tell, and it will tell me if the motors have been stopped, I think. But like if I tried to arm right now, it says armed, but yeah, okay. So it does say motor stopped, but I don't know. That might be a problem, or maybe it's just something I need to get used to. 170 millimeter versus the previous 110. And hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam. Today I'm just building this AOS Falcon 7. I'm putting this baby together because I like watching Falcon Rad FPV on YouTube, and Chris Rosser, and he collaborated and built this frame. But that's not really what this is about. What this is about is I need to get this DJI 03 air unit into this frame, but the cable is not long enough. The actual air unit cable is not long enough to go all the way from the back where the 20 by 20 mounts are. So I need to swap out this cable. So let's do that right now. Figured I'd just bring you along. And the cable we're talking about is from the 03 air unit to the 03 camera. And so I think this one, about 110 millimeters is the standard one, and then I got this one from Get FPV, I think, or Pyrodrone maybe, and this is longer. All right, so it looks like we're just going to need some teeny tiny little screwdriver head here. The back side of the air unit. These are Phillips head screws, which seems like a strange choice because, well, for one, that's just not common on any of this FPV drone hardware, and two, you'd think you wouldn't want people to easily open this stuff up, but I don't know, it doesn't really matter either way. I'm just making an observation. So let's pull this out if needed at the end. There we go, and that is what we're left with. Looks like some sort of shielded pad right there. So I'm just going to gently but firmly kind of wiggle this and pull it out, grabbing close to the base of the wires. There we go, and it's out. Cool, so now we have the old camera connected to that. Okay, here's the new one, the longer one. We're gonna connect this end into here, and we're just going to line it up, and we're just going to press it into place. I'm just going to use my fingernail to kind of push that metal bar down. It's not quite as, you know, positive of a connection as I would like, but with this with this little pad on here, that should work fine. Okay, we're going to put this back on here. We want to put that little tab into there and then let it rock back down. And that's going to press on this ribbon cable. Go ahead and put the screws in. Now, these are such tiny screws, we really don't want to strip them out. So we're going to rotate them backwards until we hear them kind of fall into place. Like that. And then we're just going to tighten them down. Let's get over to our actual lens here. Here's the actual lens. Wow, look at that, so beautiful. Wow, wow, wow. All right, let's pop this baby open. So we have a screw on either side of the air unit, of the camera, and that should be what we need to take apart because I don't see anything else that can be taken apart. Okay, and this side. Okay, I'm guessing this kind of slides apart. Yep. Okay, so that whole, let's see. Oh, interesting. This part is a little trickier. So this is like a little rubber baffle on the inside. Well, let's remove this from the camera first of all by kind of pulling everything. I'm just going to lift it up. It pops right off. Wow, look at that. Look at all those pins. Amazing. Just kind of see if we can loosen this, kind of push it through. Ah, there we go. Okay, so I just broke the seal on that. So this is just like a silicone kind of baffle thing, so that's not so bad. And then it is cut out. Okay, cool. So we can just pull that off of there. Ta-da! And then we can slide the housing through here. Kind of line that up. That's why it's shaped like that. Okay. Just kind of get it through there. Boom. Now this is the part you have to remember. So you don't want to just slap your camera right on there, because we got to put this through the back of the camera housing. So slide that through gently. Great. And then we can slide this baffle in place. Well, I guess we could put it closer to this part. There we go. That's a pretty good fit. Don't get. Oh, come on now. Better. So what I will do is connect this, and then I think I'll put a tiny little bit of glue there. All right, now that we have that done, let's just press this into here. Line it up. Press it in. There we go. You can kind of feel it and see it drop into place there. With that in place, connected to our camera, and with a little bit of silicone added to which will dry and keep the baffle. Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm going to kind of pull the cable a little bit just to sort of straighten it out as I press the back of the housing on, but it is quite fiddly. Okay, we're going to put these super teeny tiny screws back in place, and just line that up. They're threaded though. Something's getting in the way actually. Silicone on my hands, and I don't want to get that on the lens. Okay, just snug them down. Ta-da! There you go, folks. You should be all set. Of course, you want to do a test run and everything, and maybe even test it on the bench kind of before you put everything back together. But that's pretty much all there is to it. So now we have a 170 millimeter length versus the previous 110, and you would think like, hey, what's the big deal, like it's just a tiny amount. Well, with quadcopters it's already a tiny amount. So to give you an idea, I can put the VTX in the back here, run the antenna out, which really I'd like to run it in the front, but that's kind of a separate thing that I'm working on. Run the VTX out the back, and then we've got room for the antenna, or for the camera, and in this case it actually is going to extend out the front a little bit as well. So it's going to be about that distance, like right about in there. So this is a perfect length for this 7-inch build. All right, thanks for watching, everybody. Hope that was helpful. If you got any questions or comments, leave them down below, and maybe I or someone else will be able to help you. Happy flying. Get out there and fly something. I'll see you again very soon.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam. My name is Adam. Here's the bottom line up front. If you're trying to decide between should I get a twist-on ND filter from Camera Butter or should I get the stick-on ND filters, the answer is if you have a GoPro Hero 9 or older, you can go with the stick-on or the twist-on. If you have the Hero 10 and up, you need to get just the twist-on, and I'm going to explain why, and we're going to talk about all kinds of other stuff. Also, the stick-on is going to be a little bit cheaper, and the twist-on is going to be more expensive. We're going to get into more Camera Butter stuff because I love Camera Butter. But first, a word from our sponsor for today's video, PCBWay. PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards. That's what PCB stands for. And they have thousands of components and circuit boards and all kinds of stuff to choose from. In fact, they even have a service where they will assemble all of your components on the board in the design that you send to them. and they can make sure that it works and everything before they even send it to you. So that's really cool. And if you're not into making electronic stuff, they also offer rapid prototyping services like 3D printing, CNC machining, sheet metal bending, and injection molding. So if you're working on a project and you don't have the resources and tools that you need to make it happen, check out PCB Way. I'll have a link to them down in the description below this video. A big thanks to Paul from Camera Butter for reaching out to me and sending me some of these ND filters to show you guys. And in fact, what we're gonna do, he sent me so much, I'm gonna pass on some of it to you. One of these, let's see, this, I'm keeping this one, but you guys, somebody's gonna get one of these. This is a Camera Butter twist on filter pack. This is ND 8, 16, and 32. This other one that he sent me is ND4, ND8, and ND16. And I'm going to keep this one because I don't have an ND4 twist-on filter, and I really want one. Just so we're all on the same page, an ND filter is a lens filter that goes over your camera lens, and essentially it acts like a pair of sunglasses. And the reason why you want that is basically just to get a certain smooth video look. So if you don't really care about how your video looks that much, if you're not into the sort of videography side of things, then don't even worry about it, really. You could probably just get a clear lens protector, or get something like an ND4 and then just keep that on your GoPro all the time. But that's not what this video is about, because if you're watching this, you probably already know that you need an ND filter. You're just trying to decide which ones to get. The twist-on filters, we're looking at $20, and the stick-on filters, $10, and then the new stick-on filters, which is what I'm going to show you, those are $11.99, so $12. So $2 more for the new filters. And I have not personally tested these out just yet, but I think that's going to be worth the, extra $2 price. Oh, and just so you know, Camera Butter does make a bunch of other ND filters. They also make DJI O3 filters, which we're going to be taking a look at that in a different video. We'll talk about that. And some other kind of filters and stuff. So, and they've been around for a long time. I love Camera Butter. So that's what we're looking at. Basically, $20 for the twist-on versus $10 or $12 for the new stick-on. Okay, now here's the interesting thing. Opinion aside, what Paul told me that I did not realize was that GoPro changed the type of lens coating that they put in their newer cameras after the Hero 10. So if you have a Hero 9, which is right here, you can use the stick-on filters and they will stick to the lens. But if you have a 10 or newer, you're going to need to use the twist-ons because the newer lenses, or I guess really this is like a lens protector, it uses a special coating that makes it not stick well. Now it's interesting, if I put these two cameras together, we have the 9 over here, the 10 over here, I'm sorry, 11 over here, so newer on the right, and if I can show the reflection of these LEDs that I have lighting up this table, let me find them. Yeah, there we go. So do you see, if I could adjust the focus, but you can see there anyway, the LEDs, it's the same strip of LEDs. The ones that are reflecting in the newer GoPro are not as bright. While the ones on the left, the Hero 9, they are much brighter. And so that just kind of goes to show that there is a different coating on the newer lenses. Now, so generally speaking, that's going to be your hard fast rule. If you have a newer camera, you can't use the stick-on filters. You have to use the twist-on filters. Now, one solution to that might be you get an older style of twist-on filter, and then you can stick on the stick-on ND filters onto it. So aside from that, the twist-ons are going to be easier to work with. It's going to be less fiddly. You're going to save time. I don't know about you, but a lot of times when I fly, maybe I'm trying to catch a sunrise or a sunset, and the sun doesn't care what time it is. It's not going to wait for you. So if you're trying to fiddle with a little stick-on filter, here's a stick-on ND filter. This is an older version, or the previous version, I guess. which I think they're still selling now. It's basically just a piece of glass that's been coated and treated, and it's super duper hard and all that stuff, and then it has a sticky coating all the way around it. It's harder to not touch the actual glass itself, and you're trying to line it up, and maybe your hands are cold, or maybe, you know, whatever, and then if you drop this, you know, then it's gonna go in the dirt, and then it's not gonna stick. So basically, if you want speed and kind of more precision, if you're doing this for professional purposes and you want less of a hassle, personally, I would say go with the twist-on filters. Let me show you how that works. So the twist-on filters, you have to kind of pull away from the GoPro and twist at the same time, and then rotate it 90 degrees, and then it twists off. You see those metal bars? Those are what lock under these little tabs right here. That's how that works. So that's the original filter, and then we can take our camera butter filter. You see the metal bars. Okay, we're gonna put those on the top and the bottom. I'm gonna press it into place, press and twist, and that's gonna get locked under there and click in place. And now we have our new filter. The camera is having a hard time focusing on this stuff, but there's our new filter. Looks great, doesn't it? I love that it is labeled like that, CB4 for ND4, but it's camera butter 4. And I really like how these have these little indentations and these and the serrations on the top sides. Really love that. It makes it really easy to grip and twist the filter. Big time improvement. And then, you know, you could actually stick on the stick-on filters on here. And I say that, but I'm not actually 100% sure about these new twist-on filters. I'm not sure if the coating is the same. So I'm going to test that out right now, actually, and just press on the edges of the glass, but just on the edges. And will it stick, or is it going to come off? Oh, it'll stick, but not very well. Okay, so there must be kind of an anti-stick coating on these as well. I'm not sure if that's because they're newer, because I know I've had ones previously that worked like that. So that's okay. That's not really an option. We tested that out. So I would say if you really smash up your lenses a lot and you do a lot of freestyle and you're just crashing all the time, probably wouldn't be a good investment to do the twist on. It would probably be better to get an older style of filter that you can put the stick-on filters on, and then just swap those out if you crash. And actually, that brings up another point. Is one of the downsides of the stick-on is the possibility of it flying off of the drone, off of the camera, if your drone crashes. If you get a good stick, if you freshly clean your lens and you get a fresh rubber sticky ND filter, that's probably not going to happen. But if you've been swapping them back and forth, then it is more likely. And I've had these kind of flip up sometimes, and actually flip up for a second and then come back down. That's kind of funny. So what I'll do a lot of times is I'll have my older stick-on filters, and those are just kind of for fun flying. Maybe they have scratches on them and stuff, but I don't really care because I'm not really trying to get a super great quality image. But I do want it to be an ND filter. So I'll stick those on there. Another advantage to the stick-on filters is that a lot of times they will take the brunt of the impact. So if your lens was going to get smashed, it might just be this outside filter that gets smashed. I've had that happen. Let's go through, how do we put on a camera butter stick-on filter? Let's use this one, ND16. Sure, why not? So we're going to open it up. We've got these wipes. Inside the wipes is the actual filter itself. Okay, we're going to grab that just by the edges, and we're actually going to set that aside for now. And I was very, very pleased to see that the new ones also include an additional sticky rim thing. I can't think of what this is called, but the thing that actually sticks the lens onto your camera. That's fantastic, because these can get, they can get messed up, or you drop them in the dust and then they're done for. And you can clean them off, but you know, you might not have a sink wherever you're flying, so you might not be able to wash them off and get them clean. So having a backup ready to go is fantastic. All right, so we have these wipes. So we're going to do our wet wipe first on this lens. And just open this up. To be honest with you, I almost never do this. But I'm going to show you how you're supposed to do it. Especially for the first time, you know. The lens, so clean. And then we're going to wipe it with the dry wipe. That's kind of cool. Wipe the lens down, make sure it's nice and clean. Okay. To be honest, there are still scratches in here because this lens is so old. But it's as clean as she's going to get. And then we can take our filter here. Okay, we're going to take off this little backing plastic piece. We're going to peel that off. And we're just going to be careful that it only, or that it just peels off and it doesn't peel off the sticky pad with it. I like to keep those to put back on there after I'm done using it later. And then we're just going to center it up and stick it right there on that rectangle and just do our best to get it in the center. Kind of move it as needed, and then we can get our dry wipe, let's say, maybe spread that out, and then we can press on the edges of the glass, not the center, because that could break it, is what the instructions say. Haven't actually tested that out. We can get our wet wipe again, wipe that down, make sure that's cleaned off. Get any fingerprints off of there. Look at that. And it sticks on, and it's, you know, it sticks out very minimally, so I like it. I think it's good. And you can see there's that teeny tiny aluminum rim around it. So I'm reading from the email that Paul sent me some notes about new products. The Black Diamond stick-on filters are much stronger than the original version, so people break them less often. Indicate in some way the ND value that they are, so people don't get it mixed up. It stops light from entering the edges and make them easier to clean on the back side. The old version was only coated on the outside because the adhesive wouldn't stick to the coating. But the new version, the adhesive sticks to the frame, so he could coat both sides. That's pretty cool. And he says he improved the optics as well, and it's now more neutral. So that is a big deal. It doesn't seem like a big deal, but if you use these ND filters a lot, you will realize how big of a deal it is to just be able to look at it and go, oh, okay, ND16, cool. I mean, it's super duper tiny, but ND16, great. And we don't have to kind of guess and be like, oh, wait, which one was that? Or you know, hold them up to the light and see how dark they are. And just to show you, the twist-on filters are now available in several different options. You can do 2 different multi-packs and then different 3-packs and then also singles as well, or you can get a master pack. So you can get a, let's see, like a ND 4, 8, 16. Those are going to be $50. Let's see, 3-packs, so 3 for $50. A single is going to be $20, and then the master pack is going to be $80. And remember, I'm going to be giving this pack away right here. And what you're going to get is a multi-pack ND8, 16, and 32 for your hero of 9, 10, 11, or 12. That's a twist-on kit right there. You get 3 of them. Super cool. That's what, I guess that's like $50 if you were going to buy that. And so all you have to do is leave a comment in this video indicating that you would like to be entered in the giveaway. This giveaway is only in the United States, so sorry folks, but it's just in the good old US of A. It just makes shipping and everything way simpler for me so I can actually make these things happen. So stay tuned for another video where I announce the winner, and that is going to be in, say, 2 weeks. I'm going to give you guys 2 weeks to get in here, watch this video, leave a comment. After that 2 weeks time, then it's the contest is going to be closed, and be looking out for that new video. And of course, check the description down below in case I missed anything else, and for important deadlines and dates and all that kinds of stuff. Thanks for watching, everybody. If you love camera butter, let me know. Big thanks again to Paul for sending this to me. Let me know your recommendations on what kind of filters you like. Put them down in the comments for other people who might want to learn about that stuff as well. Thanks for watching, and I will see you again very soon.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
All right, guys, let's get my drone fired up here. Go do some picture taking stuff. And land. Oh my gosh, what do I have going on here? Hey everybody, welcome back to RC with Adam, the channel that most of the time doesn't waste your time. This is just gonna be one of those fun projects though, so probably not answering a question that you have. Basically, bottom line up front, I've hacked up my FlySky transmitter and am using the gimbals from that to control this DJI drone. I'm gonna talk more about how I did that and why I did it, and we're gonna test it out in this video. Right after I say thanks to PCBWay for sponsoring this video. PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards, and they also offer rapid prototyping services. So if you're working on a DIY project, because you might like doing DIY electronic stuff like you see here on this channel, then you should check them out because they have thousands of components and circuit board types to choose from, and you can do the rapid prototyping stuff. So if you don't have a 3D printer or a CNC machine, they do injection molding and sheet metal bending as well. You can send them your design file and then they can make it, and you can see how much it's going to cost and all that, and then they'll send it right to your door. So if you are into that, go check them out. I appreciate them for sponsoring this video. What am I doing with a FlySky transmitter controlling a Mavic Mini? Well, I have a good reason for it, I promise, and I'll just tell it to you right now. The gimbals that come with the DJI drone transmitters, pardon my language, but they suck super hard. They're really terrible, terrible gimbals. And I've found that, you know, just regular hobby grade, even a cheap transmitter, the gimbals on here are so much better. Like, they're so much smoother, they feel better, I'm more used to them, you get so much more resolution, blah, 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 all this stuff. This is what it looks like. I know it doesn't look like much right now. I really had to hack apart this thing here, this gimbal, so that it would fit in there because I had to like turn it sideways. It was a mess. Update. All right. This has been interesting. Problem is this part of the board and the connector comes out, so I just chopped a hole. Don't mind that. I'll just cover that up, probably with my hand. So that's kind of cool because it was a mess. But this is all just, you know, a test. And let's do taking off again. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it always slides forward on takeoff. How terrible. Okay, so looking at this. So now that I think about it, you know, a lot of you're not gonna notice the subtle improvements of these sticks in a really wide open space. Like, for example, what I want to be able to do is fly it in close quarters very smoothly and do like orbiting and stuff like that. So the thing is, the drone doesn't actually respond as smoothly as the sticks feel, because the drone is meant to be, you know, just pushed around with those rough gimbals. It's so terrible. But I think we're still gonna have an improvement by changing the sticks. Like, I feel like that's a pretty big improvement. Like that right there, that transition. I feel like you wouldn't usually see those types of maneuvers happening with this kind of drone. Or, well, definitely the majority of people are not flying these drones like that. So that was in the normal flight mode. Let's switch this over to Cinesmooth flight mode, as they call it. Cinesmooth flight mode. So if we're looking at that, so I want to see how smooth we can be. Of course, you can change your Cinesmooth settings, okay, but having these sticks be more precise, give you more resolution, that's going to make a difference. So I'm just trying to do a slow orbit. Oh my gosh. Apparently, I did not charge either of these batteries or something. So, but this has been a good test for now, okay? So, fact of the matter is, yes, it is smoother. And I feel like I'm getting, if nothing else, I feel more confident in my ability to control this more precisely. Let's put it that way. And maybe it's just because these sticks are what I'm used to. It's possible. It's possible. And I'm also, here's the big thing, I'm used to adjusting the throttle all the time. So I'm used to being way smoother and going up and down and kind of keeping a much more dynamic kind of throttle. There's me in my super sweet van. Oh, jeez, back up, man. Oh. Oh, son of a gun. These freaking drones, man, you gotta watch out for them. Because for some reason, they can go forward super fast, but they can't back up super fast. Like that should be a thing where like if you may always make it so that you can stop the drone as quickly as you start it. But anyway, that keeps things exciting. All right, so to land, we just bring the throttle all the way down, and then it's gonna say, oh, I think you want me to land. Okay, and then that's all you do. No problem. I did notice that you want to have the throttle centered before you turn on the transmitter. Otherwise, it's going to start beeping for a long time and thinking something's wrong. Okay, cool. So that was a successful test. This definitely works, and it's definitely an improvement. The end goal is to take the transmitter, the DJI transmitter, decase it, make a new case and new gimbals, and then install it like a put it in like almost like a plate format. That doesn't make any sense. A transmitter similar to other nicer drone transmitters, like the super high quality, like industrial or commercial level. I'm not sure the word. And basically have the big old tablet screen and then sticks on either side. And so then it makes a flatter package. It's easier to carry and all this stuff, because I am so sick of the awkward shape of, you have the transmitter and then you got that and then you got this, you got your tablet and then hanging off and then what do you blah 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 blah. And I know there's solutions. I'd be curious to hear yours. What's your solution to this same kind of problem? Leave it in the comments below. And I know they make obviously the DJI whatever, I can't remember what that's called, but the transmitter with the screen and everything built in. Super handy, super convenient, but there are some downsides to that. So I'm looking at making more of my own custom rig. Oh, well, and one of the downsides would be you still have crappy gimbals. Thanks, DJI. Anyway, thanks for watching RC with Adam, folks. I hope this was entertaining to you at least. You will see more of this project. You can hold me to it. But if nothing else, it's always fun testing things out, hacking up electronics, and getting out to fly on a beautiful fall day. Thanks for watching, folks, and I will see you again very soon.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Good news, you can 3D print using a Chromebook. It's not ideal because the best slicer software is going to be based on, iOS or Windows software operating system. But you can do it. I'm going to show you the whole process right now. You need a Chromebook. This is a super old one. It's using this version just for reference. It's actually no longer supported. So yours should be able to work as well, because this is all browser based. You need an SD card, a micro SD card, probably the one that came with your 3D printer, and you need a card adapter, SD card to USB adapter if you don't have an SD card slot in your Chromebook. This card adapter probably also came with your 3D printer. I really suggest using an external mouse, like a Bluetooth one that I have here, because it's really hard to navigate using the little touchpad. Open up your Chromebook. In the Chromebook, we're going to go to the browser, because that's basically all that this is. So the first thing is, we have this website called Printables. This is just one of many websites where you can download a 3D model. This is just so that we have something to actually slice. We're going to click this calibration cube. You're going to click download. It's going to ask you if you want to sign up. You don't have to. Just click away. It downloaded it. We don't need to mess with that until later. Next, we're going to go to Cloud 3D Print. There are several other types of browser-based slicers, but this is the one that I've found to be the best, the most functional and the least, clunky. Go to try it for free. They offer other stuff, but we just care about the cloud slicing right now, or the 3D slicing. Sign up with your email. I am already signed up, so I'm going to click sign in. I'm going to put in my email address. Continue with email. It sends you a code every time. You don't actually have to have a password to remember. Log in. Alright, sweet. So this is our dashboard workspace. Go over on the left-hand side, click Projects. We need to create a new project. So you'll see it's empty. We can just click Create a Project. Okay, and then here we can just give it a title. This will be, Chromebook 3DP test. And then we're going to load the models. So click on that. It's going to open your file browser thingy. You can see there's two of these because I already downloaded it previously. But let's get the one from today. Okay, so that's our calibration cube that we downloaded just a minute ago. Put that in there. You can add other stuff if you want to, but it doesn't really matter. We're going to scroll down and click Save Project at the bottom. Okay, now this is our project. We're going to go to the right hand side and click Analysis. It's kind of a goofy way that they do that, but that's what we're going to do. Now you see it'll show us a little project, the little model here, and there'll be a button that says Slice on the right hand side. Click that. Okay, here we are in our slicing area. So for the mouse controls, you can scroll on the mouse to go in and out. You left click and you can rotate around, or left click and hold. Right click allows you to sort of pan and move side to side. Okay, so you can use all those to zoom in, and you'll figure that out pretty quickly probably. So we do have some different tools. I'm not going to go in depth into this, but on this left hand side right here, this is something you're probably going to want to pay attention to, and that is the type of printer. So let's say we want to do a new 3D printer, and hopefully you have one. Hopefully this will have one that you have. It doesn't offer all of them, but it does probably the majority of the printers here. So let's just say you have a Creality 3D, right? Maybe you have a Ender 3, CR10, whatever the latest thing is that they have. These are all the different versions they have. We can just do, I don't know, we'll just do CR10. I'll just make a copy of what I had before. So, and then you can change, if you just have a stock setup, this will probably be fine. Just go with that and then see if there's some kind of major issue. You can go down to the bottom, click Save. Or you can also add a customized printer yourself if you don't have your model in here. That's going to require a little bit more knowledge and more in depth than we want to go into right now. So on the left hand side here, you'll see where it says PLA. That's going to be your basic generic profile for the PLA for that filament, and that's probably what you're going to be printing with to start out. But you can change those settings in the more advanced section if you need to. So on the left hand side here, we have this little slicing section here. You see where it says layer height and infill. This is the basic setting, and that's all that it has: layer height and infill. So like for example, 0.1, that's a really low layer height, so typically it's like 0.2. And that's going to affect your detail or your resolution of the print. And then you have your infill, 20%, that's fine. A lot of times it's too much. We could do 15%, sure. Okay, but here's the thing. The whole point of the slicer is so that we can see what that actually does to the model. So let's go down to the right-hand bottom corner and click Slice. And it slices it quite quickly. I was very impressed with this. Okay. This is cool. So you see all the different colors. That's showing us the different types of lines and kind of how they're categorized. So the main thing about slicing is this part where you kind of want to see each layer as it goes up. Now, if you're just getting into this and you just want your printer to go and do magic things and print a thing, don't even worry about this. But later, you'll want to learn about overhangs, and you got to be able to print on a surface. You can't just print like in thin air. etc., etc. Once we're happy with that, we're going to click Save G-Code down at the bottom right-hand corner. And then we're going to click Download. Now we'll click Show in Folder. Yep, so this is the one right here. Let's click Rename, because that is a super ugly file name. And we'll just call it like Cube Chromebook Test. I don't know, just whatever name you want to name it. Now we want to get our SD card adapter and stick it in our USB port. We want to get our SD card from our printer. This is a micro SD card actually, and stick it in the adapter. And now you'll see where it pops up and it says removable device detected. Alright, so this is our removable device. We'll go to our downloads folder where we have our new G-code, and we'll just drag and drop that onto our SD card. Okay, we'll go to our SD card, make sure it made it there, and it did. We can just click on the eject button. Fantastic. Alright, we're done on the computer. Now we can just take this out, take out our SD card, and take it over to our printer. Let's go. Haha, here we are. Now we're gonna shove it in the slot, carefully of course. Oh, make sure you do it the right way around. In my printer, because I modified it, that's as far in as it will go. Alright, let's turn on our printer. Now again, this printer, I've modified the firmware, and so it's actually not correct. So don't worry about what this looks like. It's going to look different from your CR10 if you're using a CR10. So we're going to go into, where is it? Print from media. Right there. Okay, and then we'll select our Cube Chromebook Test. Okay, and then we'll select print. That's pretty much all there is to it. Now, of course, you need to, have your 3D printer all set up, and you need to make sure that the bed is leveled. If you don't have an auto bed leveling system, etc., etc. We got our filament right here, and it is it's already loaded in the extruder in the hot end. So all we need to do is just wait for everything to heat up, and then the printer will get started. So that's all there is to it. Good job. And away it goes. And there you go. There's the finished print. It's the cube, and it looks just like the one that was in the slicer. Pretty cool. You see it printed this little base here so that it would stick. So you can just tear that part off. And then you got yourself a little cube. And, alright, congratulations. You just printed something using a Chromebook. If you have any questions or comments, leave them down below. I'll have links to this test cube as well as the online the website place so to make it easier for you guys. See ya.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
All right, thanks for joining me again. So I'm going to teach you some stuff about a slicer. What is a slicer? Why is it important? And how can it be really helpful for 3D printing? And it's necessary for the 3D printing process. This video is sponsored by PCBWay. PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards. That's what PCB stands for. And they have thousands of different components to choose from. I mean, they've got flexible circuit boards, extra thick circuit boards, crazy circuit boards. You can do different shapes. You can make it like a Christmas tree if you wanted to. It's crazy. Also, they have a service where you can actually send them your design files for a circuit board that you want to build, and they can actually build it for you and add all the components, and they'll test it before they even send it to your door so it's ready to go. Also, they offer rapid prototyping services to include sheet metal bending, injection molding, 3D printing, and CNC machining. So if you like doing these kinds of things, or maybe you don't have a 3D printer, or maybe you don't have some other kind of machining tool, you can send your design file to them, and it's a really quick and easy process. If you're looking to get some rapid prototyping done, that may be interesting to you. I'll have links down in the description below this video. Thanks, PCBWay. Now back to this video. Congratulations if you started 3D printing or you're thinking about it. So first of all, a slicer is kind of the second part of the process of 3D printing. The slicer is just the name that we call the software that actually sort of slices up the model, and it makes it so that our 3D printer machine will know how we want to print that model. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about in this video so that you'll be able to do this and get your first prints going, hopefully with more success. So first of all, I'm going to be using Ultimaker's Cura. Cura is the name of the software. And this is a very common slicer software, and you can use it on Mac OS, Windows, and Linux. If you have a Chromebook, you're going to need to use something that is just browser-based. So you can download that for free from the Ultimaker website. And then when we go into the program, it's going to look like this, and you're going to have this build plate. This grid right here is the build plate. And then probably the first thing you're going to want to do is get your 3D printer profile in here. So we're going to come up to the top left corner, and I'm just going to show you this, but you can pretty much apply this to all slicers. We're going to go to Add Printer. Let's say it's a non-Ultimaker. Let's say you have like a Creality or something. We're going to click Add Non-Networked Printer. Let's just grab ABC Creality 3D. Let's say we're using Ender 3 V3 SE. I'm not even familiar with that one, but let's use that one. Okay, we're going to click Add, and then these dimensions and everything should be correct, but this is basically the main difference is the size of the print bed, whether you have multiple nozzles, things like that. So this should be all correct for your machine. We can click Next. All right, so that was that part. Right here in the middle, you'll see what we're working with is just generic PLA. That doesn't actually affect the print, but you do want it to be a 0.4 nozzle size. That'll be helpful there. And that's because that's typically what your 3D printer is going to have. First of all, we need to get a model. So I have a model right here. I'm going to use this one that I designed. This is the Dumb Pro. It's basically a GoPro dummy model. And I'm going to just drag and drop it right into Cura here. And of course, if you want to download these .stl files, these models for 3D printing, you can go to thangs.com. You can go to Bamboo's Maker World. You can go to Prusa Printables. There's a lot of different places. Very easy to find these. So for controls, you can click using the left mouse, and then you can click and hold the right mouse, and you can rotate around the item that you've selected. Okay, and you'll see on the left-hand side, first I'm going to show you the most basic use of a slicer. Okay, so actually just to demonstrate that, so bottom right-hand corner, we'll click Slice. Okay, it's going to go through the slicing process. You see it estimates how long it's going to take. Click Preview. This is really what we want here, this preview. And on the right-hand side, you'll see there's a slider, a vertical slider. This is really your bread and butter of the slicer software. So you see, this is sliced up into layer segments. So each part of the model is going to be printed one layer at a time, and you can drag through the layers. So you can see we're at layer 130. You can drag it up and see how it's going to print. And this is really useful because, like right here, for example, and you can use your scroll wheel to zoom in and out. Otherwise, you can use like I think Command plus and minus buttons. So if we scroll up, so first of all, it's going to start like this. Okay, we're going to print our first layer, and then we're going to the machine is going to build on every single layer from there. All right. So the things you want to watch out for when you're part of the reason why we're using the slicer is to make sure that this will print properly. Right here, you see this right here? That is called an unsupported overhang right there at layer 92. So if we rotate this, you see that? And what we can actually do is this bottom slider in the middle here, that will show us the actual tool head or the nozzle movement. So you see the ghost nozzle right there. You can see what it's doing, the order that it does it, and you see how it does these external layers or the wall layers. It does those first, but you see here it's just printing over nothing, over thin air. And so what that's going to do is gravity is just going to pull that down, and you're not. It's just going to fall down. Maybe eventually it'll start to build up, once the plastic cools, but that's not what we want at all. So that brings us to the other features of the slicer. And so what we're going to do is up at the top, we're going to go back to prepare, which is going to bring us back to this window. Let's click on our object. And what we want to do is actually rotate this. I designed this to be printed upside down. And so what we can do is click on the object on the left-hand side of the screen here. You'll see we have some options. We can move the object. Okay, we can just click, left click and drag the object around on the print bed. Okay, and we can actually, this blue arrow is our Z axis, which is like the up and down, and we can move it up and down if we want, but it's automatically gonna fall flat to the print bed because you can't just print something in midair. That would be silly. So what we actually want to do is rotate this. So we can, you do have the option to scale it, but we don't want to do that right now. We want to rotate. So, and you can also press R on your keyboard to make this happen. And then, let's see, let's rotate this here. Okay, so what we want to do is we can actually just click these arrows here to rotate it in the direction that we want. So we actually want to rotate it so that this top part is on the bottom. So we just click the arrow, it's going to rotate it 90 degrees. And if you don't want to snap 90 degrees, turn off this snap rotation, and then you can click on one of the axis kind of arrows, and then you can drag it any number of degrees that you want to. Okay, but let's reset that. And then here's another thing you can do. You can actually lay it flat on the build plate, which it already it's going to automatically decide how it wants to do that, and it kind of already did lay it flat. But the other thing you can do is select a face to align to the build plate. So this this works most of the time. So you can click that button and then select, like, let's say we want this side to be on the bottom. There we go, boom. So that usually works, and it can save you some time to just do it automatically. But right here, you see how there's this little gap right here at the bottom? There's a little tiny gap right there, okay? And and if you press and hold your mouse wheel, if you have one of those types of mouse, you can move it around like this, kind of like in a straight up and down sideways direction. Okay. In any case, you see there's this gap here. Okay. So if we were to try to print that, it would just try to print that little button on the bottom, but all this in red, it would not be touching the build plate. So what we actually want to do is click on our object, go back to our move selection, or press T on your keyboard, and we actually want to drag it down until we see that the entire bottom of this model is touching. All right, now you may not need to do this kind of thing for every model, but this is just an example of what you can do to make your model print better. Now I'm going to lose that button feature on there, so that's kind of a bummer, but that's just kind of how I figured I would need to do it anyway. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow this little camera lens piece to touch the bottom, and then we won't have an overhang. Same as with the kind of the inside portion, we're not going to have an overhang. So now let's click slice and preview. Okay, and then we can scroll through this here. Right, I know it looks all crazy. Those are the different lines, and I'll explain what those mean in just a moment. So those are the different lines, and so there we go. So we can see this going to be a nice, large surface area, flat on the build plate, and we can build up from there. So this will print properly, just like that. We shouldn't have any issues. Okay, so that's the most basic stuff right there. At this point, you can just hit save to disk, and then you can choose where you want to save it. And okay, I will allow that. And you can rename it, and it's going to be a .g code file, and that means that a .g code is ready for your printer to read that file and be able to print, because we've set this up for your particular printer. So we're not going to do that yet, though. Up here at the top right corner, this gets into some more options that we can do, and right now it's set on standard quality,
and the options menu is set on basic. And that's fine. Like if you want to just start printing some stuff, just give that a try. Probably the very first thing that I would want to change would be the material temperature. That's going to be your printing temperature, and that's going to vary based on your filament that you're using. So check your filament. It should say on the roll of filament the temperature range, and that's in degrees Celsius. 200 is probably fine. I typically go, maybe 220 or maybe 215 for the type of PLA that I use, and that's probably what you're going to be printing with to start with, is PLA. So that would be probably the most important thing to change. And then also the speed. So 180 millimeters per second, that's actually really fast, and I'm not sure why it's set so fast, because that's very fast. Typically it's set to 50 millimeters per second. Or you could even go lower, especially if you're printing with some materials like TPU or something flexible like that. So those are the most important ones, and we'll go through all of those in just a minute. One thing I want to point out here on our left-hand side, there are a couple more options. You can do mirroring, which I don't find that helpful. You can do per model settings, that's kind of more advanced, and then you can do a support blocker, that's also more advanced. So don't worry about those at the moment. Now let's go through these settings one by one, and I'm going to explain what each of them does and kind of how important it is. So first of all, quality, layer height. All right, so that is going to determine how tall each layer of this item is. And so what that means is, so right now it's set to 0.2, and that's like pretty much the standard. I would leave it at that. But when we slice it, you're going to see, and we click preview, you're going to see all these lines here, okay? Each layer is 0.2 millimeters, which is really quite small, but you can even go smaller depending on how good and calibrated your machine is, and you can go a little bit bigger. Some of that is going to depend on the nozzle diameter, the size of the hole in the nozzle that's actually extruding the plastic. So you don't want to try and do a crazy number. You're going to kind of need to change out the nozzle to get a bigger or smaller hole depending on how fine of detail you want, or resolution is sometimes what this is called, with the layer height, because there are more lines means you have better resolution. So speaking of lines, let me take a minute to actually explain what we're looking at here, and that'll make more sense for these different options in the menu. So right now, if we look at the top bar in the middle here, it says color scheme line type. Click on that and you'll see that one, it gives you a little key or a little legend to explain what the different colors mean. And you can also change kind of how we see this model. Line type, this is the most important thing. So you're going to have your walls on the outside. So the red is going to be your exterior walls, green is your interior walls, and don't freak out if you're like, this sounds like a lot. Just kind of take a little bit of note of this. The most important thing are going to be your walls and then your infill. The infill is orange. The travel, that shows the actual movement. Whoops, oh no, I got rid of it. That shows the actual movement of your tool head. You can turn that off because sometimes it can get like a lot. Like it seems like it's distracting basically. So the travel, see how all that blue stuff, we don't really need that to see kind of how it's going to print. So that's what I want you to pay attention to. I'm going to reference that. And then the yellow is your top and bottom layers. Okay. All right. So that can be helpful, especially as you get more advanced, but don't freak out if that seems like a lot. Back to our print settings here. So we have the layer height. So basically keep that the same for now. And then you can play around with that later on. Our walls. So our walls, it is measured by this will tell you the wall thickness. Oh, and if you just hold over the option, it'll give you some information about it, which can be really helpful. And our wall line count. So we have 2 walls, and so that's going to be one is an outer, one is an inner. So like just to show you, let's say if we say, okay, we want, I don't know, 7 walls. All right. So keep an eye on the walls here. We're going to slice it. Every time you make a change, you have to slice it. All right, look at that. So all of our infill, almost all of our infill. Oh, and the infill is just the
inner material that's not a wall, basically, but it's part of the print, and it's used to support, and it's to make the print stronger, basically. But look at that, all that green. So we still only have like one exterior wall, and that's in red. Oh, I guess, and the interior wall. So it's kind of like sandwiches it. But all the rest of that is in green, and so those are really thick walls, okay? So the walls are going to be, that's really going to help with strength, but we don't really always need a ton of walls, and it can take more time to print depending on the type of model that you have. Okay, but that's what's going to happen there. I would set it, I like 3 walls. You can get by with 2, but I think 3 is a really good number, and it's going to be nice and strong and all that stuff. So I'd suggest 3. Okay, your top and your bottom, the top and bottom thickness, and you can just change how many layers, and it will automatically change the thickness. So don't worry about trying to figure that out. 4 layers, that's plenty. Sometimes that's too much, honestly. We could take that down. Usually you want at least 2, otherwise you might start to see that infill, the infill lines on the inside. And so you do want a strong top and bottom, but sometimes that can also take up a lot of time in your print because you see all the surface area. It has to do every single one of those lines 3 times or 4 times or however many times you set it. Okay, so that can take up a lot. So generally speaking, the more infill, the fewer walls and the less layers you have for the top and bottom, the faster it's going to print, but it won't be as strong. Okay, so that's the top and the bottom. You play around with it, but I would say 3 should be good for both of those. All right, infill. So here we just have the infill density and then the infill pattern. Okay, so, and this is cool because you can really kind of play around with the density here. So they have cubic by default. I don't know if cubic is really the best for everything, and I think it takes a lot of extra time and stuff. So let's and you can kind of check that too. When you slice it, you can see if it's faster or slower. In any case, just to give you an example, a really common one is lines or a grid. Grid is going to be stronger, but you have all these other options. But really, I would probably just go with lines because you get a lot of support for the density. I think so. For example, 20% density. Look how much closer these are than the cubic infill that we had. And what that's going to do is it is going to help with the strength of the print, but it will also support the top and bottom layers, or anytime that you have filament going across this, the smaller this grid of infill, kind of the better the print is going to turn out, because then it won't sag. So it's going to be supporting the lines as it goes across. I hope that makes sense. So really, we could probably change this to 10%. Again, it depends on your model. It depends if you're really going for a lot of structural integrity, or you just want it to, kind of take up space, basically. All right, I think 10% is probably fine for this. Yeah, I think that's good. Because if you have, too much, then you're just going to waste it, and it's just going to take longer to print, But again, depends on the model. Okay, that was infill. Now let's move on to material. We already mentioned material. Check your filament roll to see what the recommended printing temperature is. And then for the build plate, so the build plate temperature, that's how hot your build plate is. That this whole thing right here, this gray area, that's what your printer actually prints on. And you want that to be hot because that will help keep the filament sticking to the build plate. And if it's not hot enough, what can happen is your model can come off of the build plate during the print, and it will unstick. So having this hot, like 60 degrees Celsius, you can be pretty sure that it's not going to come off the build plate, especially if you have, a modern surface that you're working with, like a textured PEI plate or something like that. You could drop that down to 50 if you want. We'll just leave it at 60 for now, especially if it is, if you're the room that you have your printer in and it's not an enclosed printer. If the room is cold, you may still want to keep this at 60, so that way it can kind of fight the heat loss. Let's go to speed. So we did talk about speed.
They had this set at, I think, 180 millimeters per second. I'm pretty sure that's really fast. I don't know why they'd set it like that, but you can play around with it. Basically, with the speed, I would say start slower and then increase the speed until it's not printing well anymore, and then you can kind of back down the speed a little bit to make sure that you have a good print, because I'd always rather have a good solid print and reliable print instead of trying to make it go really fast and then have issues with the print later on, like it's bad quality, or maybe it gets knocked off the build plate for some reason because it's trying to print too quickly. So travel, they just have 2 settings here, and you can pretty much just leave this alone. I would just leave this alone unless you have issues and then you need to like troubleshoot or something like that. Z-hop, like it says here, is when the build plate is lowered or the nozzle is raised, so that it prevents it from hitting the print during travel moves. You could turn it on or not. Let's go ahead and turn it on. It might help, it might not. It kind of, that's a little more advanced troubleshooting there if you do have issues. All right, cooling. Print cooling, that's that little fan that blows on the nozzle tip. So not the fan that cools down the heat sink or the hot end, but this is the actual part that cools down the plastic as it comes out of the nozzle. We do want to enable print cooling. Fan speed, this is something that you may need to play around with as well. If you have too much fan speed, that can cause the filament to cool too quickly and you won't have a strong print. Or if the fan is really strong, it could cause the fan to actually like blow the filament away. Or like with bridging, this comes in with bridging, which that's kind of more advanced, but that's basically when it's drawing a line of filament in midair to connect kind of like 2 points, and they call that a bridge. In any case, the fan cooling, I just keep it at 100% unless you start having issues with your print. If you don't have any fan cooling, or if you don't have enough, what can happen is you get like these kind of saggy looking prints where the filament kind of oozes too much and doesn't cool quick enough as it comes out of the nozzle. Support. So support is, like it says, it supports the model. I really don't like to use support unless I absolutely have to. I'm going to turn it on to show you what it does. So in this model as we have it, we probably don't need it. And that's why I like to rotate the model and do whatever I need to do to not have to use supports, because supports can be a pain in removing it from the model, and also it uses filament and takes longer to print the model. It's taken a super duper long time to slice this for some reason, and I don't know why. So I'm going to click cancel on the slicing, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the R letter, and then I'm going to rotate this. I'm going to click it twice so that it is back kind of how it originally was, in the upright position here, like that. And then I'm going to click generate support, and we'll try that. Let's click slice, generate support. There we go. That seemed a bit faster. Okay, so these blue lines here are the support. All right, and the support is, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of support here. Too much support, in fact. And so this is why I don't like to print with support unless I have to, because it makes it take longer and it uses up more filament, and you don't get as nice of a finish when you remove the support. So for example, right here where this lens is overhanging, if we printed this, in this orientation, you see right there, all of this filament here is just to support that layer. That's all that's for. And then on the inside, we have all that filament to, when we get to, where is it, bridge over, about to, right there. Right there. So all of that is just to support that roof. And so that's why we can just avoid pretty much all this support by rotating the model. But that's what support does. You can change some options here. You can change the type of structure. You can change it to like a tree. And you can change it to where it is only touching the build plate, or if it's like within the model, and then the overhang angle. But let's see, let's slice that to show you what it looks like. Yeah, so that's what a tree looks like. A tree, I think, actually works a lot better
or at least it looks like it will work a lot better. Sometimes what can happen is these little trees will fall off of the build plate, or they'll become unstuck from the build plate because there's not as much surface area. And we can change that with build plate adhesion. Now we have build plate adhesion. So right now it's set to skirt, and you've seen that. That's that line that goes around the model. I'll just show you right now. So a skirt, it really doesn't help adhere it to the bed. The skirt basically just goes around the perimeter of the model like that. And that can be helpful sometimes to kind of get the filament flowing. But sometimes it's not that helpful. So a brim is better for getting the model to stick to the print bed, and that's what this is for. It's to get this to give it more surface area to stick to the print bed. So on here, they don't give you any options in the basic settings. They don't give you any options of the size of the brim. If you go to more advanced options, you can change that. But that's what that is, just so you know what that is now. So if you're having problems with something sticking to the print bed, try giving it a brim, and that should help a lot. But you will have to peel off that brim from the objects. So just keep that in mind. You can also do a raft, which I rarely ever do. I think I've done a raft like one time. And that actually builds up like a whole layer of the print to print the print on, if that makes sense. So that's all plastic, or that's our filament, and I think it does what, 1, 2, 3, something like that, and then we build our model on that. So I guess if you really had problems with it sticking, you could do that, or maybe if the bed, I don't know, if the bed wasn't level, that, I don't know. There are some uses for a raft, but I prefer not to use that. All right, we're almost done. Dual extrusion. Well, I don't even know why that's on here, because our printer doesn't have a dual extrusion. So that's it. One more thing I forgot to mention is this right here. These little colorful bars right here. That's the home corner. I think that's kind of what it's called, of your printer. So your printer will have a home position where the print head goes, and in this printer, that's where that is. So as we're referencing this, this is how it's going to look on the printer as it's printing. Just want to let you know that. So let's click Save to Disk once we're happy with it. You name it whatever you want, and then it's going to have that .g-code file. Save it to a folder, and then once you save it, you're going to, and you'd save it. I'm just going to cancel it for now. You are just going to grab that file, put it on your SD card, and then put your SD card onto your printer. Unless you can do it wirelessly, but that's going to depend on your printer. Thanks so much for joining me. I hope this was helpful. If I left anything out, please leave a comment down below, or if you have any questions about this kind of thing, and I can answer it, or maybe somebody else can answer it. Thanks for watching. Have a great day. Bye.
We get bars in our goggles that show.
Thanks for watching, folks. I hope you have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.